Chapter 156. First Class, Little Fatty's Revolt. Following a loud laugh, Li Tai, the little fatty, walked in with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, who were near the door, quickly stood up and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Prince of Wei." Li Zishuan was also surprised. He cupped his hands at Li Tai and said, "Greetings, Prince of Wei." The rest of the students looked at Li Tai in surprise. Just as they were about to stand up and bow, Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I came to the Imperial College today to listen to the class. From today onwards, I am also a student of the School of Mathematics. We will be classmates in the future." Buzz buzz, the students in the hall couldn't help but discuss among themselves. The buzzing sound was endless. "Oh my God, Prince of Wei will be classmates with us in the future. Did I hear wrongly? This is unbelievable. Our new mister is too amazing. He even managed to attract His Highness King Wei over. I have decided. I will stay in the School of Mathematics from now on. With such an impressive teacher and Prince of Wei as my classmate, why should I go to the Four Gates School? Brother Meng is right. As the saying went, learn literature and martial arts, and you will be a part of the Emperor's family." Scholars like them studied hard so that they could be recognized by the Emperor and become successful. Now that Prince of Wei, who was the Emperor's favorite, was in the School of Mathematics, why should they leave? When Kang Yingda heard that Li Tai wanted to study in the School of Mathematics, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, you can't do this." Li Tai smiled and said, "Chancellor Kang, my father has already agreed to this. From today onwards, I will be a student of the School of Mathematics." Kang Yingda shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan and said, "After we parted at Strange Taste Pavilion that day, Brother Li was first conferred a noble title and then appointed by my father as a doctor of mathematics in the Imperial College. Brother Li is really successful. I wonder if Professor Li is willing to accept little Wang as his student." Li Zishuan heard that Li Tai was going to be a student in the school. Although he looked calm on the surface, he felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't know what this little fatty was going to do. Could it be that he hadn't been tortured enough last time and wanted to get back at him? Come. He wasn't afraid of this little fatty. "Your Highness, why do you say that? As the saying goes, education is open to all. Since I am teaching in the School of Mathematics, I can teach anyone. However, if your Highness enters the School of Mathematics, there will only be teachers and students. There will no longer be any Wei Wang." He had to give this little fatty a heads up. If he were to come over and put on airs in front of everyone, how would he be able to teach? How would the other students learn? Li Tai understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "Of course. From now on, in this School of Mathematics, Mr. and my fellow students can call me Qing Quebec. I will not put on the airs of a prince." Last time in front of Strange Taste Pavilion, he was asked 10 questions in a row by Li Zishuan until he was speechless. Li Tai had regarded this as the shame of his life. He had been doted on by Li Er's eldest grandson since he was young and had been praised for his intelligence many times. How could he be willing to lose to Li Zishuan, who was previously a nobody? Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zishuan was going to be a postdoc in mathematics, he was moved. He thought that it would be better if he could learn all of Li Zishuan's knowledge and use it to defeat him. Therefore, Li Tai asked Li Er to enter the School of Mathematics to study. Li Er had always doted on this child. Moreover, this was not a big deal, so he naturally agreed. When Li Zishuan heard Li Tai's promise, he nodded and said, "Qing Ke, go and find a place to sit." Li Tai looked around and finally sat between Iron Egg and Lon, under the disappointed gazes of some students. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, who were next to him, widened their eyes in disbelief. The Prince of Wei was naughty and mischievous, which was known by all the civil and military officials. Li Zishuan spoke to him in such a commanding tone, but he was not angry at all. Was this an illusion? After Li Tai sat down, Li Zishuan looked at him and asked, "Qingke, you said you had a question before. Now say it." Li Tai looked like an obedient child. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, "Teacher, this student's question is, today, there are two people together. The first line is 7 steps, the second line is 3 steps, the second line is 10 steps to the east, the first line is 10 steps to the south, and the third line is in the northeast." After saying this, Li Tai's lips curled up into an evil smile. This question was one that he had asked several scholars in the Prince of Wei's literature hall to find. It was an extremely difficult math question. He had specifically memorized it and wanted to find an opportunity to make trouble for Li Zishuan today. He hadn't expected Li Zishuan to take the initiative to give him a chance to ask. Wow! In the classroom, other than Li Zishuan and Li Tai, everyone else was in an uproar when they heard this question. This question is so difficult. Where did the Prince of Wei find such a difficult question? I don't know. Brother Ku, do you know? It should be from the 9-chapter arithmetic Pythagorean chapter. I've seen it before, but it was too difficult, so I couldn't solve it. Oh, it's the most difficult Pythagorean chapter. This time, Mr. Li is in trouble. Yes, the situation is not good. Li Zishuan had inherited the memories of his predecessor, so he could still understand simple ancient Chinese. The translation of this question was, "It is known that A and B set off from the same place at the same time. A's speed is 7, B's speed is 3. B keeps walking east, first walks south for 10 steps, then walks north and slightly east for a while before meeting B. How far did A and B walk?" When he heard this question, he was a little surprised. This little fatty did not come with good intentions today. If he wanted to solve this question, he would need to use the Pythagorean theorem and a quadratic equation. If it was someone else, they would definitely be stumped. However, how could Li Zishuan be stumped by a junior high mathematics question? However, what Li Zishuan did not expect was that the ancient people had already learned the Pythagorean theorem. This was something that his previous mathematics teacher did not tell him. It seemed that he could never underestimate the wisdom of the ancient people. In fact, the Pythagorean theorem was recorded in detail in the 9-chapter arithmetic, but it was mainly used in astronomy. The Pythagorean chapter of the 9 chapters of arithmetic begins with the introduction of the Pythagorean theorem and its variations. The Pythagorean theorem states, "The Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean." Therefore, the Pythagorean technique can be understood as a method of deducing the third side of a known right triangle from both sides. Li Zishuan quickly listed the equations in his mind and solved them. In a few breaths, he got the answer. This was the benefit of having a strong spiritual power. It allowed his brain to react as fast as a computer. Qingke, this question is very good. Some of you may think that this question is very difficult, but in fact, as long as you learn my new mathematics, this question can be solved in less than 10 minutes. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the rest of the students widened their eyes in disbelief and whispered to each other. Li Tai looked at him indifferently. In fact, he thought that Li Zishuan must be bragging. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The answer to this question is that A took 10.5 steps, and B took 24.5 steps. Am I right, Qingke?" Li Tai could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and said, "How is this possible? It took the Grand Secretary of the Prince's mansion 2 days to calculate." When the rest of the students heard this, they knew that Li Zishuan had answered correctly again. They could not help but cheer. "That's great," Mr. Li answered correctly. "He doesn't have to leave the school anymore." "That's amazing, Mr. Li is really amazing. It's great that we can learn such amazing mathematics in the future, haha." Li Tai was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li is very talented and knowledgeable. I am sincerely convinced." Seeing this, Lan smiled with her small eyes. She was very proud to have such an amazing brother. Bruiser also had a proud look on his face. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji were both shocked and speechless. They thought to themselves, it seems that a great person has come to the Imperial College. Well, half an hour is up. Since you didn't stump me, I will be your teacher from now on. From today onwards, I will lead you to the real door of mathematics. At that time, you will find that you have come to a new world. Li Zishuan looked at the time and said to the group of children in a clear voice. Chapter 157. Inside the School of Mathematics. The students sat up straight and listened attentively to Li Zishuan's speech. A capable person would be respected wherever he went. Li Zishuan had already won everyone's respect with his powerful arithmetic ability. Students, in my class, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand to interrupt me at any time. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Don't bury your doubts in your heart because of embarrassment. That will only accumulate more and more questions. Li Zishuan saw that they all looked serious and sat up straight. He couldn't help but say a few words to make them relax. When the students heard this, they all felt that this way of teaching was very novel. In the past, the teacher was teaching while they listened silently. If they had any questions, they could only hold it in and ask the teacher after class. Li Zishuan continued. I don't care how you studied before. Since I'm teaching, you have to listen to me from now on and learn according to my rhythm. In the future, the School of Mathematics will have a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a big exam every half a year. The first place in the monthly exam will be rewarded with a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. You can bring your family and order whatever you want, but you can't waste it. The last 5 in the monthly exam will take turns to clean the School of Mathematics before the next exam. In 2 days, I will ask someone to put up a big sign in front of the School of Mathematics. The first 5 in the monthly exam will enter the honor roll, and the last 5 will enter the shame roll. As for the first place in the half-year exam, the reward will be 100 strings of coins. Do you all understand? The students in the classroom were just applauding Li Zishuan's open-minded teaching system. When they heard this series of rewards and punishments, they were all dumbfounded. Ah! The last 5 not only have to clean, but also enter the shame roll? That's so embarrassing. No, we can't be the last 5. In the future, we'll have to work late at night. The first place can have a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. How much is that worth? Wenhao, do you want to fight for the first place? Yes, I will fight for it. I once told my parents that I will take them to the best restaurant in Chang and for a meal one day. Okay, I believe you can do it. Brother Shuqing, doesn't that mean the first place is already in your bag? You can't say that. None of us understand teachers' new mathematics. We all have the same starting point. Oh, the one who is most likely to win first place is teacher's direct disciple, Iron Egg. Well, that's possible, but isn't that unfair? Kang Yingda stroked his beard and did not say a word. In fact, he was thinking to himself, this reward and punishment system is quite novel. I'll see how effective it is later. If it can promote students' learning, then I'll promote it to the other academies of the Imperial College. These students' reactions were all within Li Zishuan's expectations. After all, no one wanted to lose face. After they quieted down a little, Li Zishuan picked up a piece of chalk, squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. If Iron Egg is ranked first, then the reward for the first place of the month will be automatically extended to the second place. Well, I've explained the learning system of the mathematics school to you. Next, let's get to know each other. According to the order of your seats, everyone will stand up and introduce themselves. Come, let's start with you. A thin boy in the first row near the door saw Li Zishuan pointing at him. His face instantly turned red and he stammered, "Teacher, are you talking to me?" Li Zishuan also saw that the boy was a little shy, but the root of his shyness was his lack of self-confidence. He smiled gently and encouraged him, "Yes, let's start with you. Don't be afraid. No matter what the relationship between teachers and students was before, from today onwards, we are all a family. We must love each other and help each other. Since we are a family, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself? The boy hesitated for a while before he finally plucked up his courage and stood up. He said shyly, "Hello, teacher." "Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yan from Jinzhou, Hedong Province." Li Zishuan staggered. What a domineering name. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Qingyu from Jizhou, Hebei Province." Li Zishuan listened attentively to their self-introductions, memorizing their names and faces one by one. His memory was excellent. By the time all the students had finished their self-introductions, he had already built a database of their information in his mind. Well, let's start the class. For the first lesson, I'll teach you a new counting method. Look at these 10 numbers on the blackboard. Li Zishuan introduced the Arabic numerals to the students as he wrote and drew on the blackboard. The students looked and listened attentively while taking notes below. Kang Ningda nodded secretly. This way of teaching with the blackboard did make it easier for the students to concentrate. "Hey, Sister Lan, can you give me your teaching materials? I can buy them for 10 strings of cash." Look, our Prince of Wei is so generous, directly offering 10 strings of cash. He's not like that poor Li Qingxian from before, who had to grit his teeth and beg for half a day to buy a copy of Journey to the West, before he was willing to offer 5 strings of cash. It turned out that Li Tai saw that everyone else was taking notes from time to time, except for Lan, and Iron Egg. He glanced at their table and immediately discovered their secret. It turned out that they had teaching materials. So he rolled his eyes, leaned over to Lan, and whispered to her. Who was the Prince of Wei? Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. But Lan was a rich woman herself. She didn't care about that little bit of money. Not selling? You're the Prince of Wei. You're so stingy. Lan pouted and said with disdain. Pfft. Beside him, Bruiser quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Li Tai was speechless. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, only Lan would dare to say that he, Li Tai, was stingy. 20 strings of cash. Li Tai said ruthlessly. He didn't believe that this girl wouldn't be tempted by that much money. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Not selling. Li Tai's face darkened. He wanted to get angry, but when he saw Li Zishuan giving a lecture, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only mumble to Iron Egg and say, "Brother Iron Egg, how about you sell your teaching materials to me?" Iron Egg thought about it and felt that it was a good deal to sell a book for 20 strings of cash. Moreover, he heard from his master yesterday that these teaching materials, so he nodded to Li Tai and said, "Okay." Then he handed the book to Li Tai. Li Tai was overjoyed. After being rejected by Lanner, he didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. He excitedly took over the teaching materials. Without saying anything, he took out a few gold pancakes and placed them on Tai Dan's table. "Good, Iron Egg. You're a good brother. I, Li Tai, will recognize you as my brother." Iron Egg took the gold cookies and was secretly happy. With so much money, he could buy a lot of delicious food for his father and sister. I've explained the new counting method, the new symbols, and the 4 arithmetic rules. Here is the multiplication table. Copy it down. You must memorize it by today. I'll check it tomorrow. Li Zishuan wrote the multiplication table on the blackboard and said to the students. As the students copied, they exclaimed that the new numbers and new symbols were too easy to use. It was many times more convenient than using Chinese characters. Su Hongji, who was at the side, couldn't help but praise Kang Ningda, Chancellor Kang. The advantages of Professor Li's new counting method and new operation symbols are too obvious. It can be considered a groundbreaking revolution in the history of mathematics. Although Kang Ningda didn't specialize in mathematics, he had done some research on it. He nodded and said, "Indeed. I'm afraid that your school of mathematics will officially rise in the future." After a while, when they finished copying, Li Zishuan wrote 5 addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems on the blackboard and said, "Now, use the knowledge I just taught you to solve these 5 problems. I'll ask 5 people to come up and do it on the blackboard. Chapter 158. Kusher Qing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, Xing Ziren, Li Tai, the 5 of you come up and answer these 5 questions according to the order I call. Li Zishuan randomly picked a few students. Of course, Li Tai was an exception. He wanted to deliberately make things difficult for this little fatty. Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Xing Ziren were shocked. They didn't expect Li Zishuan to remember their names just by listening to their self-introduction once. They couldn't help but be more convinced by this new teacher. The 5 of them obediently came to the blackboard, took out chalk, and imitated Li Zishuan's writing on the blackboard, and prepared to answer the questions. Who knew? Clack. The 5 of them had just touched the chalk on the blackboard when the chalk in their hands broke one after another. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji, who were watching from below, felt their hearts ache. To them, chalk was a good teaching material. It was normal for people who were used to writing with a brush to not control their strength when using chalk for the first time. Li Zishuan didn't scold them. It was just a few pieces of chalk. He didn't feel bad. Li Tai frowned. He tried a few more times and finally got used to the strength of the chalk. When he looked at the question carefully, he was dumbfounded. It was a combination of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and the 2 numbers multiplied by each other were 3 digits. It was his first time learning this new type of arithmetic. Did it have to be so ruthless? The little fatty pouted and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. He was sure that Li Zishuan must have done it on purpose. But Li Tai wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. He gritted his teeth and gave it his all. Accompanied by the squeaking sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard, the few of them began to answer the questions. After a while, Kusher Qing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Xing Ziren finished their calculations. They put down the chalk and returned to their seats. Only Li Tai was still sweating profusely as he calculated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't provoke him. He looked at the answers of the other 4 students first. Slowly, his smile froze on his face. Wang Meng, stand up. Sir. Wang Meng realized that he had miscalculated. He stood up and stammered. Who taught you that 9 times 6 equals 45? See. Sir, it's you taught me. Ah. Wang Meng asked curiously. Li Zishuan was furious. Bullshit. Show me the multiplication table on the blackboard. Let's see what 9 times 6 equals. Wang Meng glanced at the multiplication table and felt that he had done nothing wrong. He immediately regained his confidence and confidently said, Teacher, look at the multiplication table. It says 6, 9, 54. Doesn't that mean 6 equals 45? Holy shit, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. The other students in the classroom were silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan explained the commutative law of multiplication to Wang Meng, and punished him by making him copy the multiplication table 10 times. At this time, Li Tai finally finished his problem. Just the calculation steps alone took him more than 20 lines. It was really difficult for him. The problem wasn't that difficult, but it would take some time to solve. Li Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the chalk, and glared at Li Zishuan. He turned around and was about to return to his seat. Pfft! Ha ha ha! All the students pointed at Li Tai's face and laughed loudly. It turned out that when Li Tai was wiping his sweat, he had accidentally smeared the chalk dust on his face. Instantly, he looked like a little fat pig that had been smeared with white powder. Li Tai reacted. He quickly wiped his face with his sleeve and awkwardly returned to his seat. Li Zishuan ignored everyone's laughter. He looked at Li Tai's solution and nodded. Although this little fatty was sometimes arrogant, it was undeniable that he had the right to be arrogant. He learned things faster than others. Quiet. What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan roared. The students in the classroom immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, other than Wang Meng, the other 4 students all got it right. They are worthy of praise. Especially Li Tai. His problem was the most difficult, but he still managed to solve it. Everyone, applaud him. After that, Li Zishuan took the lead and clapped his hands. But the other students looked at him strangely and did not applaud. Li Zishuan calmed down and suddenly understood something. In ancient times, there was no such thing as applauding when praising others. In fact, the origin of applause was said to be in ancient Rome before the Christian era. In a barbarian tribe that was at war with Rome, there was such a habit. When the leader finished speaking or issued a call, the soldiers would tap the weapons in their hands to show their support. This was much easier and more powerful than the Roman soldiers shouting to respond to the leader. Therefore, the Roman soldiers gradually learned this method and it eventually evolved into applause. In ancient China, there was also applause. However, it was not to welcome or praise, but to express happiness or anger. There was an idiom that proved that, clap and laugh. Ahem, in the future, when a student is praised, we will all applaud and congratulate him. This is the tradition of our school of mathematics. Do you all hear me? If there is no such rule, then I will make the rule, Li Zishuan thought. Right now, Li Zishuan had absolute authority in this class. Although the students were puzzled, no one raised any objections. They all applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Loud applause immediately rang out in the classroom. Hee hee. As Li Tai listened, he suddenly felt that the feeling of being applauded by others was quite good. He suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was not so despicable. Then, he could not help but applaud for himself. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Looking at all the official and private schools in Tang Dynasty, there was no one who taught like Li Zishuan. The entire classroom was in chaos. Li Zishuan saw that it was about time. He still had to meet Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others for lunch at Zuaxian restaurant. He said, "All right, this morning's class is over. In the afternoon, you all can study by yourselves. As for your teaching materials, I will personally pay for them. In the next 2 days, I will arrange for craftsmen to print them out for you. When the time comes, everyone will get one." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." All the students were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Although this new teacher had some rules that were a bit ridiculous, he was knowledgeable and generous. Pfft. However, there was one person who did not think so. That person was Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, he almost vomited blood. He had spent 20 strings of coins to buy this teaching material. How could someone give it out for free without spending money? "Well, Brother Qingke, do you want me to refund the money to you?" Iron Egg saw Li Tai's gloomy face and could not help but ask tentatively. Li Tai waved his hand and said gloomily, "No need." Li Tai did not have the face to ask for the money that he had given out. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Oh, right, there is one more question. The question is about the height of the ginkgo tree to the west of the entrance of the Imperial College. You can give me the answer after you have measured it, or you can write down your measurement method and give it to me. No matter what, you must hand it in the next class. The one who did the best homework this time will get 2 extra points for this month's exam. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the new year, so we will not have classes. In the future, on the 7th, 8th, 14th, 15th, 21st, 22nd, 28th, and 29th of every month, the school will have a break. Okay, class dismissed." After saying that, he was about to leave. Li Tai, Lanner, Iron Egg, Kang Yingda, and Su Hongji hurriedly followed him out. The rest of the students in the classroom were in an uproar. The ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College must be more than 10 feet tall, right? How can we measure it? Yes, even the longest ruler is not that long, right? Even if it is that long, we can't go up. According to what the teacher just said, we can have 8 days off every month. Isn't this a little too much? What will the students in the other schools think if they know? During the Tang Dynasty, the officials had a break every 5 days. Li Zishuan had a break of 8 days a month. Who cares what they think? With the teacher here, what are we afraid of? That's right, that's right. I say, you guys should think about how to solve the question that the teacher left behind. If you answer it well, you will get extra points for this month's exam. Don't worry, I will go back and ask my father. My father is the secretary of the Ministry of Works. He might know. Wang Meng, you are shameless. Chapter 159. Professor Li, why aren't you taking a break according to the regulations of the directorate? Kang Yingda chased after Li Zishuan and asked. From his point of view, Li Zishuan was completely messing around. It was very likely that he was intentionally slacking off. Chancellor Kang, mathematics is a very taxing subject and one must strike a balance between work and rest in order to ensure high efficiency. In the future, other than having 2 days off every 5 days, I plan to let the students go to class for 45 minutes and rest for 15 minutes every day. My master said that a person's attention can only last for about 5 to 6 minutes at most. After every 3 minutes, taking a quarter of an hour off can ensure that a person's efficiency in doing things will double in the following time. Therefore, it is very necessary for this kid to do this. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. Even though he was indeed slacking off, shouldn't he find an honorable reason to slack off? Hearing this, Kang Yingda glanced suspiciously at Li Zishuan. Even though he didn't believe him, he couldn't find a loophole in Li Zishuan's words. Su Hongji held back his laughter and didn't say anything. He was certain that Li Zishuan was doing this to slack off. Cough cough, then let's not talk about this matter for now. Professor Li, I feel that your blackboard is quite beneficial for teaching. I wonder if you can provide a set of blackboards and chalks for writing on them for the other institutions of the directorate? Kang Yingda thought about it and didn't plan to pursue Li Zishuan's mistake of using the excuse of taking a break to slack off. After all, he had something to ask of Li Zishuan today. Mr. Kang, it's not easy to make these blackboards and chalks. The cost is rather high. If you want me to provide blackboards and chalks for all the institutions of the directorate and the directorate doesn't pay anything in return, I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable, right? Li Zishuan said with a smile. Even though his family had a lot of money, it didn't come from nowhere. Kang Yingda's words were clearly trying to gain something without risking anything. How could this work? Kang Yingda understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He sighed in his heart, but said awkwardly, of course I won't let Professor Li pay for it himself. I will apply to His Majesty for the court to allocate funds to purchase blackboards and chalk for the 120 classrooms of the Imperial College. I just hope that Professor Li won't ask for too high a price when the time comes. The court's finances aren't rich this year either. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Sir, be at ease. This little one is not the sort of person who only cares about benefits and forgets favors. A country is a country, and only when one has a country can one have a home. This little one will not neglect the country's crisis for the sake of my family. When the time comes, this little one will sell the materials to the Imperial College at cost price. I only hope that the students can study hard and make my great Tang even more prosperous. Kang Yingda cupped his hands in gratitude. Li Xian is a righteous man. Li Zishuan smiled. Righteous? If this were the modern world, many keyboard warriors would call him a fool for not making money. After saying goodbye to Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, the group walked out of the Imperial College. At this time, Li Tai came up and shouted, Li Zishuan, wait. After leaving the classroom, Li Tai felt that his identity as a prince had returned to him. He began to be unrestrained again. He even dared to directly call Li Zishuan by his name. Li Zishuan stopped and glanced at Li Tai with a faint smile. Alas, the great prince of Wei doesn't know how to respect his teacher and directly calls him by his name. If His Majesty and the civil and military officials knew about this, what would they think? Li Tai's fat face paled. Although he was doted on by Li Er, he was also afraid of those censors who only cared about their reputation and not their lives. Thus, he somewhat sullenly called out, Sir Li. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. With his hands behind his back, he pretended to be pretentious and said, "Qianke, why are you looking for me?" Little Fatty's mouth twitched, but he was also somewhat helpless. He could only say, "Sir, a few months ago, you said that you wanted to print and sell Journey to the West. I don't know why there is still no news after so long." Li Zishuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Cough, so it's about this matter. Qianke, you may not know, but there are many plots in Journey to the West that involve the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. It's really not suitable to publicize it." This was something that Li Jingma had mentioned to him one day when he was talking to him. At that time, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Journey to the West overall emphasized Buddhism and suppressed Taoism, but Li Er strongly advocated Taoism. If he took this book out to sell, wouldn't he be courting death? After listening to this, Li Tai suddenly understood and nodded. He said regretfully, "Sir's worries are somewhat reasonable. It's just that Journey to the West is such a wonderful novel. It's really a pity that we can't share it with everyone." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Hee, I've been thinking for a long time recently and have decided to publish another novel called A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It will be narrated by me and written by Iron Egg. After it's finished, I will hand it over to the workshop for printing. Qianke, if you are interested, you can go and buy it. I guarantee that it will be longer and more wonderful than Journey to the West." Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Just the name alone sounded amazing, so he said excitedly, "Sir, how about I write it? My calligraphy has already reached the primary level. Even my father, the emperor, and scholar you have praised it. It will definitely not be a disgrace to Sir's wonderful story." Iron Egg couldn't help but feel anxious when his job was snatched away. However, he also knew his own limitations. He knew that his doggy paddle calligraphy was indeed not as good as Li Tai's, a prince. Li Zishuan found it funny. There was actually someone who was willing to fight for such a difficult job. "Hee, if Qianke is willing, you can come to my house every day during your rest days. You can write it. When you're not around, Iron Egg will write it." Iron Egg felt relieved. It seemed that his master was still thinking about him. Li Tai said happily, "Thank you very much, sir. Then this student will go to Sir's house tomorrow." With a straight face, Li Zishuan said, "Qianke, you can't slack off on your studies because of this. Mathematics is the foundation of all learning other than Confucianism. You should first solve the problem that I left behind for you." Li Tai said gloomily, "Yes, sir." After parting with Li Tai, Lon, and Iron Egg didn't want to join in the fun with Qing Yao Jin and the others, so they went straight home. Li Zishuan asked San Bao and the others to protect Lon, and Iron Egg while he rode his horse to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. "Hey, young master, you're here. Master and the other dukes are waiting for you upstairs." When he arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, shopkeeper Lu welcomed him with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. Today's banquet was mainly to thank Qing Yao Jin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda for their kindness in leading the family to the rescue that day. As the father, Li Jingma naturally had to personally accompany them to drink. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the dukes? Li Zishuan handed the reins to the servant and went up to the fourth floor alone. From afar, he could hear Qing Yaojin's hearty laughter. "Huh, brother Jingma is right. No matter how I look at you, you don't look like a businessman at all. Instead, you look more like a group of rough soldiers like us, haha." Chapter 160. Li Jingma had traveled extensively in the business world for more than 20 years. He had long since mastered the ability to talk to people and ghosts. Therefore, as long as he was willing, he could chat with anyone. Li Jingma knew that it was impossible to chat and drink with military heroes like Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. He had to be forthright. Back then, General Cheng was invincible on the battlefield, causing the enemy to tremble in fear. At that time, I was just a small peddler, but I could often hear stories about General Cheng in the marketplace. Li Jingma gave Qing Yaojin a little flattery. Old Hey Yuchi, how is it?" "Old Cheng, have a greater reputation among the people than you." Qing Yaojin laughed proudly. Everyone in the room was speechless at this shameless old man. "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuqi, Uncle Niu, I was delayed by some matters at the Imperial College. I'm really sorry to have made you all wait for so long." Li Zishuan pushed open the door and cupped his hands apologetically. School was already a little late today, and after school, he spent half a day chatting with Kong Yingda and the others at the entrance of the Imperial College. As a result, he was a little late when he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. But he couldn't be blamed. The Imperial College didn't have an alarm or something. No one knew when school was over. It seemed that he would have to assign someone to ring the bell in the Institute of Mathematics. Qing Yaojin pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily, "You really have guts. You actually made us elders wait for you. You're really something. You'll punish yourself with 3 cups later." Niu Jinda also echoed, yes, you should punish yourself with 3 cups. Li Jingma looked at his son with some worry. After spending so much time together, he knew that his son wasn't good at drinking. But at this time, he obviously couldn't refute. Li Jingma could only suppress his worry and wait for the changes. Li Zishuan's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. He ordered the waiter to serve the dishes while personally pouring a cup of tea for Qing Yaojin and the other 3. "Uncle Cheng, you're right. I should be punished for making you wait for so long. Today, I've prepared a special pot of immortal drunken wine for you. It's stronger than the one on the market. Because this wine is rare, I won't fight with you for it later. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of immortal drunken wine as an apology." Qing Yaojin looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully, then laughed and said, "That's right. That's right. Little Xian, you can go and drink the sweet home. You can leave that special immortal drunken wine to me, old Cheng." Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong pointed at Qing Yaojin and scolded him for being shameless. Li Jingma heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was happy that his son had cleverly resolved the awkward situation. When the dishes were served, everyone sat around the table, drinking and chatting merrily. They toasted each other and toasted each other. It was very lively. "Little Xian, today seems to be your first day on duty at the Imperial College. How was it? Did that group of scholars make things difficult for you?" Qing Yaojin asked as he drank. Li Zishuan could hear the concern in Qing Yaojin's words and felt warm in his heart. Although old Cheng was a boorish person, he treated his own people well. Li Jingma also looked at Li Zishuan with an inquiring gaze. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Cheng. Chancellor Kong has taken good care of me. The teaching assistant of the School of Mathematics is an old friend of my father. Moreover, the Imperial College speaks with one's strength. My attainments in mathematics can be said to have reached a higher level. Therefore, I'm quite successful today." Li Zishuan replied smugly. Qing Yaojin laughed. You're really shameless. However, little Xian, you're also a capable person. You're proficient in literature and martial arts. Unlike my family's Chou Niu, who only knows my 3 axes. Qin Xiong interjected and asked, "Little Xian, did spiritual master Ling Su teach you the art of mathematics?" "Uncle Qin, the art of mathematics is only the foundation of my master's lifetime of knowledge. He said that only by mastering mathematics can one create sturdier cities, more powerful weapons, faster vehicles, and more efficient farming tools." The curved plow from before also contained the knowledge of mathematics. Qin Xiong asked curiously, "Your master also knows the art of refining weapons?" "Oh, I almost forgot. In ancient times, people called this skill of Taoism the art of refining weapons. I've been blindly comparing so much just now." Fortunately, Qin Xiong and the others didn't see through it. Li Zishuan felt a little awkward in his heart, but he continued without changing his expression. "My master is indeed proficient in the art of refining weapons. In the early years, my master traveled to various countries and collected the best of each country's craftsmanship. He once created a strange object that could allow people to fly. Once, My master was in a small country in Nanyang and was surrounded by tens of thousands of local aborigines. He relied on this object to float away without a single injury. Bragging wasn't against the law. Li Zishuan described his master to his heart's content. In any case, he had learned a little through various means in the past few months. Spiritual master Ling Su was indeed an otherworldly expert. The number of people in the world who had truly seen him could be counted on one hand. There probably wasn't a single person who was truly familiar with him. Thus, no matter how he bragged, he wouldn't be exposed. Hiss, the few old people in the room widened their eyes in shock. Yuchi Jingda couldn't help but mutter, there are really people in this world who can fly? Isn't this the means of immortals? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Yuchi, this is just borrowing the help of external objects. There are no immortals in this world. In fact, when the technology in the world is developed to the extreme, it isn't impossible for mortals to fly in the sky. Qing Yaojin's eyes turned and he chuckled, Little Xian, does your school of mathematics still lack students? What do you think of my family's Chonyo? As a brother, you have to give him a hand. Li Zishuan was stunned. He hesitated for a while before stammering, Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept, but I'm afraid that Brother Chonyo won't be able to learn this. Qing Yaojin glared and said, he dares? See if I don't break his legs. My Tang Empire's internal affairs have basically been stabilized. Those clowns outside will also vanish in a puff of smoke in less than 5 years. How can this Chonyo not learn some other skills? Don't worry and teach him. If he doesn't listen, just tell me and I'll take care of him. Alright, Li Zishuan could only mourn for Cheng Chumo in his heart. Madman Cheng, your Chonyo's brain is like yours. Even if you give him an immortal secret manual, he won't be able to understand it. Little Xian, why don't you let my Baolin learn from you? Although this child isn't particularly intelligent, he's willing to work hard to improve himself. Yuchi Jingda couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Qing Yaojin was furious. Old hey Yuchi, how good can your son be? You still have the face to talk about me. The two quarreled, and there seemed to be signs of a big battle. Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jingma hurriedly tried to stop the fight. In the end, Li Zishuan's mathematics class had 3 more children from the military, Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuchi Baolin. Niu Jinda's son had been recuperating at home, so he didn't make any similar requests. However, the happiest people were probably the students of the School of Mathematics. With Cheng Chumo helping them to take the bottom, wouldn't they have another layer of protection to get out of the role of shame? The banquet ended, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. However, Qing Yaojin and the others drank a little too much. Li Zishuan called for a few servants to send them back. After finally sending these old masters away, Li Zishuan and Li Jingma couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and Li Jingma smiled. Alright, little Xian, hurry back to the Imperial College. You still have to teach the students in the afternoon, right? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, no need, father. The students are self-studying in the afternoon. With teaching assistant Su there, I don't need to go. Moreover, I'll let the students rest tomorrow and the day after, so I don't need to go. Li Jingma's mouth twitched. No one knew a son better than his father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? He paused, and finally said helplessly, then let's go home. The father and son mounted their horses and headed for Yongla Lane. Chapter 161. In the afternoon. Madame Li came to the west courtyard. Iron Egg and Lan went to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan was lying on a deck chair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the west courtyard. He opened his mouth and took the grapes that Xiaoxi fed him. Cough cough, grapes from the grape trellis. Madam. The two maids saw Madame Li come over and bowed. Li Zishuan also quickly sat up. Mother. Yes. Madame Li smiled and sat down on the bench next to her. Xiaoxi cleverly poured a cup of tea and placed it on the stone table in front of Madame Li. Xian, are you doing well in the Imperial College? Mother, I'm doing well. With my skills, who can bully me? Madame Li rolled her eyes at her son and took a sip of tea. She smiled and said, "You, is too much. She must go to the Imperial College to cause trouble for you. How can a girl get married in the future if she doesn't learn how to be a seamstress?" "Mother, there's nothing wrong with learning more. Why must she learn how to be a seamstress? She can just find a tailor to make clothes," Li Zishuan said indifferently. He didn't understand why girls in ancient times had to learn how to be a seamstress. Did she marry to make clothes for her husband's family? Madame Li said angrily, "Nonsense. If a girl doesn't know how to be a seamstress, which family will want her? Yushi is not bad. I saw a few of her work before and it's better than mine." "Hee, how can it be better than mother's? Mother's skills are naturally the best in Chang'an." This was clearly a trap. If Li Zishuan followed his mother's wishes and praised his wife, there was no guarantee that his mother wouldn't feel jealous. Thus, he shamelessly flattered her. Madame Li was happy when she heard this, but she said, "You little sly, trying to make me happy. I've already discussed your marriage with Yushi with Han Lijing. Tomorrow, I'll send a matchmaker to the Han family to propose marriage." Li Zishuan was happy when he heard this. He quickly went forward and poured tea for his mother. "Thank you, mother. It just so happens that I have a day off tomorrow. Why don't we go together?" A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns. They had not seen each other for several days. Every night, when it was quiet, he really wanted to hug his wife. Mrs. Li Zishuan pointed her finger at Li Zishuan's forehead. "You child, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? How can the groom personally propose marriage? Tomorrow, your father and matchmaker Song will bring people to the Han family to propose marriage. You just stay at home. You and Yushi are not allowed to meet before you get married." "Ah." Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. "Mother, when will Yushi and I get married?" Madame Li laughed and said, "Look at how anxious you are. This is just the beginning of the marriage proposal. Later on there is still the ceremony of receiving the bride, asking for the name of the bride, accepting the bride, and then the date of the invitation, setting an auspicious date, and finally the welcoming ceremony. You have to learn the wedding procedures properly. Don't make a fool of yourself when you get married." Li Zishuan almost fainted as he listened. Did it have to be so troublesome? Couldn't they just have a flash marriage? Mother, then you should set the wedding date earlier. Otherwise, it won't be good if your daughter-in-law runs away." Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran away after saying that. Madame Li looked at Li Zishuan's back as he ran away. She shook her head and smiled dotingly. This child. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were at the side, couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Li Zishuan went out of the mansion and went to the workshop to find Lu Dingyi. Ever since Li Zishuan bought the original, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, and poached him, this old man had been idling in the Strange Interest Pavilion. After Yan Xiaoning gave his workshop to Li Zishuan also transferred Lu Dao to the workshop. This old man usually helped Faubert carve some ornaments on the skateboard in the workshop, so he was free and relaxed. "Master Lu, you used to carve all kinds of strange objects. Do you know how to carve words?" Li Zishuan motioned Lu Dao to sit down first and then asked. Lu Dao smiled and said, "Young master, carving words is much easier than carving wood. Of course, I know how to do it. What kind of words do you want to carve?" Li Zishuan took out the mathematics book and said, "I want to print about 30 copies of this book. I want to trouble you to carve a set of templates." Lu Dao hesitated and said, "Young master, if you want to carve a block plate, it will take a lot of time and effort. It's better to ask a group of poor scholars to copy it." Li Zishuan heard and suddenly understood. There was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. "Master Lu, I don't want you to carve a block plate for each page. You can use the clay to make blanks of the same size. Carve a single word in reverse at one end. The height of the word protrusion is like the thickness of the edge of a copper coin. Burn it hard with fire and make it into a single movable type of clay. Then, print it according to the content of each page. Good, young master's method is good. In this way, all the books can be printed on a large scale in our workshop and passed down to the future generations. It's really a great merit. Faubert just walked in and heard Li Zishuan's new printing method. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. Manager Fu. Lu Yidao stood up and greeted him. Faubert, you came at the right time. I plan to set up a printing department in the workshop. You can transfer some people to Master Lu. In the future, there will be a lot of books for the workshop to print. Li Zishuan said to Faubert. Faubert sat down and said, Yes, young master. Li Zishuan nodded and said to Lu Yidao, Master Lu, set up the printing department as soon as possible. Help me print this book in 2 days. I need it urgently. Lu Yidao took the book from Li Zishuan's hand and replied, Yes, young master. Young master, what are these curved words on the book? And these circles and dots, what do they mean? Why haven't I seen them before? Lu Yidao opened it and was dumbfounded. These are my new arithmetic numbers, arithmetic symbols, and some punctuation marks. Master Lu, you can print according to them. Li Zishuan explained. Oh. Lu Yidao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he still agreed. He didn't care what it meant. He just needed to print according to it. Faubert, how's my carriage? Li Zishuan asked Faubert after Lu Yidao went out. Faubert wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Young master, it's not done yet. This carriage is far more difficult than I thought. I think it will take a few more days. Li Zishuan nodded and took out a drawing. He said with a smile, Faubert, help me make something else. Faubert was a little dizzy when he saw Li Zishuan take out the drawing. He didn't know what his young master was going to do. He took a look and couldn't help but be puzzled. Young master, what are you going to do with this thing? Faubert, this is a custom-made shoe for horses. When the horse wears it, its hooves will never be injured again. The life of the horse will also be greatly increased. Li Zishuan went to see the injury of the white horse at home yesterday. Looking at its hooves that were wrapped in a circle, Li Zishuan suddenly realized that there were no horseshoes in the Tang dynasty. Looking at the white horse's pitiful eyes, Li Zishuan asked someone to measure the size of the horse's hooves. He planned to make a pair of shoes for it. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Faubert suddenly felt a little doubtful. His young master was already so prodigal that it made people's hair stand on end. It wasn't enough for him to make something for himself, but he also wanted to make shoes for the horse. No matter how he heard it, it felt like a fantasy story. Young master, will this really work? Li Zishuan smiled and said confidently, Faubert, just do it. It will definitely work. Faubert felt helpless and could only agree. Chapter 162. As night fell, the pedestrians on the road went home one after another. After a few minutes, the sky was completely dark. Thousands of lights lit up one after another. In the northeast of Chang'an City, many squares were close to the imperial palace, so most of them were the residences of high-ranking officials and nobles. In the northwest of Chang'an City, because it was close to the West Market, a large number of rich merchants, Persians, and other non-civilized people gathered here. Therefore, the market structure of Chang'an City had always been rich in the west, rich in the east, and noble in the east. Giyi Square, southwest of Chang'an City. This place was far away from the bustling area, and most of it was a gathering place for poor people. In a dilapidated courtyard, a few lights were lit up. In the room, a little boy about 10 years old was holding a little girl's hand and teaching her how to write. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and her face was a little yellow, obviously malnourished. She seemed to think that writing was fun, and an innocent smile appeared on her face from time to time. Yaya, it's time to eat. A woman in coarse gray clothes came in with a bowl and said with a smile. Oh, it's time to eat. The little girl cheered and broke free from the boy's arms. She ran to the table and looked at the food in the bowl, drooling. The boy shook his head in amusement and asked the woman, "Mother, won't father come back for dinner tonight?" The woman in gray was startled and said, "Your father is helping people unload goods on the murky river. I'm afraid he won't come back tonight." "How, don't worry about that. Eat first." The little boy agreed in a low voice and quietly went back to the table to sit down. "Come, eat an egg. Today, when I was working at Minister Hu's house, his wife gave it to me. Eat it to nourish your brain. Maybe you can be the top scorer in the exam next year." The woman carefully peeled an egg and put it in the little boy's bowl, and said lovingly. The little boy looked at the egg in the bowl and then looked at Yaya, who was drooling. He put the egg in Yaya's bowl with chopsticks and said, "Mother, I have eggs for lunch at the Imperial College. Give this egg to little sister." He thought to himself, "I must get first place in this monthly test. That way, I can bring my parents and little sister to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to have a big meal. I heard that the wine in the Drunken Immortal restaurant is called the best wine in the world. My father used to love wine a long time ago, but in order to support my studies, he didn't drink anymore. I must bring my father to taste it. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. I'm sure you'll like the chicken, meatballs, and braised pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The Dongpa pork and twice-cooked pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely like to eat them." The gray-clothed woman originally wanted to stop him, but after hearing her son's words, she could only give up. She sighed and said, I heard from you yesterday that a new teacher will be coming to your academy today. What do you think? Did Mr. Xian teach well?" This little boy was Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. Today in class, Li Zixuan had called his name to do some questions on the blackboard. Meng Wenhao smiled and said, "Mother, you must know our new teacher. He's the man from Lantian County who presented the Ziyuan plow to the imperial court a while ago. His mathematical ability is unique. He's the most knowledgeable person I've ever met." The gray-clothed woman was obviously taken aback. She said in astonishment, "So it's Li Xiannan. This person is the great benefactor of our poor family. How, you have to learn well from Li Xiannan and live up to his teachings." Meng Wenhao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what would Mr. Xian think if he knew that someone called him Mr. Xian? The next day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. "Mother, I'm going to the Imperial College." Meng Wenhao finished his breakfast and shouted to his mother who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. The woman walked out and asked, didn't you say yesterday that you had a day off today? Why do you still want to go?" Meng Wenhao turned around and said, "Mother, Mr. Xian left a question yesterday. I'm going to the Imperial College to solve it today." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. The woman was puzzled. She wanted to ask, but her son had already gone far. At the Imperial College. Under the ginkgo tree next to the gate stood a young man in blue. The young man did not move. He raised his head and stared at the top of the ginkgo tree without blinking. Among the students of the Imperial College, the young man was like a lone wolf with his head held high. He stood alone between heaven and earth, looking very different. The passing crowd quickly noticed him. "Hey, look, there's a fool over there. He's standing there motionless." It's true. Why is there a fool in our Imperial College? He's not a fool. I know this person. He's Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. His results have always been among the best in the school. Isn't the School of Mathematics closed today? Why is he here? Who knows? Instead of sleeping at home early in the morning, he's here in a daze. He must be crazy. It's said that the School of Mathematics has 8 days off every month. They're so lucky. Yeah, why can they have 8 days off every month? I'm going to protest to the teacher of our school. We have to take 8 days off every month too. Yes, we're going to protest. Why aren't you leaving? You're going to be late. If you're late, the teacher might slap you. Let's go. The surrounding students immediately dispersed, and the gate of the Imperial College returned to its original quiet state. Meng Wenhao remained motionless. He was not affected by the noise outside at all. If he could answer the question well, he could get 2 extra points in the monthly exam. If he could get these 2 points, he would have a much better chance of getting first place in the monthly exam. Many ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected them all. No, this won't work either. This is definitely not the best plan. There must be a better one. Meng Wenhao was in a trance. He did not feel the passage of time at all. Kang Yingda passed by him and looked at him. He shook his head and sighed. Stubborn child, I hope you can get over it soon. After saying that, he didn't bother Meng Wenhao and walked away. Time passed. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Wow, why is Meng Wenhao still standing here? Yeah, he didn't even move his feet. Don't make a mistake while standing. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Let's go. Let's not care about him. Let's eat. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. The surroundings fell into silence again. Meng Wenhao's lips were dry and cracked. His body was a little shaky, but he had no intention of moving. He was still in deep thought. Since the morning, he had thought of hundreds of methods in his mind, such as building a ladder, measuring the trunk section by section, tying a rope to the top of the tree, measuring the length of the rope, etc. However, he rejected them all. His intuition told him that these were not the best methods. There must be a simpler way. There must be. I can think of something. Meng Wenhao thought firmly. Chapter 163. Yongla Lane. At the Li residence, the marriage proposal team was assembled early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. She had heavy makeup on and her laughter was mesmerizing. Li Zishuan's eyes were red and he hurriedly returned to the west courtyard. Xiaoxi, you're going too? Li Zishuan asked curiously when he bumped into Xiaoxi, who was in a hurry. Yes, young master. Madam asked Xiaoxi to deliver something to young mistress. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Li Zishuan laughed and joked, little girl, you're calling her young mistress so soon? Xiaoxi, wait a moment. Help me deliver something to Yushi too. Yes, young master. Li Zishuan smiled and returned to his room. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write, I'm willing to win the heart of my beloved. When your hair is white and you're past your prime, I'll still hold your hands and give you the gentleness of the world. Be good, Yushi. Stay at home and wait for me to marry you. After he finished writing, he suddenly had an idea. He folded the letter into a paper crane and pressed it flat into an envelope. He sealed it and walked out. Young master, you're going to deliver a letter to young mistress? Xiaohe was carrying a bag and came to the entrance of the courtyard. She was probably going to follow the marriage proposal team to the Han residence. Li Zishuan passed the letter to Xiaoxi and said to Xiaohe, little girl, don't peek on the way. Xiaoxi was the timid type while Xiaohe was more lively. It was just that her chest was a little small. Ahem, what was he thinking? Xiaohe pouted and said, Xiaohe won't peek. Young master must have written some mushy words of love to young mistress. Xiaohe will die of jealousy if I read it. You little brat. Li Zishuan's face turned black and he pretended to knock her head. Xiaohe screamed and ran away with Xiaoxi. Tai Chi Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. This was where Li Er would read and deal with government affairs after the morning court. At this moment, Li Zishuan was sitting at the top with a book in his hand. He frowned as he read, Zhao Song, is this Li Zishuan's new mathematics? Why have I never seen these strange words before? Zhao Song stepped forward cautiously and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a new type of mathematics that Li Xiannan invented. It is said that this book was compiled by him personally. As for the strange words in the book, I don't understand them either. However, I'm sure that Your Highness, Prince of Wei, will be able to understand them. After Prince of Wei finished listening to the lecture yesterday, he even solved a very difficult question that Li Xiannan set. Li Er smiled happily. Great. My Qinke is indeed talented and learns everything quickly. Haha. Zhao Song smiled and said, it's all thanks to His Majesty's teachings. Li Er laughed heartily, accepting the flattery. Your Majesty, the male student from Li County left a question after class yesterday. He said that he wanted the students to figure out a way to measure the height of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College. He also said that the student with the best method would get 2 extra points in this month's exam. Zhao Song saw that Li Er was very interested in the matter between Li Zishuan and Li Tai, so he continued. Li Er was stunned and asked, monthly exam? What monthly exam? Zhao Song explained, Your Majesty, this is the examination system that Li Xiannan set for the School of Mathematics. It is said that the School of Mathematics has a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a major exam every half a year. The top student in the monthly exam will be treated to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Li Xiannan's personal funds. He can even bring his family along. The top 5 students in the monthly exam will have a roll of honor, while the bottom 5 will have a roll of shame. They will also be responsible for cleaning the teaching hall. The top student in the half-year exam will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Li Er was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, this kid is really rich and overbearing. He is even more generous than I am and has a lot of ideas. The students in the Imperial College are going to have a headache. I hope that Li Zishuan can take the lead in guiding the culture of the Imperial College. In recent years, the Imperial College has become a gathering place for rich playboys. Zhao Song said respectfully, Your Majesty is far-sighted and wise. Li Er waved his hand and pondered for a moment, then said, but this kid really knows how to make things difficult for others. The ginkgo tree at the entrance of the Imperial College is probably more than 100 feet tall, right? How are the students going to measure it? Zhao Song, can you fly that high with your lightness ability? Zhao Song broke out in sweat and quickly said, Your Majesty, this great grandmaster can't fly that high, right? That kind of height is not something that a human can achieve. Li Er rubbed his nose and knew that he was overthinking. Your Majesty, are you still reviewing the memorials? I have prepared iced sour plum soup for you to relieve the heat. At this moment, Zhang Sun walked over elegantly with a bowl of sour plum soup. Seeing this, Zhao Song quickly retreated to the side and became one with the pillars in the hall like an old monk in meditation. Guanyin, you have troubled yourself. In the future, let the servants do these things. You are not in good health and should not be overworked. Come and sit. Li Er moved his seat and gestured for Zhang Sun to sit over. After Zhang Sun sat down, she smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My body is not that weak. Your Majesty, please drink some sour plum soup to relieve the heat. Li Er nodded and took the sour plum soup. He drank a few mouthfuls and exclaimed in satisfaction. Your Majesty, are you not done reviewing the memorials? Zhang Sun looked at the stacked memorials on the table and could not help but feel sorry for him. Soon. Guanyin, please wait a moment. I will finish reviewing them soon and then accompany you to admire the flowers. Li Er finished the sour plum soup in a few mouthfuls and went back to work. Moments later, Li Er looked at a memorial and muttered, It's this kid again. But this time, he still has some conscience. Zhang Sun came over curiously and asked, Your Majesty, who are you talking about? Li Er came back to his senses and said with a smile, It's all because of that kid Li Zishuan. Kong Yingda wrote a memorial saying that Li Zishuan had created a type of blackboard and chalk that was extremely beneficial for teaching. Thus, he requested that I allocate a sum of money to the directorate to purchase a batch of blackboards and chalk. Zhang Sun was stunned. This kid even earns money from you, Your Majesty. Li Er shook his head and said, This time, this kid still has some conscience. Kong Yingda told him that the imperial court's finances are not good this year. Who knew that this kid would take the initiative to give in and only take the cost? How rare. Zhang Sun smiled and said, If that's the case, this kid is quite righteous. Your Majesty, why do you still seem a little unhappy? Li Er looked up and sighed. He said in a deep voice, in the end, it's because the imperial court has no money. They actually let a kid take the initiative to give in. Zhang Sun saw Li Er's gloomy face and knew that he was thinking about the Turkic Khaganate south last year. The Tang Empire emptied Chang'an's treasury to sign the Wei River Treaty. She comforted him gently and said, "These 2 years have been hard for your majesty. It's a pity that I, as a woman, can't come out to share your majesty's burden." Li Er put his arm around Zhang Sun's waist and said with a smile, "Maid Guanyin has helped me a lot. Of course, these world affairs should be shouldered by me. The Turkic Khaganate is just a clown. When the Tang Empire reinvigorates, we will definitely hunt the grassland." Zhang Sun leaned her head on Li Er's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan said that his master predicted that there would be a locust plague next year. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it?" Li Er's lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations immediately vanished. He said with a solemn expression, "Shu Bao personally vouched for this kid, and this kid said it with certainty. I have to believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm discussing this with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. I think there will be a solution in a few days." Zhang Sun wondered, "Your Majesty, why don't you directly adopt the kid's strategy of raising chickens?" Li Er stroked Zhang Sun's long hair and sighed, "That kid's method may only be able to take care of his family's farmers. What I want to take care of is the people in the world. The imperial court doesn't have the money to raise so many chickens. For this matter, there must be a detailed plan for the specific areas." Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 164. Afternoon. I, who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are so many happy people in the world, why can't you count me in? Love must be courageous with every setback. Love must be firm and persistent. Every single person has to see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Find someone you love the most, someone you love deeply, someone you want to love, to say goodbye to being single. Someone who is passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless. To scar me, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the next 2 months. Most importantly, his 2 personal maidservants had left today. He didn't even have a girl to flirt with. Li Zishuan was lying alone on a deck chair in the pavilion of the West Courtyard, singing the single love song, in solitude to comfort himself, a pitiful single dog. As he sang, Li Zishuan felt like he was letting go of himself. His singing became louder and louder. The servants watched from afar as their young master went crazy. They were hesitating whether or not they should tell the madam. F***ck, stop, stop, stop. Stop singing. Suddenly, he heard an angry roar. Li Zishuan subconsciously stopped singing. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was Li Tai. The little fatty covered his ears and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Zishuan was speechless. His singing wasn't bad, okay? Why did this fatty look so disgusted? Moreover, this is my house. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me when you came in, but you still have the cheek to look down on me? What? Could it be that Qin K's ears have become pregnant after hearing your master's singing? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. After dealing with Li Tai so many times, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't be polite with this little fatty. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him. Li Tai spat and said, "You're the one who got pregnant after hearing it. It's so unpleasant to hear. It's simply obscene. The person who wrote it is really vulgar. It's a disgrace to the refined." Li Zishuan was so angry that he casually threw a grape from the stone table and scolded, "This brat actually called such a classic song of the later generations obscene and cliched. You brat, you're the one who's insulting the educated. Is this how you talk to your teacher?" Fatty's mind went blank. He dodged the sneak attack and retorted, "This isn't the Imperial College. Don't put on airs. You say that I don't respect my teachers, but what proof do you have?" This damn fatty actually acted shamelessly. Li Zishuan didn't know what to do with him. Who asked him to have such a good father? Li Zishuan thought viciously. I'll remember this and see how I'll deal with you the day after tomorrow. Then may I know the reason for your highness' visit today? Li Zishuan said indifferently with an unapproachable look. Ugh. Li Tai finally remembered the purpose of his visit. It seemed that he had a favor to ask. He was so focused on bickering with Li Zishuan that he forgot about the proper business. This was bad. Their relationship was strained. How was he going to continue the discussion? Ah, the song you sang just now was really beautiful. Tai is deeply impressed. Li Tai had never flattered anyone before. When he really needed to, he was incomparably stiff. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai with a strange expression, wondering if this little fatty's brain had short-circuited. It's a so-so. I say, Qingke, why are you here today? Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to listen to what this little fatty wanted. Li Tai's mouth twitched. He secretly cursed Li Zishuan for being shameless, but he smiled brightly and said, Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to help record the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality? I have nothing to do today, so I came here to do it for you. It turned out that this little fatty had a favor to ask of him. Li Zishuan put on airs and said pretentiously, Oh, I'm not in a good mood today because someone said that my singing was terrible. I'll tell it another day. Li Tai's face suddenly became very ugly, but when he thought of the wonderful journey to the west last time, he gritted his teeth and said, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan smiled. He knew that he couldn't go too far at this time. Everything had to be done in moderation. Otherwise, if he went too far, even friends would become enemies. Well, I'm in a much better mood now, so I can tell you the story. Qingke, have you finished your homework? Li Tai heard this and said proudly, Of course. It's just a question. How can I, Li Tai, be stumped? Li Zishuan asked curiously, Oh? So you've already thought of a solution? Tell me quickly. It's a secret. This student will give the answer to you the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, there's no guarantee that it won't be leaked. Li Tai said with a guarded face. F*CK, this damn fatty is probably worried that I'll leak his answer to Iron Egg, isn't he? How shameless. I already have a standard answer, who cares? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone to call Iron Egg over and we'll tell him together. After a while, Iron Egg, Lon, and Li Tai sat in a circle in the pavilion. Li Tai had xian paper in front of him, and a little maid was grinding ink for him. Li Zishuan felt that the way Iron Egg looked at him today was a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It could only be considered as a man's intuition. After everyone had arrived, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and began to recall the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had read in his previous life. This book could be called a divine book in his previous life. It was the founder of the immortal flow, and it was also the best and longest work of the immortal flow. Unlike Journey to the West, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was a web novel. It focused on fast food culture, and the language was plain. The main advantage was that the plot was attractive. Li Zishuan wasn't sure if this type of web novel would be popular in ancient times. Today was a good time to test it out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had recalled most of the plot in the first volume of Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On one hand, he really liked this novel in his previous life. On the other hand, his current mental strength was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The benefits of having a strong mental strength were not only reflected in mental calculation, but also in memory. Green Sparrow, are you ready? Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai squeezed the brush in his hand and said excitedly, I'm ready, I'm ready. Li Zishuan nodded and began to narrate, the first time we returned to the village at the edge of the mountain. Dumbo's eyes widened as it stared straight at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering its body was now a dark yellow, and its original appearance was unrecognizable, with a faint moldy smell wafting from it. The person next to him was his second brother, Han Zhu. He was sleeping soundly, and there were intermittent sounds of snoring coming from his body. Li Tai frowned as he listened and jotted down notes. This beginning is too plain. It's not as exciting as Journey to the West at all. Although that was what he thought, Li Tai didn't interrupt him. The excellent education from the royal family urged him to continue listening patiently. Chapter 165. Under the Pavilion. From time to time, Li Tai would frown slightly. Naturally, Li Zishuan would notice this. He could understand this. The beginning of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality was indeed not outstanding. This could be seen from its early results. But there's a saying that goes, if you can endure loneliness, you can hold on to prosperity. Although the system of Mortal was based on Xiao Qian's masterpiece, Misty Journey, in the novels before Mortal, the cultivation system was only the background of the story. The main characters all leveled up very quickly, and the story still relied on other contradictions to progress. Just like World of Warcraft, leveling up was only a small part of the story. However, in Mortal, leveling up was the main content. Every small improvement was incomparably difficult, but it could also make the reader deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire story revolved around how to take every step to level up. Through accumulation step by step, the legend of Mortal was finally created. As the story went deeper and deeper, Li Tai also discovered the strengths of Mortal. Unlike Journey to the West, which was unconstrained and passionate, the main plot of Mortal only revolved around Han Li's cultivation and leveling up. Every step was filled with setbacks. As Li Tai listened, he could not help but put himself in the shoes of the character. The Seven Mysteries sect, the eternal spring arts that seemed ordinary on the surface, but contained profound mysteries, and the small mysterious bottle that Li Zishuan had accidentally picked up. All of these tempted Li Tai to continue listening. Li Tai's fat right hand held the brush as it danced on the paper. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His heart was completely immersed in another world as he listened to Li Zishuan. Even Li Tai was like this, not to mention Iron Egg. The main character of Mortal had the same name as him. Moreover, their family circumstances were very similar. Thus, after listening to the story twice, Iron Egg was already completely immersed. It was as if he was Han Li in the novel, following the ups and downs of the plot, with twists and turns. Lan on the other hand, had no interest in this story. After listening to it for a while, she felt that Han Li wasn't as interesting as Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to Li Zishuan, she returned to the backyard. Li Zishuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had only asked Iron Egg to come over. He did not expect Lan to come over as well. Many of the later parts of the novel were not suitable for her to read. It was good that the little girl had left. Han Li dripped a drop of green liquid on a green three-crow grass, turning it into a yellow three-crow grass with a 100-year medicinal effect. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and it actually became another 100 years old. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Han Li repeated the same method for the next 2 months. Every time a new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would drip it on the three-crow grass. And the three-crow grass lived up to his expectations. Its leaves gradually turned from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves were completely black and shiny, it became a rare 1,000-year-old three-crow grass in the world. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked in his heart. So this mysterious bottle can infinitely accelerate the maturity of spiritual herbs. This is really amazing. Han Li will definitely be able to completely turn the tables this time. Iron Egg's breathing quickened as he listened. He was as excited as he was when he obtained the mysterious bottle. Okay, that's all for today. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and did not want to continue. He had been talking for almost an entire afternoon, and his throat was smoking. Ah. You're done so soon. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He had just gotten into the role, and now it was over. What was this? Iron Egg's face was also full of regret, but he did not raise any objections. Li Zishuan said angrily, "It's already so late. What are you still talking about?" Qingke, go back quickly. Be careful, the market will be closed soon. Li Tai waved his hand indifferently and said, it doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stay at Mr. Li's house tonight. Sir, please tell me 2 more times, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. A large part of the reason why he chose to go to Li Zishuan's class in the School of Mathematics was that it was convenient for him to listen to Li Zishuan's story. After reading Journey to the West, he had been out of books for a long time. Today, he had finally fulfilled his wish. He had just satisfied his craving, but now it was abruptly stopped. How could he stand it? At this time, not to mention that the market was closed, even if it was raining blades, he would not be willing to leave. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He roared in his heart, what the f***ck, if worst comes to worst, you'll just stay at my house tonight? This damn fatty is really thick-skinned. No, I'm tired today. I definitely won't teach anymore. Li Zishuan refused in a muffled voice. Li Tai saw that he was determined and knew that there was no room for negotiation. He thought for a while and said, okay, I'll come back tomorrow. I won't teach tomorrow either. I have something to do tomorrow. Li Zishuan said quickly. Tomorrow, he would go to the workshop to see how the preparation of the printing department was going. The students were still waiting for the textbooks the day after tomorrow. Li Tai suddenly became angry. He wanted to curse on the spot, but when he thought of the consequences, he shrank his neck and said sullenly, what can you do? Are you lying to me again? Believe it or not. Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain. He got up and was about to take the manuscript of Ordinary Man that Li Tai had transcribed. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Hey, this is what I wrote. Why are you taking it away? I plan to sell this story in the future. You can only listen to it. You're not allowed to take it away, so as not to leak the secret. Li Zishuan said with a smile. F***ck. Li Tai was sure that Li Zishuan was doing this on purpose. He was taking revenge on him for not handing in his homework in advance. In his opinion, although the novel was interesting, how much could it be sold for? Li Tai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. TSK, this little fatty's handwriting is not bad. Li Tai was speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to turn around and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Here, Li Tai was addicted to Ordinary Man. Over at the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself. The sun was already setting in the west, but Meng Wenhao was still standing under the ginkgo tree stubbornly, looking up at the treetops. Because he had been in this position for a long time and hadn't stopped drinking, his thin and weak body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The drums of the Imperial College sounded, and the students rushed out of the classroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College, they found that Meng Wenhao was still standing there. Thus, many people surrounded him, pointing and whispering to each other. Oh my God, why is he still here? He's been standing there for so long. Will something happen to him? I think he must have been stimulated by something and turned into a fool. I don't think so. Meng Wenhao's grades have always been good. What stimulated him? I don't care. I'm going home. This person is either crazy or a fool. Yes. Let's go home. After a while, the crowd dispersed. Facing the setting sun, their shadows were very long, and many of them reflected on Meng Wenhao's body. Meng Wenhao inadvertently looked down and saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then he shouted excitedly, I finally figured it out. As he spoke, he wanted to run home. Unexpectedly, he stood for too long and lost control of his legs. He fell to the ground, but he continued to shout excitedly. The students who were walking in front of him turned around and saw this crazy scene. They couldn't help but look at each other and think, it seems that this student is really crazy. Chapter 166. Not long after Li Tai left, Li Jingma came back with a group of people to escort the bride. Old man Li's face was flushed and full of joy. He was pulled by his wife and asked a lot of questions, but he did not seem to be impatient. Xiaoxi came over secretly and went to Li Zishuan's side. She said softly, "Young master, young madam cried when she saw your letter. She also asked me to bring you a letter." Li Zishuan said happily, "Quickly give it to me." Xiaoxi carefully took out a letter from her waist pouch and passed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and walked to the side. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful words, "I want to know you and live a long life. The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the river runs dry, the winter thunder rumbles, the summer snow dares to be separated from you." This was a Han folk love song called Xianxia. Li Zishuan used mushy words to express his love to Han Yushi. Han Yushi used poetry to express her unswerving love. This girl was shy when she needed to be, but once she expressed her feelings, she was passionate and unrestrained when she loved him. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. He had picked up a treasure. This kind of girl was even cuter, right? When Xiao He and Xiaoxi saw Li Zishuan's lewd smile, they couldn't help but back off in fear. The next day. "Teacher, what are you doing here today?" Li Tai left unwillingly yesterday, but he did not believe Li Zishuan's words. He thought that Li Zishuan was deliberately finding an excuse to fool him. Therefore, he came to the workshop today. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I'm here to get the teaching materials. The day before yesterday, I told the students that I would print teaching materials for everyone. I can't go back on my words, right? Teaching materials, damn teaching materials." Hearing these two words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his foolish act of buying teaching materials at a high price. Thus, he silently followed behind and didn't want to speak anymore. Li Zishuan looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Iron Egg had told him the day before yesterday. Li Zishuan neither agreed nor objected to this kind of thing. Anyway, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. His disciple didn't suffer any losses, and Li Tai didn't lack the money. When he arrived at the workshop, he was greeted by the sight of countless busy craftsmen. Compared to the beginning, the number of craftsmen working in the workshop had increased by more than 3 times. The main reason was that the supply of scooters and skateboards could not meet the demand. These two items were already hard to find in Chang'an. Last month, he had negotiated a cooperation with Wang Rinbiao, and he had to give him 50% of the supply every month. The Chitsu Pavilion workshop, which was already short of supply, was even more strained. Seeing that Li Zishuan had arrived, the craftsmen didn't stop working. They only raised their heads and greeted him with a smile when Li Zishuan walked to their side. This was what Li Zishuan had told them before. He didn't like formalism. For him, efficiency was the way to go. The craftsmen were now full of a sense of belonging to the workshop. Not only was the treatment good, but there were also no officials who would scold them for no reason. They could obtain the most basic respect here. Therefore, when they worked, it was a race against time. When Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had arrived and that the craftsmen were still at their original positions, each carrying out their duties, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the imperial family's workshop before, but every time he went, all of the officials and craftsmen would swarm out, fighting to prostrate themselves before him. Li Tai didn't find this annoying. Now that he saw the orderly scene of the strange interest pavilion workshop, Li Tai couldn't help but think, this is what a workshop should be like. Led by a shop assistant, Li Zishuan came to a spacious independent courtyard. Inside, dozens of craftsmen were neatly arranging the dried clay molds in a certain order in a frame made in advance. When a frame was filled, it would become a page. Then, the ink was brushed, the paper was covered, and the press was done in one go. A page of the book was printed just like that. Li Tai, who was next to him, widened his eyes in shock and said with a confused face, What kind of printing method is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Qingke, there are many things you haven't seen. Learn from me. Haha. After that, he left the confused Li Tai and went straight to find Lui Dao. Master Lu, what do you think of the movable type printing technique? Li Zishuan asked with a smile when he saw Lu Yidao fiddling with a few newly dried clay movable characters. Oh, young master, you are here. This movable type printing technique is really magical. It just avoids the shortage of engraving plates. As long as enough individual movable characters are prepared in advance, they can be combined at any time. It greatly speeds up the plate making time. After the movable type plates are printed, they can be dismantled and reused. Moreover, the movable type takes up less space than the engraving plates, so it is easier to store and keep. If we only print more than 30 teaching materials, it is certainly not as cost-effective as hiring someone to copy them. However, these movable characters can be kept as a backup. If we want to print any books in the future, the cost is too low. Lu Yidao saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and said excitedly. When Li Zishuan was about to answer, he heard Li Tai, who had just entered the door, shout, this method is really wonderful. Li Zishuan, you are really a genius. Li Tai was so excited that he didn't even call him Mr. Li. He directly called Li Zishuan by his name. Seeing that Li Tai was praising him, Li Zishuan decided not to argue with him about this. Young master, who is this? Lu Yidao was old and shrewd, but he also had good eyesight. He saw Li Tai's noble aura and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he asked aloud. Li Zishuan didn't want to scare him, so he waved his hand and said, he is just my student. Li Tai shrugged and didn't mean to reveal his identity. Lu Yidao said, oh, and thought that since the young master was teaching in the Imperial College and this person could follow the young master around and was the young master's student, he should be the son of an official. So he saluted Li Tai with his hands folded in front of his chest as a greeting. Master Lu, when will my teaching materials be printed? Li Zishuan came here today for the purpose of getting teaching materials, so he asked directly. Young master, they will all be printed and bound in the afternoon. I will send them to your mansion then. Lu Yidao replied with his hands folded in front of his chest. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while and then asked, Master Lu, I asked you to set up a printing department last time. How is it going? Young master, the basic prototype of the printing department has been set up. At present, there is one supervisor, 20 craftsmen in charge of carving, more than 40 craftsmen in charge of typesetting and printing, and a scholar in charge of text proofreading. Li Zishuan said curiously, oh? There are scholars who are willing to come here? In Li Zishuan's impression, there was a clear division between the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants in ancient times. Scholars were all arrogant. How could they be engaged in the so-called lowly industry? Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, young master, not all scholars can pass the exam. After all, the majority of people fail the exam. They also need to earn money to make a living. Chapter 167. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Master Lu, where is the scholar now? Take me to see him. Li Zishuan was suddenly very interested in this down-and-out scholar. How miserable was this person? He actually came to work in the workshop. Li Tai curled his lips and secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really inexperienced. Li Tai had seen this kind of thing many times. Thinking about it, Li Tai could not help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. Cough, cough. Young master, this person is probably reading in the back hall. He is a scholar after all. How can I let him mingle with us bumpkins? Thus, I arranged a separate place for him to work. Lu Yidao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a little guilty conscience. After all, he had made a decision on this matter. If Li Zishuan blamed him, he had nothing to say. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Master Lu, take me to see him. Li Zishuan did not blame Lu Yidao for making a decision on his own. In fact, if this person was really capable, it was okay to give him some preferential treatment. After all, if there was no scholar in the printing department, it was obviously impossible. But if this person was just a good-for-nothing who used the name of a scholar to cheat for food and drink, Li Zishuan would let him go back to where he came from. Young master, here it is. Following Lu Yidao to the back hall in the southernmost part of the workshop, Li Zixuan looked around. The environment was quiet, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. It was really a good place to read. Okay. Li Zixuan nodded. Lu Yidao quickly stepped forward and led Li Zixuan and Li Tai into the door. Oh, Steward Lu, you are here. In the room, a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face greeted Lu Yidao enthusiastically after seeing him come in. Li Zixuan frowned. No matter how he looked at this person, he looked like a beggar. He didn't look like a scholar at all. Could it be that he really came to the workshop to cheat food and drinks? Mr. Ma, this is our boss. Lu Yidao hurriedly stepped aside and told the middle-aged man who was the master. The sloppy middle-aged scholar was obviously stunned. After a moment, he cupped his hands and said to Li Zixuan in a serious manner, I am Ma Zhou from Feiping County in Buzhou. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li. Li Zixuan, who had originally wanted to test this person's talent, suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he heard the person's self-introduction. In his heart, he roared 3 times, F***CK. This person was actually the future Prime Minister of the Great Tang, and this formidable individual was actually working for him? Li Zixuan felt a little dizzy. The world was changing too fast. A man from Li County? A man from Li County? Ma Zhou saw that Li Zixuan was standing there in shock and didn't speak for a long time. He was a little worried and called him twice. He was worried in his heart. Could it be that the fact that he was a teaching assistant in Buzhou, drank all day and was scolded by the provincial governor for not doing any work had already reached the ears of this man from Li County? Ma Zhou lost his parents when he was young and had no one to rely on. Fortunately, he was diligent and didn't give up on himself. However, the years of poverty made him somewhat angry. His behavior was undisciplined and he drank wantonly. He was often drunk. During the reign of Wuda, the provincial governor of Buzhou, Daoist, heard that Ma Zhou was proficient in classics and history. He was knowledgeable and talented, so he hired him to be a teaching assistant in Buzhou. However, this fellow's work ethic was obviously problematic. He drank all day and didn't take teaching as his job. He was paid but didn't do any work. He only knew how to drink and looked drunk all day. Daoist reprimanded him a few times, but Ma Zhou didn't change. He still did things his own way. Finally, one day, Ma Zhou drank and messed things up again. Daoist couldn't take it anymore and heavily reprimanded him. This time, the reprimand was very heavy. Ma Zhou lost face on the spot. Thus, in a fit of anger, he took off his official robe and handed it to his student. He asked him to return the provincial governor's robe. Then, he laughed to the sky and left Buzhou. When this fellow left Buzhou, he was very confident. However, when he left Buzhou, he was dumbfounded. He didn't have any money for travel. Fortunately, he met a few important people on the way. After a few turns, he arrived at the capital, Chang'an. However, his money for travel had already been used up. However, he had to find a job. After finding a few jobs at the academy, he had nothing to do. The money they gave him was too little. It wasn't even enough for him to drink. Thus, this fellow quit his job and continued to look for jobs. As a matter of fact, he happened to come across the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. The pay was very generous. Thus, he didn't care about being reserved as a scholar and eagerly ran over. Oh, Mr. Ma, right? How did Mr. Ma recognize me? Li Zixuan reacted and casually asked. Ma Zhou smiled and said, the scooters of Strange Taste Pavilion are not only popular in Chang'an. They are also gradually becoming popular in other provinces and counties. The divine plow of curved yuan also originated from Strange Taste Pavilion. It was greatly promoted by the current emperor. Countless people in the world have benefited from it. Nowadays, who doesn't know the name of Strange Taste Pavilion? Who doesn't know the owner of Strange Taste Pavilion? Just now, when Steward Lu called you owner, I guessed that you were the man from Lantian County. Li Zixuan had only asked casually. He didn't expect Ma Zhou to beat around the bush with so many twists and turns. He thought to himself that when this person was smart, he really wasn't vague at all. Mr. Ma is smart. I wonder if Mr. Ma is satisfied with this job. Satisfied, satisfied. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly. However, he heard Li Zishuan's tone. It seemed that he had the intention of raising his pay. Then, he rolled his eyes and added, "It's just that there's no wine to drink in this workshop. It's really a fly in the ointment." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. In his previous life, he had heard that Ma Zhou was addicted to alcohol. Now, it seemed that it was true. As long as Mr. Ma has real talent and can help me with something, I'm willing to give you some good wine. Li Zishuan purposely kept him in suspense. Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that there was hope. He quickly asked, "Is owner's words true?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I wonder if Mr. Ma has heard of Drunken Immortal. If Mr. Ma is willing to do his best to help me, I'll give you an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month in addition to your salary. How about it?" A pot of Drunken Immortal? Ma Zhou couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Not only had he heard of Drunken Immortal, he had also smelled it. Of course, he couldn't afford to drink it. When he first came to Chang'an, the first thing he did was to find out where the best restaurant in Chang'an was. In the end, when he arrived at Drunken Immortal, he was dumbfounded when he saw the price of the wine and dishes. With the few hundred copper coins in his wallet, he couldn't even afford a plate of chicken, let alone a liter of Drunken Immortal. Therefore, he could only pretend as if nothing had happened and tell the waiter that he had gone to the wrong place. Then, he silently left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly smelled the strong fragrance of wine on the tables of other diners. As a result, this guy couldn't take another step. He stood at the door of Drunken Immortal for the whole day, smelling the Drunken Immortal. At this time, he heard Li Zishuan say that he could provide him with an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month. His heart trembled a few times. This was worth 50 strings of coins, which was dozens of times more than his basic salary. However, he had never met Li Zishuan before. Why would he give him such a generous offer? After being excited for a while, Ma Zhou immediately calmed down and became vigilant against Li Zishuan. What does owner want me to do? I'll make it clear in advance. Although I'm poor, I will never commit crimes, break the law, or go against reason. No matter how much money you give me, I will never do it. Sweat, the offer was too generous. The other party thought that he had bad intentions. Li Zishuan was sweating in his heart. It was hard to be a good person these days. Mr. Ma, don't worry. What I want you to do is definitely not against the law or against reason. It's just that. Chapter 168. What do you mean? When Ma Zhou heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, his eyes lit up. However, when he heard that Li Zishuan did not continue, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. He was annoyed that Li Zishuan was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Li Zishuan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "What do you think of the movable type printing technology in this workshop?" When Ma Zhou heard about printing technology, he immediately became excited and said excitedly, "Of course it's good. That's great. With the movable type printing technology, the cost of books will be greatly reduced. In the future, all the poor scholars in the world will be able to afford to read books. Lord Zhu, you are doing a great deed." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "What? Do you mean that books are very expensive now? Scholars can't afford them?" He had transmigrated for a long time and had never bought books from a bookstore. He did not understand the situation of the book market. When he saw that Ma Zhou was overly excited, he was curious and asked this question. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's question, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly became red. He angrily hammered the pillar next to him and said angrily, "It's not just expensive, it's simply robbery. My Tang dynasty has millions of books. I'm afraid that 700,000 to 800,000 of them are in the hands of the aristocratic families. The price of a book in the bookstore is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for a year. How can those poor scholars afford it? If it wasn't for my father's collection of books, I would still be an illiterate person. It's good enough that I didn't starve to death. How can I still hope to read books? The way Ma Zhou was spouting nonsense was like an ancient version of an angry youth. In fact, Ma Zhou was right. The book trade in the Tang dynasty was very active. Bookstores were all over the country. Because engraving printing was not popular, books were still handwritten. Therefore, the price was relatively expensive. Generally, each volume cost more than 1,000 copper coins. Yi Meng of the Southern Song dynasty summed up the price of books before the Tang dynasty in one word: expensive. He said, before the Tang dynasty, all books were written and there was no way to print them. People valued books. It could be seen that at that time, people regarded books as a very valuable commodity and scrambled to collect them. Just like modern real estate, it was more valuable than gold, which led to people buying houses crazily. Li Tai couldn't help but interject, doesn't the imperial court encourage people to copy books? Mr. Ma, you can copy books and send them to the government office to exchange for money before buying other books. After Li Er became the emperor, in order to encourage the people to contribute their books, he once issued an edict: books from the 3 ministries will be given 1,000 coins. It meant that each copy of a book would cost 1,000 copper coins. It could be said that this was the first time an official price had been set. Therefore, the books in bookstores were usually priced slightly higher than this. Ma Zhou said angrily, **t, if you want to copy books, you have to be able to borrow the books first. Those rich families with book collections will know that you borrow books to copy, so they will first charge you 600 to 700 copper coins as rent. May I ask how I should address you, little brother? Ma Zhou scolded for a while, then remembered that he didn't know who this little fatty was. Master Lu, you go ahead with your work. I will talk to Mr. Ma for a while. Li Zishuan said. Lu Yidao cupped his hands and said yes, then left and closed the door. Mr. Ma, this is His Highness, Prince of Wei. Li Zishuan formally introduced him to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He had just scolded Li Tai. Greetings to His Highness, Prince of Wei, Ma Zhou said in a trembling voice. Although he hated the rich, the supremacy of imperial power had been deeply ingrained in his heart. Moreover, Ma Zhou was well versed in classics, history, classics, and books. What he wrote was a policy of stabilizing the country, so naturally, he wanted to sell goods to the imperial family. For many years, he had not found the right sales channel and only wandered around the states and counties. How could he sell at a good price? Now that he met Li Tai, the most beloved son of His Majesty, his mind was a little active. However, when he remembered that he had just scolded Li Tai, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Li Tai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite." In fact, he was not very interested in Ma Zhou. After all, it was the first time they met, and he didn't know how talented Ma Zhou was. Moreover, Ma Zhou's sloppy appearance really made people dislike him. On the other hand, he had a literature center and many scholars under him. He didn't lack literati. Ma Zhou had experienced the fickleness of human nature for many years. Naturally, he could see that Li Tai was not interested in him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was better to do his job well and not bite off more than he could chew. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Ma Zhou, "Mr. Ma, when I first set up this printing department in the workshop, I thought that it would be more convenient to print books in the future. That's why I invented movable type printing." Ma Zhou and Li Tai were speechless. This was a very strong reason. To set up a printing workshop for the convenience of printing books, how rich must your family be? However, after meeting Mr. Ma today and hearing Mr. Ma's words, I decided to make this printing department bigger and stronger. In the future, the printing department will be renamed the Ministry of Culture. Not only will we print classics, but we will also publish our own books to open the minds of the people. Moreover, I have a way to reduce the cost of paper. The ultimate dream of our Ministry of Culture is to let everyone in the world be able to read and read. Brother Ma, I wonder if you are willing to help me sincerely? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said sincerely. These words weren't completely a bluff. Previously, he set up the printing department only for his own convenience. However, now that Ma Zhou was in charge of the printing department, if he still wanted to use the printing department to print books for himself, it would be a waste of Ma Zhou's talent in governing the country. In the future, the printing department must be transformed into a cultural export department. Ma Zhou's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He was really shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking words. Let everyone in the world be able to read and read. What a great dream this was. Angry youth, angry youth. In addition to being fond of scolding others, he also had a characteristic of being impulsive. Ma Zhou lived up to his name as an angry youth. I'll do it. As long as I can let everyone in the world be able to read and read, Lord Zhu, even if you don't give me a single salary, I, Ma Zhou, will do it. At this moment, Ma Zhou had completely forgotten about the ethics of being a scholar and not engaging in a lowly profession. He just wanted to roll up his sleeves and go all out. Good. Brother Ma, you are so bold. Don't worry, with me here, this dream is definitely not just a dream. One day, it will be realized by us. Brother Ma, not only will you be famous for thousands of years, you will also be rich. Li Zishuan's heroic spirit rose as he laughed heartily. Li Tai looked envious and interrupted, Sir, why don't you count me in? Tai has many scholars under him. Perhaps they can help you. As a member of the royal family, Li Tai also had his own position. Li Tai was now wantonly suppressing the aristocratic families and promoting poor officials. Therefore, Li Tai himself did not like people from aristocratic families. Li Zishuan's Ministry of Culture was a very good weapon to deal with aristocratic families. Li Zishuan did not think about these twists and turns. He thought for a moment and nodded, okay, then I will give Qingke 30% of the Ministry of Culture's shares. Qingke, remember to bring 3,000 strings of cash to buy shares in the future. Selling books at a low price would affect the interests of many people. Li Zishuan wanted to pull a prince into the car as a shield. Li Tai vomited blood and said, 3,000 strings of cash. Why don't you go rob someone? I can send a few scholars to help you. Can you ask for less money? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, there's no need. Brother Ma's talent alone is enough. Qingke, if you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Master will go find Gao Ming. I think Gao Ming will be willing. Nonsense, if Ma Zhou could be a thinker, how could he not be talented? He did not care about the scholars under Li Tai. Maybe they would all be arrogant and not do anything when they came. I am willing. Brother Zishuan, I am willing to pay 3,000 strings of cash for 30% of the shares. Li Qingxian's shout came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was speechless. Speak of the devil, Li Qingxian must have been eavesdropping outside for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingxian pushed the door open and entered. He then looked at Li Zishuan excitedly. Chapter 169. A few days ago, Li Zishuan heard that Li Zishuan had created a new type of mathematics in the Imperial College. Furthermore, Li Tai had also received praise from Li Er for this. Thus, he wanted to come to Yongla Lane to look for Li Zishuan for a textbook to see what this new type of mathematics was all about. In the end, he was informed by the Li residence's servants that Li Zishuan was in the workshop. Thus, he came looking for him. Some of the old people in the workshop knew Li Qingxian, so no one dared to stop him. They even pointed the way for him. When Li Qingxian arrived at the back hall, he happened to hear Li Zishuan's bold words. Then, he heard about the investment and hurriedly called out. If it were 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take out 3,000 strings of cash. However, he had 30% of the shares in Strange Interest Pavilion. Last month's dividends amounted to more than 2,000 strings of cash. Now, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. After tasting the benefits, Li Zishuan needed someone to work with. How could Li Qingxian refuse? Li Tai glared at him and said, "Big brother, I came here first. How can you snatch it from me?" Li Qingxian smiled and said, "Isn't it because you think it's expensive, Qingke? I can only do it for you." Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost peed himself. Another great person had come. He couldn't help but think that his boss's background was really strong. "Student Ma Zhou greets Your Highness the Crown Prince." Li Qingxian grunted and waved his hand with a smile. "Mr. Ma, please dispense with the formalities." He knew how to conduct himself slightly better than Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's tone outside the door, he seemed to be very respectful to Ma Zhou. Thus, he also gave some face to Li Zishuan and addressed Ma Zhou as Mr. Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. To be addressed as Mr. by the current crown prince was such an honor. Li Tai said unhappily, "Who says I think it's expensive? Isn't it just 3,000 strings of cash? I can afford it, Mr. Li. I'll get someone to send 3,000 strings of cash over tomorrow." Since young, the little fatty had always liked to compete with his big brother, Li Qingxian. At this time, how could he be willing to fall behind? He calculated in his mind. If the Prince of Wei's residents were to raise money from everywhere, they should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. If that was not possible, they could also sell some books. When Li Qingxian heard this, he said anxiously, "Little Xian, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. This solitude is also willing to fork out money to cooperate." Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed, "Your Highness, why are you here today?" Li Qingxian was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been eavesdropping outside for a while. "Ahem, I originally wanted to borrow a textbook from you today to see your new mathematics. I didn't expect you to not be at home, so I came here to look for you." Li Zishuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Since both your highnesses want to participate, how about this? Both your highnesses will contribute 2,000 strings of cash each, and each of you will get 20% of the shares. What do you think, your highnesses?" He only wanted to honestly live his own leisurely days. He didn't want to help Li Tai and Li Qingxian in their infighting, nor did he want to offend either of them. Of course, if possible, Li Zishuan hoped that the two of them could live in harmony. Li Tai and Li Qingxian looked at each other. They both knew that this was probably the best solution, so they nodded in agreement. "Okay, then this department will be officially named Shitsu Culture. The three of us will be in charge of it. I hope that everyone will work together to make all the people of the Tang Empire able to afford to read as soon as possible." Okay. No matter what grudges the two of them had before, now that they had a common interest, they could not help but be of one mind. "Next, I will be in charge of improving the papermaking technology and reducing the cost of paper. Qingke heard that you have a rich collection of books. Tomorrow, Brother Ma will go to your place to choose dozens of fine books. We will first print these books and sell them. I'll buy a store next to the Strange Interest Pavilion to sell books." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said. Li Tai smiled and said, "Okay, I will go back today and tell the servants. Ma Zhou, you just need to come over tomorrow." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said to Li Tai, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Zishuan took 2 steps and said, "In addition to printing some unique copies of ancient books, we also have to produce our own books. Relatively speaking, this is a huge project. Let me tell you an idea first, you can refer to it." Li Qingxian asked curiously, "Xiao Xian, you plan to write the books yourself?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Currently, the aristocratic families control most of the education resources. If the children of ordinary families want to read and write, they have to pay a high price. I plan to organize people to produce a dictionary to teach people how to read and write." Li Tai smiled and said, "Mr. Li, the book you mentioned already exists. Now, every bookstore sells Shuo Wen Jie Zi. The author of Shuo Wen Jie Zi was Su Shen. It was the first book in China that systematically analyzed the Chinese characters and studied the source of the characters. It was also one of the earliest dictionaries in the world. It was a Chinese dictionary arranged according to the radicals. It was written from the 12th year of the Han Emperor Yongyuan to the 1st year of the Emperor Jingguang. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Shuowen Zi had become one of the essential reference books for scholars. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "The dictionary I am talking about is Shuowen Zi with symbols. I call these symbols pinyin. As long as you learn this spelling method, no matter how complicated the word is, as long as it is marked with pinyin, even a child can read it." Is pinyin so magical? Ma Zhou couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He had suffered since he was a child, and he understood better than anyone that if pinyin really was as miraculous as Li Zishuan said, then the educational structure of the Great Tang would undergo a fundamental change, and more people would become literate. Li Zishuan didn't talk nonsense. He came to the table, picked up the brush, and wrote 26 letters on the paper. He began to teach the three of them pinyin. An hour later, Li Zishuan wrote Jiao in pinyin and said, "Qingke, you try to spell it." Among them, Li Tai's ability to accept new things was the strongest. Therefore, Li Zishuan let him try first. Li Tai nodded and went forward to spell it. Jiao yi jiao. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Exactly." Ma Zhou also reacted and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing, it's really amazing." If this is a child from an ordinary family, it would take a few days to learn pinyin. Then, if they buy a dictionary like you said, wouldn't they be able to learn to read at home? It's really magical. Li Qingxian also said with a happy face, "Pinyin is really a good thing. If my father knew about it, he would be very happy." Li Zishuan said, "Since everyone agrees on this dictionary, Ma Zhou will be the chief editor of the dictionary. Qingke, Gao Ming, each of you send 3 scholars to assist Ma Zhou. This dictionary will be called the Tang Empire Dictionary. Pay attention, the scholars you send are only to assist Ma Zhou. Don't fight with each other and make the Ministry of Culture a mess." Li Zishuan decided to say the ugly words first, in case there was trouble later. Li Qingxian nodded and said, "Okay." Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, "Lord Zhu, you can't do that. I have little talent and knowledge. How can I let the scholars assist me?" Li Tai also frowned and said, "Yes, is Ma Zhou talented enough?" This guy never knew how to beat around the bush. His words were too hurtful. Li Zishuan said angrily, "I believe Brother Ma can do it well. If you have any objections, we won't compile the dictionary." Ma Zhou saw Li Zishuan supporting him and couldn't help but feel touched. Li Tai rolled his eyes, he learned this from Li Zishuan, and didn't say a word. Chapter 170. After settling the matter of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and smiled. He clapped his hands and said, "Oh right, Ma Zhou, other than compiling the dictionary, you have to help me with something else. I want to start a newspaper." Ma Zhou frowned and asked, "Lord Zhu, what is a newspaper?" In the past, he was conceited that he was extremely talented and knowledgeable, but what he saw and heard today had really struck a great blow to his confidence. Because some words that he'd never heard of kept popping out from Li Zishuan's mouth, causing him to be unable to help but wonder if Li Zishuan was too monstrous, or if his knowledge was too shallow. Li Qingxian and Li Tai also looked at him curiously. Li Zishuan explained, "The so-called newspaper is a printed matter that is published to the public on a regular basis. It mainly publishes strange news and comments from famous people. This newspaper is quite large and is divided into several sections. It can record some of the new things that are happening around you. It can also invite some famous scholars to interpret the new decrees issued by the imperial court for the public. It can also record some of the recent major cases that the government has tried. It can even publish some novels. The newspaper will be published once a day, and then we will hire a newsboy to sell it in the tea houses. In the early stages, we will write the content ourselves. In the later stages, we can ask scholars to submit articles to us. We will select the best and pay them some remuneration. In the long run, the content of our newspaper will become more and more abundant. The public will also get used to buying a newspaper every day when they have nothing to do to see what is happening around them." Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. In this way, we will be able to know everything that is happening in the world without leaving the house? Li Zishuan nodded, that's the logic. Li Tai laughed, this is good, this is good. This way, we can read novels in the newspaper in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was worried that once the newspaper was published, the Prince of Wei would become a shut-in who only knew how to read novels every day. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, don't worry, Lord Zhu. This Ma will handle this matter as soon as possible. Li Zishuan thought about it again and said, Brother Ma, you can put more effort into the other sections. I'll be in charge of writing the novel section first. You'll have to work hard for the next few days. Write down the content I just mentioned and give it to me. I'll do the typesetting for the first issue. For the next few issues, you just have to copy it. Ma Zhou was just about to agree when Li Qingxian beat him to it. Little Xian, you have a new novel? Li Zishuan nodded and said, I just started writing it recently. It's called The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Here, this is the manuscript. As he spoke, he took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve. His other purpose for coming here today was to ask Lu Yidao to arrange for someone to print the first few chapters of the novel, and then sell it as a serial book. As a result, now that he had Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan planned to create big news and directly launch a newspaper. He believed that with the addition of this wonderful novel in the early stages, the sales of the newspaper would definitely get better and better. Li Qingxian hurriedly took it excitedly and glanced at it. He immediately exclaimed, wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. Little Xian, your handwriting has become so good. Oh, no, why does this handwriting look a little familiar? Li Tai smiled proudly and said, I wrote this myself. Of course my handwriting is good. Calligraphy was one of Li Tai's strengths that he was proud of. At this time, when he heard Li Qingxian's praise, the little fatty couldn't help but grin even though he usually didn't get along with his big brother. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. Qingke, your calligraphy has improved again. Li Qingxian nodded in understanding and casually praised Li Tai. As the big brother, he still had this kind of bearing. Huh, you flatter me. The little fatty's face was full of pride. He didn't know the meaning of modesty at all. Li Qingxian smiled and looked at the thick stack of manuscripts in his hands. He thought for a moment and said, Little Xian, I wonder if I can take these manuscripts back to read? He wanted to read them now, but with so many manuscripts, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to finish reading them in a short period of time. He could only take them back and read them slowly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Just remember to send someone to deliver them after you've finished reading them. Okay. The few of them discussed the future direction of strange culture. Li Tai and Li Qingxian said goodbye. The two of them usually had a lot of things to do. They weren't like Li Zishuan, the rich second generation, who could wander around all day. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou were left in the room. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Brother Ma, are you more confident now? Ma Zhou laughed heartily and said, Of course. I really didn't expect Lord Zhu to be able to get in touch with the Crown Prince and Prince Wei. With the help of the two of you, our strange culture will definitely succeed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked into Ma Zhou's eyes for a while before saying, he stared at them for a while and said, Brother Ma, if this succeeds, not only will you and I be famous for eternity, but you will also have a bright future and wealth in the future. I hope Brother Ma can settle down and do things honestly before strange culture takes off. Don't think about anything else. Ma Zhou's heart trembled. He knew that Li Zishuan's words were a warning to him. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to see through his previous thoughts. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhu is right. I will definitely do my best. He also understood that he had nothing now. Prince Wei and the Crown Prince would definitely look down on him. Li Zishuan could help him now. No matter what, he had to be worthy of Li Zishuan. Instead of going out to curry favor with others, it was better to stay here and do a good job. When the time came and his name was known, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the table and pondered for a moment. He said, I wonder if Brother Ma has a family in Chang'an. Ma Zhou sweated and said, cough, cough. I have been poor since I was young. I haven't married yet. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ma Zhou looked like he was at least 26 or 27 years old. In modern times, there was no problem. However, in ancient times, it was very problematic for someone to be unmarried at such an age. Alas, he could only blame himself for not caring about his appearance. His image was too poor. Then where is Brother Ma staying now? Ma Zhou was even more embarrassed. He coughed embarrassedly and said, cough, cough, cough. I used to stay in an inn. However, I used up all my traveling expenses a few days ago. I've been staying here for the past 2 days. Li Zishuan looked around. There wasn't even a bed in the room. This Ma Zhou probably slept on the table at night. The future prime minister of the Tang Empire was actually living such a miserable life. Li Zishuan frowned and said, how can this be? I'll ask Falbert to rent a house near the workshop for Brother Ma. A person can only work more efficiently when he has a good rest. Ma Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him gratefully. After chatting with Ma Zhou for a while, Li Zishuan pushed the door open and left. Chapter 171. After exiting the back hall, he bumped into Falbert. Li Zishuan briefly told him about the newly established Strange Culture Department and asked him to cooperate with Ma Zhou's work more in the future. He also repeatedly told him to improve Ma Zhou's treatment so that he could work in the workshop with peace of mind. After explaining, Falbert gave Li Zishuan 2 things. One was a horseshoe, and the other was the blood transfusion syringe that Li Zishuan asked him to make a long time ago. Young master, this is the horseshoe and syringe that you asked me to make before. This horseshoe is quite easy to make, just follow the blueprint. As for the syringe and needle, I tried my best, but this is the best I could make. Falbert handed the things to Li Zishuan and said with a bitter smile. Li Zishuan took a look and suddenly his forehead was full of black lines. This F*King needle was almost as thick as a matchstick. Was it trying to stab someone to death? If it was a little thicker, it would be almost as thick as a human's blood vessel. The syringe was nothing to complain about. In this era, there was no rubber. Li Zishuan also thought for a long time before he suggested Falbert to wash the animal intestines, sterilize it with alcohol, and then rinse it with distilled water. Then, connect it to the syringe to replace the syringe. His previous set of equipment could not only be used to concentrate wine, but also to make distilled water. Li Zishuan also understood that the process of making this set of blood transfusion equipment was very troublesome. After all, every step had very strict requirements for the operator. It could not be contaminated. Therefore, he never urged Falbert for so long. But now, this syringe really made him a little dissatisfied. Falbert, can this syringe be thinner? Like the thickness of an embroidery needle? Li Zishuan asked somewhat unwillingly. Falbert smiled bitterly, young master, this is already the thinnest needle we can make. Don't think that embroidery needles can be made very thin. They are made with an iron rod and then slowly polished. Your needle is made with an iron pipe and then polished. At most, it can only be this thin. If it is any thinner, I'm afraid it will break in the middle. Li Zishuan did not want to force Falbert anymore. In the end, the industrial foundation was too weak. Many professional mechanical equipment workshops did not have, and it was all done by hand. It was not bad to be able to make it like this. If it was painful, then so be it. He believed that Falbert should be able to endure this pain. All right then. Thanks for your hard work, Falbert. Li Zishuan waved his hand, took the horseshoe and syringe, and went home. When he got home, Li Zishuan went straight to his study to prepare a set of papermaking equipment. The current papermaking technology of the Tang dynasty was still passed down from the improved papermaking technology of the Eastern Han dynasty. At that time, he used tree bark, hemp, rags, fishing nets, and other raw materials to make paper. Compared to the paper made from plant fibers before the Eastern Han dynasty, the cost of this paper was indeed much cheaper. However, because the papermaking process was completely manual, the cost was still very high, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford. In the relevant history books of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that Huai Su practiced calligraphy with a wooden board and became a master of cursive calligraphy. When Bai Zhi was young, he wrote one stroke at a time. He did not dare to be careless because a piece of paper was a few days' worth of food. Thus, it could be seen that the price of paper in the Tang dynasty was still very high. Li Zishuan planned to draw a set of long net papermaking machine. This was a patent that the British brothers Fourlinier bought from the inventor of the papermaking machine and gave it to Tang Jin to improve the design. In 1803, they successfully made the first long net papermaking machine that could make paper, also known as the Fourlinier papermaking machine. Its main feature was that it had a conveyor belt-shaped part made up of endless nets. It was composed of the wet part, including the head box, shaper, and press part, and the dry part, drying, calendaring, and coiling. At that time, the power source of this papermaking equipment relied on the steam engine that had improved. However, with the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, there were still many difficulties in making a steam engine. Therefore, Li Zishuan made some changes. In the transmission and refining parts, some linkage structures were added so that this part could be replaced by animal power. Compared to the current traditional papermaking workshop, not only would the speed and efficiency of papermaking be greatly improved, but the cost would also be lower. For other people, drawing such a complicated set of blueprints would take at least 2 to 3 days. However, Li Zishuan was different. He had abnormal mental strength that exceeded that of ordinary people, as well as skillful control of his strength. When he drew the blueprints, he did not stop at all. He was completely like a printing machine. After nearly 2 hours, Li Zishuan finally straightened his body. He shook his sore wrist and let out a long breath. Looking at the stack of blueprints in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he called San Bao and asked him to send it to the workshop and pass it to Faubert. "Young master, you told me not to let anyone disturb you while you were drawing. In the end, you were drawing until now. You didn't even have lunch. I'll get the kitchen to cook for you." At this time, Xiaoxi ran over and said with a distressed expression. Only then did Li Zishuan look at the sky. It was already past lunchtime. He then remembered that when he came back, he did tell Xiaoxi not to let anyone disturb him while he was drawing. Who knew that he had been drawing for so long that he even forgot to eat lunch? His stomach also let out 2 goo-goo sounds of protest. "Sigh, I'm not qualified to be a rich second generation. How can a rich second generation starve?" Li Zishuan criticized himself in his heart. He looked at Xiaoxi's beautiful face and said, "Okay, Xiaoxi, go quickly. I'm starving." Xiaoxi obeyed and left. Li Zishuan admired the little girl's delicate back and could not help but sigh. It's so good to have a little girl like her by my side. Clothes will be handed to me, food will be served to me. The most important thing is that she's beautiful. When I have nothing to do, it's nice to look at her. Unknowingly, Li Zishuan was walking further and further down the path of feudal society. He did not look back at all. After finishing his lunch in a whirlwind manner, Li Zishuan was just about to lie down and rest when Lan Er ran over. Brother, Lan Er's little gray was bullied by the big white horse. Quickly go and save it." Li Zishuan was speechless. A dog could be bullied by a horse. What kind of nonsense was this? "Xiao He, what's going on? Isn't the white horse at home recuperating recently?" Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He who was behind Lan Er and asked. That day when the big white horse was injured and carried back, Wang Zhong was very perceptive and took the initiative to invite the best veterinarian in the city to treat its injuries. Li Zishuan was surprised when he heard about this. He did not expect that there would be a professional veterinarian in the Tang dynasty. Xiao He looked at Lan Er and hesitated for a long time before saying to Li Zishuan, "Young master, the big white horse's injuries were not serious before. It's already recovered today." Little Gray was still teasing it like before, but in the end. Chapter 172. After Xiao He explained for a long time, Li Zishuan finally understood. According to the stable's groom, Little Gray saw that the big white horse's hooves were injured a few days ago, so it couldn't move. Therefore, it came up with the idea of flirting with the big white horse. From time to time, it would come to the side of the big white horse and harass it in all kinds of ways. The white horse was indeed powerless and could only snort in protest. Little Gray tried a few times and found that the white horse really couldn't do anything to him, so he became more and more aggressive. There were even a few times when he ran into the white horse's trough to pee. In the end, it was a tragedy today. This white horse not only held grudges, it was also quite intelligent. Although it had already recovered from its injuries today, when it saw Little Gray strolling over as usual, it deliberately pretended that its injuries were not healed. It lay on the ground, waiting for Little Gray to come over and harass it. As expected, Little Gray fell into the trap. It started to flirt with the white horse. Suddenly, the white horse jumped up and kicked Little Gray. Little Gray was kicked into the air and experienced what it meant to be a flying dog. After it landed, it lay on the ground and cried out in pain. Previously, because the white horse was injured, the servants didn't tie it up. However, today, the white horse suddenly went berserk and relentlessly chased after Little Gray all over the courtyard. Lan ran over to her brother to ask for help. After all, this big white horse was Li Zishuan's mount. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He had no sympathy for Little Gray, this little rascal. This little thing had obviously dug its own grave, so it deserved its fate. However, he couldn't let the big white horse continue to cause trouble. All right, Lan, stop fooling around. Big brother will accompany you to take a look. Yeah. Lana hurriedly stood up excitedly and pulled Li Zishuan away. Wait, I'll go get something. Li Zishuan brought the horseshoes to the west side of the backyard. Sure enough, he saw Little Gray being chased by the big white horse beside the stable. The little thing turned its head and barked at the white horse as it ran. Li Zishuan was speechless. This guy was about to die, yet he was still acting like a bitch. He really didn't know where his courage came from. In fact, the big white horse obviously didn't use all its strength to chase. It probably also wanted to tease Little Gray. Li Zishuan put his thumb and middle finger together, placed them in front of his tongue, and blew a long whistle. The big white horse heard the whistle and stopped. It turned its neck to look, and when it saw that it was Li Zishuan, it immediately ignored Little Gray and happily ran to Li Zishuan's side. It used its head to intimately rub against Li Zishuan's arm. When Little Gray saw that the white horse was no longer chasing after it, it excitedly barked twice. Then, it ran to Lan's side and rubbed against Lan's trousers. It whimpered pitifully. Lan squatted down and hugged it. She complained to Li Zishuan, "Big brother, your white horse is too much. Little Gray is so cute, yet it has the heart to bully it." Li Zishuan was speechless. There was no need to be so protective. This matter was obviously caused by the little thing's own death. How could the white horse be blamed? At this time, the white horse also snorted, as if it was protesting. Li Zishuan touched the mane on the white horse's neck and said to Lan, okay, the white horse won't bully your Little Gray in the future. Shall he, go call a few servants over to help. I want to put on shoes for the horse. Shao He was confused and asked, "Young master, why does the horse need to wear shoes?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You will know in a while. Go call the servants first." Oh. Shao He didn't dare to ask any more. She went to the front yard with a stomach full of doubts. A moment later, Shao He called over 4 strong servants, including San Bao. Li Zishuan tied the white horse's reins to the tree next to him and instructed the servants to flip the horse over so that the horse's hooves faced the sky. Then, he asked the 4 of them to hold the white horse down. Li Zishuan personally went up to nail the horse's hooves. The big, T-shaped iron nail on the horse's hooves was about 5 centimeters long. It was nailed directly into the horse's hooves. Lan, Shao Shi, and Shao He screamed at the side and quickly covered their eyes, not daring to look. Li Zishuan shook his head with a smile and continued to do the same thing. He nailed horseshoes on the other 3 hooves of the white horse, and then let the people let go of the white horse. The white horse rolled on the ground and stood up directly, as if nothing had happened. Li Zishuan stroked the horse's mane and said with a smile, "Okay, from now on, I will call you Whitey. Now that you have shoes to wear, you don't have to worry about your feet getting hurt anymore." The white horse used its head to knock Li Zishuan's arm. No one knew if it liked this name or not. Brother, why isn't the white horse injured? Lan opened her eyes and saw Whitey standing there perfectly fine. It didn't look like it was injured at all. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zishuan stroked Lan's little head and said with a smile, "Of course it's fine. Brother is just putting on shoes for it, not killing it." In fact, the dark part of the horse's hooves was a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There were no nerves or blood vessels in it, so the horse didn't feel any pain at all. The reason why Whitey was injured on the road last time was mainly because it was running too fast. The vines directly pierced through the cuticle and hurt its flesh. Lan made an "oh" sound, but still didn't understand. But why is brother putting on shoes for it? Then why do you have to wear shoes, Lan? It hurts my feet if I don't wear shoes. If a horse doesn't wear shoes for a long time, it will also hurt its feet. Whitey was injured because of this last time. After wearing shoes, Whitey can run on all kinds of terrain and won't have to worry about pricking its feet anymore. In fact, the hard cuticle on a horse's hooves was equivalent to a human's fingernail. Naturally, the fingernail would be worn down when the foot rubbed against the ground. However, the fingernail would also continue to grow, so a natural balance was maintained. If a human broke this balance, for example, by keeping a horse in a soft field, the fingernail would grow wildly. At this time, if a horse was loaded with heavy objects and ran for long distances, its fingernail would be quickly worn down and split open. This way, the horse would become a cripple and unable to walk. It was just like how a human's fingernail could no longer be used to scratch things. Putting horseshoes on a horse could solve this problem very well. It could slow down the wear and tear of the horse's hooves and greatly extend the horse's life. After hearing this, Lan made an "oh" sound like a little adult and nodded. Then, she suddenly said excitedly, "Then brother, can you make a pair of shoes like this for Lan's little gray to wear?" Li Zishuan fainted. This little dog's feet didn't have a thick layer of hard cuticle like a horse's hooves. If this nail went in. "Little sister, you want to eat dog meat, right?" Woof woof woof. Little Gray seemed to have sensed danger. It quickly broke free from Lan's embrace and ran away. Chapter 173. Father, this is the magic of pinyin. All words can be marked with pinyin. As long as the children who have just entered school spend some time learning pinyin, they can rely on self-study to recognize all the words. Li Tai spoke frankly in the sweet nectar hall. From the looks of it, he had probably just finished teaching Li Er about pinyin. As for Li Qingxian, that fellow was hiding in the Eastern Palace reading novels. After all, after Journey to the West, he had not read for a long time. Li Er glanced at the paper on the table. Although his expression did not change, his heart was in turmoil. From a certain point of view, the importance of pinyin was no less than that of Li Zishuan's invention of the curved plow. Moreover, once this kind of dictionary was published, the number of literate people in the world would increase tenfold. At that time, he would be able to promote a large number of commoner officials to deal with the aristocratic families. His descendants would also no longer be reprimanded by the aristocratic families. Li Er was a natural strategist. He quickly understood the deeper meaning of pinyin. He could not help but excitedly say, "Good. What a good pinyin. Qin Ke, this matter is of great significance. You and Qingxian must pay attention. If you do not have enough people, we can have Kong Yingda transfer a group of professors from the Imperial College to assist you." Li Tai smiled and said, "Many thanks, father, but I and big brother have more than enough people." The father and son chatted for a while more before Li Tai clasped his hands and excused himself. He also had to go back and choose people to help Ma Zhou write the dictionary. Li Er looked at Li Tai's plump back and smiled warmly. A moment later, his eyes suddenly focused and he said, Zhao Song. Present. Send someone to hurry Li Zishuan. Why hasn't he presented the locus control strategy we had him write last time? Could it be that this kid forgot? Li Er said, somewhat exasperated that Zhao Song had failed to meet his expectations. Yes, father. Zhao Song held back his laughter and slowly retreated. He had never seen anyone who dared to stand Li Er up. However, Li Er only reprimanded him and did not punish him. From this, it could be seen that Li County's male emperor favored him greatly. The moon hung in the treetops, and the occasional meowing of a few cats on the roof could be heard. In the western courtyard of the Li residence, the study was still brightly lit. Xiaoxi was waiting on Li Zishuan as she gracefully grinded the noodles for him. The candlelight shone on the little girl's beautiful face, making her look even prettier. The fragrance of a girl who had just finished bathing also filled the air. In the dead of night, the candlelight shone brightly. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere. Li Zishuan also did not experience the pleasure of having a beautiful woman join him. He was bent over a few tables and writing at a rapid speed. In the afternoon, Li Er sent a eunuch over to Li Zishuan to urge him to write, which gave Li Jingma and his wife a big fright. Li Zishuan's father sternly scolded Li Zishuan and told him that no matter what, he had to write the memorial that Li Er requested. Although Mrs. Li loved her son, on this matter, she still chose to stand on the same side as her husband. Li Zishuan was embarrassed by the scolding. If the eunuch did not rush him today, he would have forgotten that Li Er asked him to write a detailed plan for curing locusts. You can't blame me for this. I have been busy with classes recently. In the study, Li Zishuan wrote while venting his resentment in his heart. Swish swish swish. Only the sound of the brush rubbing against the paper and the light breathing of the two people could be heard in the room. After half an hour, Li Zishuan put away his brush and stretched his waist. He laughed and said, "Ha, it's done. Xiaoxi, let's sleep." Ah. Young master, young mistress is not married yet? How can you do this? Xiaoxi's hand that was grinding the ink trembled. Her other hand quickly covered her chest as she said anxiously with a blushing face. Cough cough, I meant to say that we should go back to our own rooms to sleep. Little girl, what are you thinking? Do you want to sleep with me so badly? Li Zishuan placed his hand on his forehead and was speechless. However, when he saw Xiaoxi's blushing face, he suddenly had the intention to tease her. No way. Xiaoxi was anxious. She quickly packed up her ink slab and brush and was about to run away. Li Zishuan laughed behind her. Xiaoxi, don't forget to get someone to send this memorial to the palace tomorrow. I know. Look, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Although the beginning is plain and not as exciting as a journey to the west, the more you read, the better it gets. I feel like I am like Han Li, embarking on the long and difficult path of cultivation. In the East Palace, Li Qingxian held the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey and praised it. After a few minutes, he said in annoyance, "Why is it gone? This mysterious little bottle just came out and it's gone." Did Li Zishuan purposely stop writing at this point? Li Qingxian's annoyed look was similar to how people in the modern world would feel when they met some unscrupulous author and the story was cut off at the climax. The helplessness of love and hate. However, you can't blame Li Zishuan for this. He wrote 20 to 30 chapters in half a day. It's already very productive, alright? What else do you want? Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest. Li Qingxian's personal maid carefully bowed and said. Li Qingxian looked at the sky and nodded. He handed the manuscript to the maid and said with a smile, "All right, I'll go to sleep now. Yan call a servant tomorrow and have him send this manuscript to Ma Zhou of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop." After reading more than 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey, Li Qingxian still wanted more. However, at the same time, he was also looking forward to Ma Zhou quickly producing the newspaper. When that time came, everyone in Chang'an would be trapped like him. It was so hard to wait for a new chapter. Li Qingxian's mentality of wanting to drag everyone down with him was very similar to those unscrupulous readers in the modern world who had been tricked many times. Yen Er took the manuscript and hurriedly bowed and said, yes. The next day, after breakfast, Li Zixuan and Iron Egg went out of the house to school. Lan Er had a temper when she woke up today and didn't come with them. Li Zixuan didn't force her. When Lan Er cried and shouted that she wanted to go to the Imperial College to attend classes, Li Zixuan had already guessed that this little girl would slack off for 3 days and dry her net for 2 days. Although this little girl didn't persist for 3 days, it didn't matter. He didn't expect this little sister of his to be knowledgeable and become the top scorer in the exams. Iron Egg carried more than 30 textbooks and walked behind Li Zixuan with difficulty. This couldn't be considered as Li Zixuan abusing a child, okay? This was also a kind of training for Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg had persevered for so many days. He could still carry this weight. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. As soon as Li Zixuan entered the Imperial College, he happened to meet 2 students from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Being greeted respectfully by the students made Li Zixuan feel a little smug. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He clasped his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He nodded pretentiously and said, then he directly passed by them and rushed to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Senior Iron Egg, come here, let me help you carry the books. Let me help you too. The 2 students were shocked by Li Zixuan's arrogance. After a while, they came back to their senses. Seeing that Iron Egg had memorized so many books, they hurriedly came over to help. This was Sir's first core disciple. If they had a good relationship with him, they might be able to get some exam questions from him in the future. Then wouldn't it be easier for them to pass the monthly exams? Thank you for your kindness, junior brother. But I don't need your help. This is also the homework that Master left for me. I have to memorize it myself. Iron Egg wiped his sweat and gratefully refused. Then he quickly went to catch up with Li Zixuan. Memorizing textbooks is also considered homework. The 2 students stood behind, scratching their heads with a confused look on their faces. Brother Su, Brother Yu, why don't you go to the school? If you don't go now, you will be late. At this time, a student ran from behind and said breathlessly, "Ah! Run!" The 2 students hurriedly ran away. Chapter 174. Chonyo, Huayu, you 2 are here? When he arrived at the classroom, he saw the tall and burly Qing Chumo and the refined Qin Huayu sitting at the back. Li Zixuan recalled that day when Qing Chumo and the other old generals had entrusted their sons to the School of Mathematics. However, he didn't expect that these second-generation generals would come today. Qing Chumo hung his head and said weakly, "Brother, I didn't want to come." "Brother, I didn't want to come either, but my father said that if I didn't come, he would break my legs. I thought he was just scaring me, but who knew that he was serious this morning? Even my mother couldn't hold him back. Fortunately, I ran fast, or else I would be lying in the Imperial Medical Department now. Sai, Xiao Xian, we used to be brothers. Now you suddenly became my teacher for no reason. This is so King disgusting." When Li Zixuan heard Qing Chumo's complaints, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Qing Chumo to be so cruel to his own son. He was about to comfort him when Qin Huayu said with a smile, "Chonyo, Uncle Qing is doing this for your own good. Since you're here, you should learn well. Moreover, I just borrowed the notes of other classmates and found that Xiao Xian's new mathematics has many merits." Stop, stop, stop. Huayu, don't say any more. Your grades are good, so of course you don't care. But look at me, old Qing, how do I look like a scholar? I just heard that the last 5 in the monthly exam will have to clean the classroom and enter the roll of shame. I really don't know which son of a bitch came up with this rotten idea. It's going to kill me. Qing Chumo didn't wait for Qin Huayu to finish and interrupted him. His voice was very loud. 80% of the people in the classroom heard him. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Other than Qing Chimo and the other two newcomers, all the other students looked at this man who dared to speak so arrogantly. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He kicked Qing Chimo's thigh and said, F***ck, I was the one who came up with this idea. If you're in the last 5 this month, you'll have to clean my dorm for 2 months. Qing Chimo staggered from the kick. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, his eyes widened in shock. He stretched out his hand and stammered, Hey, Xiao Xian, don't. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there a need to be like this? Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Ha ha ha. When the students saw Qing Chimo's antics, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many of them knew the identities of Qing Chimo and the others. Those who didn't know found out after asking them in private. They thought that these second-generation generals were all arrogant, but they didn't expect Qing Chimo to be so funny. He was no different from ordinary people like them. Li Zishuan ignored Qing Chimo. He looked at the tanned and fat youth beside Qin Huayu and asked, You're Yuqi Baolin, right? The little fatty scratched his head and laughed, Yes, I'm Yuqi Baolin. You can call me Baolin, sir. Li Zishuan nodded and encouraged him, Okay, Baolin, study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Iron Egg or me directly. Qing Chimo muttered at the side, TSK, what's there to learn from him? In the end, he still has to fight with me for the last place. Li Zishuan was so angry that he turned around and slapped him on the head. If you really get last place in the exam, we'll see how Uncle Qing will deal with you. I won't recognize you as a disgraceful brother. Qing Chimo rubbed his head like a wronged wife. He looked at him with an aggrieved expression and muttered, Little Xian, you're not kind. I've always been so good to you. How can you be like this? Like what? Even I have to do as Sir says. What else do you want, ugly ox? Li Tai had just arrived at the academy on time. He heard Qing Chimo's aggrieved complaints and couldn't help but interrupt. Qing Chimo looked at Li Tai in surprise. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He held his forehead with his hand and sighed. It seemed like he had completely accepted his fate. All right, let's start class. Students, take out your homework. Iron Egg, go collect your homework and pass it to me. The sound of a bell and drum came from outside. Li Zishuan had hired a night watchman to ring the bell for the academy. When the bell rang, Li Zishuan started a new day of classes. Yes, master. Iron Egg stood up and collected the homework one by one. He had just handed out new books to all the students when he arrived in the morning. In addition, he was Li Zishuan's eldest disciple, so the students treated him very well. After a while, Li Zishuan took everyone's homework and skimmed through it. After a while, he frowned and shouted, Wang Meng, get up. Wang Meng sat down and waited for Li Zishuan to praise him. He had thought for a long time before coming up with the homework. However, judging from Li Zishuan's tone, it was obvious that he wasn't going to praise him. Wang Meng stood up in shock and stuttered, sir. Tell us, what method did you write in your homework? Wang Meng sweated and said, I wrote that if you saw the ginkgo tree down, then connect a few rulers on the ground to measure the height of the tree, you would be able to get the height of the tree. Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter after hearing this. Qing Chimo was also amused. He laughed and shouted, Brother Wang Meng, with you here, it seems like I don't have to be the last in the exam. Ha. Li Zishuan asked everyone to be quiet. He looked at Wang Meng and said, Now do you know that you were wrong? The reason why I'm teaching you mathematics is so that you can apply what you've learned in your daily life. I don't want you to be like before, relying on brute force for everything. Wang Meng hesitated for a while and said, But my dad said that when he was doing carpentry, he used this method to measure the length of the tree trunk. Li Zishuan was speechless. After wasting a lot of time with Wang Meng, Li Zishuan finally convinced this one-track-minded guy. Then, he began to evaluate the winners of the homework. All the students perked up and listened attentively. After much deliberation, I think that Meng Wenhao did the best homework. His method was to measure the length of the shadow of the person and the tree at the same time. Then, he multiplied the length of the shadow of the person and the actual height of the person to get the true length of the ginkgo tree. Other than Meng Wenhao, Li Tai's method was also outstanding. He made the person's eyes stick close to the ground and then moved a ruler until the top of the ruler was in a straight line with the person's eyes and the tip of the tree. Then, according to the ratio of the distance between the person's eyes and the ruler's distance, he multiplied the length of the ruler to get the true height of the ginkgo tree. Both of their methods were the smartest and the best. However, I think that Meng Wenhao's method is simpler and more accurate. He deserves to be first. Let us give a round of applause to these two students. Chapter 175. Clap, clap, clap. Regardless of whether it was sincere congratulations or fake flattery, there was still a warm round of applause in the classroom. Meng Wenhao clenched his fist and was so excited that his face was red. He did it, he really did it. His hard work for the day was not in vain. At this moment, he really wanted to shout to the sky. Kushirchin, who was sitting not far away from him, looked at him in surprise. At the same time, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. At present, the waters in the School of Mathematics were getting deeper and deeper. It would not be easy to get first place in the exams like before. Li Tai sat in the front and was a little depressed. This method was discussed by him and a few mathematics experts for a long time before they came up with such an answer. He was very confident that he would get first place, but he did not expect that there would be an accident. However, he was also very impressed with Meng Wenhao's answer. Hence, the unhappiness in his heart quickly dissipated in the warm applause. Li Zishuan stood in front and looked at Meng Wenhao. He was a little emotional. He did not expect this child to be able to think of such an answer. He really could not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. The applause gradually stopped and Li Zishuan began a new day of teaching. What was different from the previous time was that today's class would have a 15-minute break every 45 minutes. This made the students more energetic in class, and the class was livelier than before. Li Zishuan believed that as time passed and they got used to this way of teaching, their learning progress would be much faster than before. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. After the morning court, Li Er gathered Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the plan to eliminate the locusts. Li Er knelt on the seat of honor while Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui knelt on the cushions below. Li Er looked up and asked lightly, "How are the three of you thinking these few days? Do you have any countermeasures for next year's locust plague?" Zhang Sun Wuji took the lead and said, "Your Majesty, since Your Majesty has already firmly believed that there will be a locust plague next year, I think that the most important thing now is to increase the storage of food in case of emergency." Li Er nodded and looked at Feng Xianling and asked, "What do you think?" "Your Majesty, I estimate that the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money left. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with this locust plague. I'm afraid that Brother Fuji's plan won't work." After some thought, Li Er explained just how difficult the imperial court situation was. It's true that the Bureau of Revenue currently has no more than 4 million strings of coins left. Adding on the various expenditures, we can only use a little more than 1 million strings of coins. Relying on this amount of money to buy food will not be enough for the people of the Great Tang to survive the plague of locusts. Du Ruhui could not help but say, "Your Majesty, this old subject did not think that the finances of the imperial court would be so tight. From today onwards, this old subject will voluntarily not take any salary from the imperial court. This subject is also willing to do so." Zhang Sun Wuji and Feng Xianling couldn't help but agree. Li Er waved his hand and refused, "My three beloved ministers, you have followed me to conquer the world and have suffered a lot. Now that the world is peaceful, how can I let you suffer? Let's continue discussing the locust plague." When Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui heard this, their eyes reddened. They were extremely touched. At this moment, Du Ruhui stood up and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you mobilize all the wealthy merchants to donate money? The imperial court can use this to tide over this crisis." It had to be said that old Du's idea was quite advanced. However, he had neglected a fact. But in what name will the imperial court use to mobilize the wealthy merchants to donate money? Li Er's eyes lit up at first. However, after a while, they dimmed again. The reason for the donation was indeed a big problem. Du Ruhui was taken aback when he heard this. He immediately reacted. The prophecy of the locust plague could not be made known to the world. Naturally, they could not use the name of the locust plague to get people to donate money. However, if that was the case, what convincing excuse could they find? The hall fell into silence. The three important ministers all calmed down and pondered carefully. Li Er was a little disappointed. He did not expect that the three ministers he relied on the most were also at a loss. Was there really no other way? Your Majesty, Li Xianxia has asked Duke Lu to send in a secret memorial. At this moment, a chamberlain ran in with a memorial in his hands. He bowed and reported to Li Er. Li Er perked up and scolded jokingly, "This brat finally sent the memorial over. Quickly hand it over. If it's not written well, I will not let him off easily." The chamberlain quickly did as he was told and handed the memorial to Li Er. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui looked at each other. They were very surprised by Li Er's reaction. After about half an hour, Li Er put down the memorial and looked at the three old ministers. He smiled and said, "Li Zishuan has sent in a memorial. He mentioned some locust control strategies. My dear ministers, please take a look and see if they are feasible." The chamberlain took the memorial and handed it to Zhang Sun Wuji. The three of them gathered together and began to read it carefully. They saw the words written on it. "I have thought hard and obtained 3 locust control strategies. I would like to present them to your Majesty for your reference. Firstly, I believe that since the imperial court does not have much money left, why not send a large ship filled with silk and porcelain to the small countries in the Southern Sea to exchange for food? I have heard that the weather in the Southern Sea is extremely hot. Rice matures 3 times a year and the price of food is extremely cheap. Those uncivilized people have never seen such beautiful silk and exquisite porcelain of our great Tang. A bolt of silk can be exchanged for 5 dan of food. Actually, even if our great Tang has tens of millions of gold in our treasury, I do not agree to purchase food from within the country. That is just robbing the east wall to pay the west wall. It is no different from some grain merchants hoarding food in advance. In the end, the ones who will starve are the local people. Secondly, I believe that the imperial court can issue a decree to encourage the people to raise chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry through tax reduction. When the number of these poultry reaches a certain level, it can guarantee that the crops will not be harmed by the locusts when the locusts come. What the imperial court has to pay is just a portion of the tax for the coming year. Otherwise, when the locusts come and the people are unprepared, all the crops will be eaten by the locusts. At that time, not only will the imperial court not be able to collect 10% of the tax, they will also have to fork out additional money to provide relief. Thirdly, I suggest that your Majesty issue a decree to allow the officials of the various provinces of Great Tang to set up warehouses to store the food collected this year. When the locusts come next year, the various provinces will open the warehouses to provide relief. This will prevent the transportation of food and huge losses during the journey. I have thought for half a night and came up with these 3 strategies. If there is anything wrong with them, I hope that your Majesty will not blame me. A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui originally thought that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable. However, when they saw the last sentence, they almost laughed out loud. To dare to write such a joke in a secret memorial to Li Er, this kid is really bold. Chapter 176. Within the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er saw the expressions of the 3 ministers and knew what they were thinking. He smiled helplessly and said, "What do you think of Li Zishuan's 3 strategies for controlling locusts?" Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know much about the situation of the small countries in the Southern Sea. As for the poultry's ability to exterminate locusts, I also have my doubts. However, I feel that Li Xiannan's 3rd plan is very feasible." Li Er nodded and said with a smile, Li Zishuan said that the situation of the small countries in the southern sea is true. A few years ago, I saw in some of the previous dynasties' nautical records that the rice in some of the countries in the southern sea does indeed ripen 3 times a year. The local grain prices are also very cheap. As early as the Sui dynasty, the imperial court had already started to establish maritime communications with Taiwan. Based on historical records, the Sui dynasty had at least 3 voyages to Taiwan Island. They were in the 3rd year of Day, 607, the 4th year of Day, 608, and the 6th year of Day, 610. From this, it could be seen that the shipbuilding and ocean navigation technology of the time were extremely advanced in the world. Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, since there is such a country, then I think that Li Zishuan's first strategy is completely feasible. The imperial court can send the navy to escort the caravan to Nanyang in exchange for food. The latter half of Li Xiannan's words aren't wrong. If we were to purchase rations from the other regions of Great Tang, the locust plague would inevitably lead to a shortage of rations. Thus, importing rations from outside is the best choice. Li Er nodded with relief and smiled. In that case, I will order Li Shaogong, Prince of Hejian, to prepare a navy in the near future. I will order the Ministry of Revenue to take out 500,000 strings of cash to purchase a batch of silk and porcelain. I will also recruit a caravan from the people to go south with the navy in June to trade with the Nanyang countries in exchange for food. The 3 old officials said respectfully at the same time, Your Majesty is wise. Li Er continued, as for the ability of poultry to kill locusts, there is no need to doubt it. Previously, Li Zishuan told me that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 to 30 chickens can more or less guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. At the time, I didn't believe it, but later, I sent someone to the imperial plantation to ask the old farmer and verified that it was true. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other in surprise. In the end, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Xiannan's 3 strategies for dealing with locusts should be implemented as soon as possible. With such a talent in the younger generation of my Great Tang, a golden age is certain to continue. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty. Your subjects congratulate Your Majesty. Fang Xianling and Zhangsun Wuji also cupped their hands and praised. The 2 of them were shrewd old men. They knew that Li Er had been worried about the next generation of talents of the empire. At this moment, they could make Li Er happy. Not only did it not violate their principles, but it could also harmonize the relationship between the ruler and his subjects. Wasn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ha ha ha. Li Er laughed heartily. Du Ruhui's words had struck a chord in his heart. He swept away the gloominess from a few days ago and smiled. Minister Du is right. The Great Tang will have to rely on these young people in the future. People of our generation are already old. Since the 3 of you agree, then the 3 of you should cooperate with me to implement the 3 strategies for dealing with locusts as soon as possible. This subject obeys the decree. At noon, the mathematics school was about to start classes. The Imperial College had its own canteen. After all, there were many students from outside the city. Of course, the Imperial College did not force the students to eat in the canteen. Therefore, many students from the city chose to go home for lunch. Huayu, how is Uncle Qin's health recently? After class, Li Zishuan found Qin Huayu and asked. Qin Huayu was still thinking about the lessons in the morning. Unlike Qing Chumo, who had been fooling around outside since he was young, the Qin residence's upbringing was extremely strict. Qin Huayu had been ordered by Qin Xiong to study hard at home since he was young. Therefore, although he was the 2nd generation of a military family, he was more like a gentle scholar. This was the first time he had heard of this new mathematics class. Even now, he was still immersed in it. Li Zishuan saw that he was in a daze and repeated it again. Qin Huayu was instantly awakened and said in astonishment, Ah? Oh, thank you for your concern. Although my father's health is not as good as before, he is much better after these days of recuperation. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry at the way Qin Huayu addressed him. This Qin Huayu was still immersed in the lesson and had not changed his identity. Huayu, after class, you can just call me Little Xian. If you still call me Mister, wouldn't it be too distant? That's right, that's right. Ching Chimo quickly echoed from the side. Even in class, this fellow was unwilling to call Li Zishuan Mister, let alone after class. Okay, then I'll call you Little Xian after class. Qin Huayu was much more awake now and quickly said. Huayu, I'll go check on Uncle Qin tomorrow afternoon. Send someone to inform Daoist Sunday. If Uncle Qin's blood has been completely replenished, then that's even better. If it's still as weak as before, then I'll give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. I've already built the tools for the blood transfusion. Li Tai also came over at this time. Hearing this, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Little Xian, this blood transfusion can be used to treat illnesses? How come I've never heard of it? Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, Qin Ke, why are you so impudent and not calling me Mister anymore? Li Tai said bluntly, didn't you just say that I'll call you Little Xian after class to avoid alienation? Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty really didn't treat him as an outsider. That's right, Little Xian. I heard from my dad that you're going to give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. Unfortunately, you didn't have the tools before. This time, I have to go and see. Ching Chimo said excitedly. I'll go too, I'll go too. Li Tai was also very curious about this novel treatment method. You two still have class tomorrow. Li Zishuan said unhappily. Ching Chimo curled his lips and said, then why don't you have class tomorrow? In the future, you two will have self-study in the afternoon. Assistant lecturer Su will be in charge. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask Mr. Su. Li Zishuan expressed that his reason for being lazy was very good. Su Hongji's foundation and talent in mathematics were originally very strong. In the end, Li Zishuan's new mathematics still had a lot of shadows of traditional mathematics. Su Hongji was able to comprehend by analogy. After studying the textbooks for a few days and asking Li Zishuan about some doubts, he had already digested most of the elementary mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan dared to be so lazy. Ching Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and Li Tai were all speechless. After a while, Ching Chimo rolled his eyes and said smugly, I'm going to be sick tomorrow and need to apply for leave in advance. Even Chancellor Kong can't say anything, right? Li Zishuan kicked Ching Chimo's butt and said unhappily, you brat, why don't you go to heaven? Chapter 177. Xian, come over here. After lunch, Madame Li mysteriously waved for her son to come over. Li Zishuan curiously walked over and asked, Mother, what's the matter? Madame Li lovingly smiled and said, it's a good thing. Yesterday, your father asked a matchmaker for Han Yushi's birth characters. Mother will go to Xiandu Temple tomorrow and find a Daoist priest to match your birth characters. Li Zishuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, really? That's great. But mother, what if that Daoist priest says that Yushi and I are not compatible? Bah, nonsense. My son is handsome and elegant. The Han family's daughter is also dignified and beautiful. She is educated and reasonable. How can the two of you not be compatible? Madame Li lightly knocked on her son's head and said unhappily. Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, mother. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and rubbed his head. He replied and quickly went to the West Court. Xiaoxi, come over. In the main hall of the West Court, Li Zishuan sneakily asked Xiaoxi to come in. Young master, it's still daytime. What do you want to do? Xiaoxi looked at Li Zishuan and thought of something bad. Furthermore, Li Zishuan said those words last night. The servant girl immediately crossed her arms and looked at Li Zishuan vigilantly. She refused to go in. Now that Li Zishuan was about to get married, if he messed around with the servant girls, it was hard to guarantee that the future young mistress would not make things difficult for them. Although Xiaoxi had a good impression of Li Zishuan, she was very clear about what she should and shouldn't do. Li Zishuan stared at her and said, What are you thinking? If you don't come in, I will definitely eat you up tonight. Oh. When Xiaoxi heard Li Zishuan say that, she knew that she was thinking wrongly. She quickly agreed and walked in. Young master, what's the matter? Something big. Tomorrow, my mother is going to the Xuandu temple to match Yuxi and me. You should follow her and take the opportunity to give that fortune-telling Daoist some money. Let him pick something nice to say. Tell him that if he dares to talk nonsense, I will smash his Daoist temple. Li Zishuan finally got a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. He didn't want these weird Taoist priests to cause any more trouble. Puchi. When Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Young master, how can you do this? Aren't you cheating? At the same time, Xiaoxi was a little envious. If young master could care about her so much in the future, she would be willing to die. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and snapped, what's wrong with cheating? Those Daoists of the Jianghu were always talking nonsense. How many of them could be accurate? My master's fortune-telling was accurate, but he never told people's marriage. He would rather destroy a temple than ruin a marriage. Do you understand? Actually, Li Zishuan was overthinking this matter. Normally, Daoists would match people's birth characters. Regardless of whether the man and woman were suitable for each other, they would usually pick something nice to say. Very few Daoists would purposely break up people's marriages. If that was the case, the grudge would be too big. It wouldn't be in line with their principle of keeping a low profile to make a fortune. Hence, most of the time, the so-called matching of birth characters was just a formality to let the elders feel at ease. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue mischievously. She felt that no matter what she said, her young master was right. Hence, she stopped arguing and smiled, all right, young master. Xiaoxi will do it tomorrow. Li Zishuan grinned and said, that's right, that's right. This is my family's good Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi blushed and ran out. She thought to herself that ever since the young master wanted to marry the young mistress, he liked to tease her and Xiaoxi more and more. Could it be that the young master had turned into a big pervert? If Li Zishuan knew what the little girl was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. He was also a man. Every day, he would guard these two pretty little girls. He couldn't eat them, and he would occasionally say a few flowery words. How did he become a pervert? Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Ma Zhou was sitting in the study room in the backyard. He was leisurely drinking tea and reading a book. On the table beside his hand, there was a thick pile of books. The current Ma Zhou was not the same as before. Ever since Li Zishuan came that day, his position in the workshop had skyrocketed. He sat firmly in the second position. Furthermore, because he was an authentic cultured person with great potential, his position in the workshop was faintly surpassing Faubert's. Therefore, he was naturally treated well now. There were even 2 servants outside the door who could be ordered around. He was really living a comfortable life. He was now reading the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, that Li Qingxian asked the eunuch to return. He was already working on the newspaper that Li Zishuan asked him to do last time. The stack of documents on the table was the recent major events in Cheng, and that he had collected. He had also personally written the relevant manuscripts. Now that he was free, he wanted to read Li Zishuan's novel and see how the quality was. After all, Ma Zhou was very confident in his literary talent. He believed that if his article was published in the newspaper, it would definitely receive a lot of praise. However, he was not confident in Li Zishuan's literary talent. Ma Zhou was afraid that Li Zishuan's novel would be too lousy and drag down the overall quality of the newspaper. The beginning is so flat and straightforward. It doesn't pay attention to the rhymes. It's completely vernacular. How can this kind of article be presented? But what are the circles and dots in the middle used for? Why does it look like it's used for punctuation? This idea is not bad. Ma Zhou looked at the first chapter and couldn't help but say with a look of disdain. However, he was still very interested in Li Zishuan's punctuation. Forget it, let's read the next chapter. After thinking for a while, Ma Zhou still patiently continued reading. Cultivation. The idea of this chapter is a bit interesting. Ma Zhou had never read a Xuanhuan cultivation novel. The first time he saw the world structure and the cultivation system, he couldn't help but be deeply immersed. At this time, he didn't care about the literary talent of the article. TSK. Exciting. This eternal spring art is so powerful. How did Li Xiannan come up with it? Why is this bottle so strong that it can't be broken? This bottle has a great origin. It can actually accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Won't Hanli be able to level up quickly in the future? How did it end so quickly? At first, Ma Zhou was still disdainful of Li Zixuan's literary talent. In the end, he was quickly immersed in the novel and dreamlike plot. Unknowingly, he finished reading more than 20 chapters, and it was obvious that he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Although the beginning of the story is flawed, the more I read, the more exciting it is. The owner has completely created an unprecedented new world. It's really too novel and too interesting. Ma Zhou touched his chin and muttered to himself. After a while, he looked at the press release he wrote before and his heart wavered. Should I also write this article in vernacular? No, wouldn't that be too lacking in content? But I keep feeling that there's something missing. At this moment, Ma Zhou began to hesitate and feel conflicted. Forget it, I'll take it and ask the owner. Ma Zhou thought for a while and decided to personally listen to Li Zixuan's opinion. After all, the idea of this newspaper was originally proposed by Li Zixuan. Swordsmen are working so hard. Students who read pirated versions, can you come to QQ bookstore and subscribe 2 chapters to support me? It's just a few cents. Give me some motivation to persevere. The results are too terrible. Chapter 178. In the afternoon, after Li Zixuan finished his nap, Xiaohe came over and told him that a middle-aged scholar named Ma Zhou had come to see him and was waiting in the main hall of the front yard. Li Zixuan nodded and walked to the front hall. He saw Ma Zhou wearing a high hat and a wide belt. He was immaculately dressed, looking like a scholar with an imposing appearance and an elegant demeanor. His attire almost blinded Li Zixuan's titanium alloy eyes. Was this still the sloppy man he saw yesterday? TSK, Mr. Ma's style is almost as elegant as mine. If you walk on the street, won't other young ladies be stolen by Mr. Ma? Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Zhou was about to get up and salute Li Zixuan. When he heard this teasing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Ma Zhou was not a person who couldn't make jokes. He smiled and half-joked with Li Zixuan's words. Lord Zhu, I'm now the brand of Chitsu culture. No matter what, I have to dress up a little. Otherwise, won't I embarrass Lord Zhu? In history, the Zhenguan dynasty was full of talents. Ma Zhouguan was able to rise so quickly because, in addition to his talent, he was indeed outstanding in his conduct and conduct of the world. Ma Zhou was a smart man. He paid more attention to art when remonstrating, unlike Wei Zheng, who was straightforward. If Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country were great wisdom, then these trivial details could only be regarded as petty cleverness. However, it was this petty cleverness that smoothed the relationship between him and Li Shimin, so Li Shimin always treated him well. In the 12th year of Zhenguan, Ma Zhou was promoted to the secretary of the secretariat and was transferred to the secretariat to work. Li Shimin said to the attendants on his left and right, "If I don't see Ma Zhou later, I'll miss him." From this, it could be seen that Ma Zhou was humorous, not inflexible, and knew how to conduct himself. Basically, he could make everyone like him. Li Zixuan was also amused by Ma Zhou's words. Mr. Ma is really humorous. I wonder what brings you here today. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhou stopped smiling. He took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve and handed them to Li Zixuan. He said with a smile, "Lord Zhu, I have compiled the recent decrees issued by our dynasty as well as some major cases and strange stories around Chang, and into the kind of press release you mentioned. I'm here today to let you see if it's okay." Li Zixuan was surprised. So fast? Ma Zhou said embarrassedly, I was a little excited yesterday when I thought of the grand plans Lord Zhu mentioned, so I... Only then did Li Zishuan notice his panda eyes. This guy probably didn't sleep last night, right? Ma Zhou's outfit today was too eye-catching, so Li Zishuan ignored his facial expression. Brother Ma, you're well read. You should know the principle of combining work and rest. No matter how great your ambition is, it still needs to be accumulated step by step. It's impossible to achieve it overnight. Your body is the most precious asset. He seemed to remember that in the history books of his previous life, Ma Zhou died very early. That was why he said this. He didn't want Ma Zhou, a talented and humorous person, to die young. In fact, in history, Ma Zhou suffered from chronic diabetes for a long time. He couldn't recover after a long period of treatment. In the end, he died on the 9th day of the first lunar month in the 22nd year of Zhengguan. He was 48 years old. Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's words. Although he was touched, he still didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. But I'm still in the prime of my life. Every time I think of doing something big with Lord Zhu and leaving my name in history, I feel excited. It's just that we met too late. I've wasted so much time in the past few years. Ma Zhou's words were sincere. Scholars all had the ambition to govern the country and pacify the world. Whether it was the dictionary or the newspaper, it was a great promotion for the education of the Tang Empire. At first, Ma Zhou came to the workshop to earn money to buy wine. But since he knew about Li Zishuan's ambition to let everyone in the world be able to afford to study, he felt that his body was full of vitality and he had more motivation to work. Li Zishuan insisted, work can be done slowly, but you can't ignore your health. Brother Ma, listen to me. Rest when you need to. The Tang Empire will only get better and better in the future. There are many things that Brother Ma needs to do and witness. Later, I'll instruct your servant to remind you to rest on time every day. Ma Zhou spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay. I'll listen to Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he look at the manuscripts written by Ma Zhou. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects of His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were under His Majesty's control. For China, there was no such thing as the Turks, and the great and great Khans were helpless. Yantua and Tiela were in charge of the prefectures and counties. Gaochang and Tuhun were in charge of sweeping the land. Only the Goryeo were ordered by the successive generations, and Mok was poor. His Majesty reprimanded them for being traitors. Zhengguan law interpretation, it said, man, 3 talents and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Yuan is the minister of justice, and he is punished for political and religious reasons. His sentiments are unscrupulous and foolish, and he knows Shen is ruthless. If he is big, he will mess up his area. If he is small, he will show his style. If he does not establish a system, he will not be heard of before. The murderer of the massacre of a family of 6 in Xinfeng County has been arrested by the authorities. In the spring of the first year of Zhengguan, Lu Yuanyi's family was robbed by thieves. The family of 5 fought back with all their might, but the thieves were brave and brutal. Li Zishuan looked at the pieces of news in his hand. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally finished reading all of them. Then he put down the manuscripts in his hand and looked at Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, I have a few suggestions. See if they are feasible. If you think they are not, we can discuss it in detail. Ma Zhou nodded and said, I have the same idea. Lord Zhu, please tell me. I am all ears. Li Zishuan stretched out a finger and said, First, I think that you should add punctuation marks in all of your manuscripts. This will make it easier for the readers to read. As for what punctuation marks are, I believe that Brother Ma has already roughly understood part of it from my A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Later, I will systematically teach you the usage of all punctuation marks. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, I have indeed seen these marks before. At that time, I also guessed that they were used to punctuate sentences. I didn't expect it to be true. In this way, if we add these marks to the newspapers in the future, it will indeed have a good effect. Li Zishuan agreed and said, exactly. The same sentence can be punctuated in different ways. Each way of punctuation represents a different meaning. Such examples can be found everywhere. Only by introducing punctuation marks can we reduce a lot of unnecessary ambiguity. Chapter 179. In the main hall of the Li estate, Li Zishuan continued to speak with assurance. He extended a second finger and said, secondly, I think we need to figure out the audience of the newspaper. With the publication of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and the promotion of pinyin, the number of literate people will far exceed the current number of scholars. These people don't read much, so they definitely won't be able to understand profound classical Chinese. I think that in the future, the newspaper should mainly be written in the vernacular. But considering that the dictionary and pinyin haven't been fully promoted yet, we can do a preliminary experiment. We can divide the newspaper into a few sections. One section will be called Literati Interaction. In this section, everything will be written in classical Chinese. Here, the scholars can express their interpretations of the imperial court's decrees and different viewpoints from different schools of thought. This section will become a paradise for literati to communicate. The other sections will be written in the vernacular. Ma Zhou couldn't help but nod and say, that's a good idea. Before I came, I also considered this problem. Li Zishuan continued, thirdly, regarding the current news, Brother Ma, you can put it into a separate section. This section is mainly used to record the recent strange events, but the writing style can't be so serious. The title can't be as rigid as what you wrote. You have to write it in a relaxed and humorous way to attract people. Don't the people read the newspaper for fun and novelty? Ma Zhou worked so hard to write the news article for so long. Many of the words were carefully crafted by him. In the end, he was criticized as worthless by Li Zishuan. He was a little embarrassed and his stubborn temper almost flared up again. But this time, he forced himself to hold it back. He was a little unconvinced and asked, then Lord Zhu, how do you think I should write it? Li Zishuan smiled. He could also see that Ma Zhou still had a little temper. But it was normal for literati to be arrogant. He didn't mind too much and said, as for how to write it in a way that will attract people, Brother Ma has to figure it out yourself. But I can provide Brother Ma with an example. For example, you can start by writing, why did a 90-year-old woman die naked on the streets? Why did hundreds of female donkeys scream in the middle of the night? Why did the underwear of the courtesans of 100 Flowers Tower get stolen? Who was the perpetrator of the serial rape and killing of sows? Why did the old nun's door get knocked every night? Was it a person or a ghost? What was behind the accidental deaths of hundreds of female dogs? Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Was it the eruption of sex or the helplessness of thirst? Stay tuned for the 8th issue of Datong Daily. Pooh! Li Zishuan was really full of surprises. Before he could finish, Ma Zhou felt dizzy and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Where's your integrity? My Lord Zhu, where is your integrity? Ma Zhou felt that he had no integrity when he put down his pride as a scholar and shamelessly went to work in the workshop. However, he did not expect that there would be a scholar who was even more shameless than him. Ma Zhou now had some doubts. Was he too thin-skinned before? Lord Zhu, is it really okay to write like this? Will we be drowned by the saliva of all the scholars in the world? Ma Zhou looked like he was going to vomit blood and asked gloomily. It was as if he was saying to Li Zishuan, are you sure you're not King kidding me? Li Zishuan deliberately ignored Ma Zhou's expression and said matter-of-factly, why not? Brother Ma, don't you think that the people will be more interested in reading if you write like this? As for the scholar's saliva, Brother Ma, you don't have to worry at all. If they want to scold us, let them. Only when there is controversy can we become more and more famous. Their saliva will only make our newspaper more popular. Moreover, in the future, our newspaper will definitely have the absolute power of public opinion. When that time comes, I'll see who dares to scold us. Ma Zhou wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Why did he feel like he had fallen into a pit of fire? Moreover, it was the kind of pit that was 10,000 meters deep. He could not jump out even if he wanted to. Lord Ju, do you really want to write like this? Ma Zhou hoped that Li Zixuan would change his mind and not make things so shocking. Li Zixuan insisted, yes, just write in this style. There's a trace of exaggeration in the humor. Once people start reading, they can't stop even if they want to. All right then. Ma Zhou could only agree helplessly. He cursed in his heart, is that a trace of exaggeration? It's simply too exaggerated. Li Zixuan thought for a while and continued, then the novel section at the end of the newspaper will be called Dahua Jianghu. In the early stage, I'll use my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to cover it. Every issue will have 4 chapters serialized. Later on, if the Ministry of Culture receives some high-quality novels, then they can be serialized together. Brother Ma, what do you think of my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Can I put it in the newspaper? Ma Zhou said awkwardly, ahem, of course. This Ma has also read this novel. Although the beginning is a little plain, from the last few chapters, this Ma has never heard of the huge world built in this novel and the cultivation system mentioned in the book. This Ma is simply unheard of. It is really too novel. I believe that when the time comes, there will be many people who will like to read it. Li Zixuan said proudly, of course, the story will only get more and more interesting. Brother Ma, you definitely won't be able to imagine it. Then when the novel is published, will the author write your name, Lord Ju? Ma Zhou suddenly thought of a very important question. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and smiled, there's no need to write my real name. I'll give myself a pen name. In the future, everyone who contributes can give themselves a pen name. My pen name will be Leather Knight. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, Master Forgetful, I'm sorry. I'll just copy this novel from you. I'll copy someone else's next one. Don't mind me. I'll be taking your novel to the Tang dynasty. You're welcome. Ma Zhou's face was full of doubts and asked, Lord Ju, what's the meaning of the 3 words Leather Knight? Li Zixuan looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof, through the sky, and rushed out of the horizon. He sighed deeply and said, this is because I miss a person. A very great person. Without him, perhaps I wouldn't be who I am now. 2017. In a small rented house in Tiandu, a failed web novel author was crazily typing in front of the computer. Behind the Word document, there was clearly a program code that he had just finished running. Suddenly, he sneezed 3 times. Achoo! 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 Suddenly, the computer screen was full of saliva. He took a piece of tissue paper to wipe the computer and cursed, F***ck, it must be that old woman, the landlord, scolding me again. I just told her to pay the rent a few days later. Did she have to do this? Li Mansion. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zixuan's strange words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't Lord Ju's father called Li Jingma and his mother called Yi Yuzhu? There isn't anyone called Leather Knight? Then why did Lord Ju say that without Leather Knight, there wouldn't be him? Could it be? Ma Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. Pa! Li Zixuan saw this and slammed the table. He said angrily, what are you thinking? When my master was alive, he said that he liked the 3 words Leather Knight very much. Ma Zhou was obviously thinking the wrong way. Li Zixuan had no choice but to make up an excuse to avoid any trouble. Ma Zhou replied with an, oh, half believing and half doubting. Then, seeing that he had achieved all his goals today, he proposed to leave. Li Zixuan waved his hand helplessly, telling this bastard with a big brain to scram. Chapter 180. Jinda, Jijia, pharmacist, Jingda, why are you all here? The afternoon of the 2nd day, Niu Jinda, Qingyao Jin, Li Jing, and Yuqi Jingda arrived at the Qin manor, giving Qin Xiong a fright. Second brother, we heard that Xiao Xian was going to give you a blood transfusion, so we wanted to come and observe. Qing Yaojin smiled happily. Among them, he had the deepest relationship with Qin Xiong. They were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Thinking that there was hope for his good brother's illness, Qing Yaojin felt even better than killing hundreds of enemies. That's right. I've never heard of such a strange thing like stealing blood to save people. Today, I'm here to broaden my horizons and see if this method can be used in the army in the future. Shu Bao, please don't blame me for coming uninvited. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled reservedly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said, "Pharmacist, you're treating me like an outsider. Come in and sit. Housekeeper, serve tea." The group sat down in the front hall under Qin Xiong's instructions. Maids and servants came to serve tea. Madame Qin also knew that Li Zixuan was coming today to treat her husband, so she waited in the front hall. Yuqi Gong took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Xiong and asked, "Shu Bao, your complexion looks much better than usual. Can you still get on a horse and fight?" Compared to half a month ago, Qin Shu Bao's complexion was indeed much better. At the very least, he looked more like a healthy normal person. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Jingde is joking. Although I can move freely now, but if I get on a horse to fight, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to do so. I can't compare to Jingde, Jia, you two have great martial strength." Niu Jingde comforted him. Shu Bao has been on a horse all his life. It's good that he can live peacefully. Now that my Tang Empire is going to be peaceful, Shu Bao can stay at home and enjoy life. Isn't that a good thing in life? Qing Yaojin also patted his chest and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I can fight in the war." "Second brother, you can't fight with me." Qin Xiong shook his head. He looked to the north and sighed. The Turks in the north have yet to be wiped out. How can this old man retire at home in peace? Li Jing frowned and said, "Shu Bao, you don't have to be too worried. The Turks aren't united. Last year, they took advantage of our great Tang's internal weakness to send their troops to the Wei River. As long as we prepare for war for 2 years, we won't be afraid of the Turks. Master, Daoist Sun and Daoist Li are here." At this moment, a servant came in and cupped his hands. Qin Xiong stood up and said excitedly, "Please, please." A moment later, Li Zixuan and Sun Simiao walked in together. Behind Sun Simiao was Hu Jingjing. Li Zixuan had also asked the young lady at the door. Hu Hanyun and Hu Guiyuan's injuries had all been treated and they had already returned home. They had originally wanted to go to the Li family to kowtow and thank Li Zixuan for his kindness, but Li Zixuan had been in class at the time, so they gave up on the idea. After the few people in the room greeted Sun Simiao, Qing Yaojin began to scold Li Zixuan. "Good lad, you made all of us wait for you. You're getting more and more arrogant." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and apologized. "Please forgive me, uncles. I was late because I had to prepare some things. I didn't think it through." Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. "Jijia, don't scare children. As long as you can cure Shu Bao's illness, what's wrong with us waiting for a while?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Jing and cupped his hands in puzzlement. "May I ask who this uncle is?" In his opinion, the person who could sit here and chat with Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong must be a big shot, so he asked. Niu Jingde pointed at Li Zixuan and said with a smile, You don't even know the famous pharmacist Li." Li Zixuan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an awesome person. He hurriedly bowed and said, "It turns out to be the Tang Empire's military god. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, General Li." Li Jing's face changed slightly. He waved his hand and forced a smile. "Military god? Don't talk nonsense. You can also call me uncle like you call Jijia and Shu Bao." Li Zixuan hurriedly called him Uncle Li again. Li Jing said, "Xiao Xian, go and treat Shu Bao. I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't waste time here." Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said yes. At this time, Sun Simiao had already checked Qin Xiong's pulse. Li Zixuan stood aside and waited for the results. He greeted Mrs. Qin with his eyes. Mrs. Qin gave him a kind smile. Half an hour later, Sun Simiao stood up and sighed to everyone. General Qin's internal injuries are gradually getting better. However, the qi and blood he lost in the early years has not been completely recovered. It has been a long time since the last time I checked his pulse. I'm afraid that less than 10% of it has been recovered. General Qin is approaching middle age and his qi and blood are not as vigorous as a young man's. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover all the qi and blood he lost through the power of the medicine. Everyone's face darkened and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zishuan and continued, Xiao Xian, let's try your life-prolonging skill. Qing Yaojin agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Xian, let's draw blood. See if my blood is suitable. Sir Li, please see if my blood is suitable. At this time, the housekeeper of Qin's mansion who was waiting on the side bowed and begged. Lord Li, please take a look and see if our blood is compatible. Suddenly, there was a roar of nearly 100 people outside the house. Qin Xiong and the others turned pale with fright. They hurriedly walked to the door and saw nearly 100 Qin clan generals neatly lined up in 10 rows. Everyone cupped their fists and knelt on one knee. This was standard military etiquette. The news that Li Zishuan was going to give Qin Xiong a blood transfusion had already spread among the servants of Qin's mansion. Correspondingly, they already knew about the theory that Li Zishuan had mentioned last time. How could they not help when their master was in trouble? Moreover, most of them had accompanied Qin Xiong in his early years and fought all over the world. Later, because of the battles, they were left with disabilities. Qin Xiong saw that some of them were lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took them in as his family soldiers. After so many years, he had been supporting them. Therefore, their feelings for Qin Xiong were deeper than anyone else's. Moreover, according to Li Zishuan, taking a little blood wouldn't kill anyone. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Qin Xiong felt as if he had returned to the battlefield. These were all brothers who would die for him. At this moment, he couldn't help but tear up. Zhuang Qi, what do you want to do by bringing them here? Hurry up and go back. Family head, I, Zhuang Qi, did everything I did today willingly. If it wasn't for you, I would have starved to death on the side of the road. Now that you are in trouble, forget about taking a bit of my blood, even if you want my life, I'm willing. The leader, Zhuang Qi, clasped his fists at Qin Xiong and said loudly. Yes, master, we are all willing. We are all willing. Lord Li, please draw my blood. I have the most blood. When the other family soldiers heard Zhuang Qi's words, they all shouted out. In an instant, the front yard of Qin's mansion was filled with roars. Li Zishuan was also moved by the brotherhood on the battlefield. Just as he was about to step out and persuade Qin Xiong, he heard a heroic laugh from outside the door. It is said that men on the battlefield are loyal. The family soldiers of Qin's mansion are all indomitable and loyal men. Please support me with a legal subscription. The author is about to vomit blood. Chapter 181. Following this forthright laugh, Li Er, dressed in a bright yellow uniform, strode in with large strides. Everyone was shocked and knelt down, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and laughed, Rise, Shu Bao. I heard from Qin Ke that Li Zishuan is going to give you a blood transfusion this afternoon, so I came to take a look. Shu Bao, you won't mind me being an uninvited guest, right? Qin Xiong bowed, I wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong was both gratified and happy that Li Er had personally come to see him. He had stayed out of the Xuanwu Gate incident last year because he did not want to participate in the tragedy of killing his brother and seizing the throne. It had nothing to do with his position. He had always been on Li Er's side. But from the rewards of the officials after the incident at Xianwu Gate, everyone thought that Qin Xiong had lost the favor of the emperor and would no longer be valued. Usually, only Qing Yaojin and Niu Jinda, these former battle brothers, were willing to come to the Qin Fu. Now that Li Er came out of the palace to see Qin Xiong, to a certain extent, it dispelled some of the rumors. Qin Xiong didn't care about these rumors, but he was still happy that Li Er came to see him personally. "Ha, don't just stand there, continue. Don't delay Shu Bao's treatment because of me." Li Er didn't rush everyone to do what they were supposed to do. Li Zishuan looked and said to Qin Xiong, "Uncle Qin, since these men are willing to donate blood for you, why don't we start the blood test first? I said before that taking a small amount of blood is not harmful to the human body, but beneficial. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee this." Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "I believe you." Then, he looked at the group of family generals in front of him and said loudly, "All of you, get up. This old man owes you a favor today." Zhuang Qi stood up and grinned, "Family head, you're too serious." Li Zishuan had them stand in a row, but he didn't need so many people. He planned to let them leave once he found a suitable blood type. He first used a porcelain bottle to take the blood of the 10 people and put their names on the bottle. Then, he took it back and tested it with Qin Xiong's blood. After a while, the results came out. "Uncle Qin, Zhuang Qi, and Mei Wenhua have the same blood type as you. You can use their blood." Li Er and the others watched from the side and clicked their tongues in wonder, but did not interrupt. In the courtyard, Zhuang Qi heard Li Zishuan's words and immediately grinned proudly. "Huh, you're so uncultured. Don't fight with me this time. Lord Li, you can just use my blood. Your uncultured body is not as strong as mine." A lame veteran in the first row was immediately unhappy. He scolded, "Zhuang Laoqi, you're F*king looking down on us veterans. If you're not convinced, come out and fight with me." Qin Xiong could not help but scold, "All of you, shut up. Don't be rude in front of His Majesty." Immediately, the two of them quieted down. Li Er waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He had been in the army for a long time and was already used to such fights. Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao looked at each other and stepped forward. "Uncle Qin, just use Zhuang Qi's blood. You can ask the others to leave." Mei Wenhua was indeed a little old. His own blood production ability was not enough. If he gave Qin Xiong blood, he would probably be finished. Qin Xiong nodded and shouted, "Zhuang Qi, step forward. The rest of you can leave." "Master." Mei Wenhua still wanted to fight for it, but he was glared at by Qin Xiong. Everyone came to a bedroom. Sun Simiao went forward to check Zhuang Qi's pulse to see if he was healthy and if he had any medical history. This was what Li Zishuan had told him when he came. He could not let Qin Xiong get infected after the blood transfusion and have other diseases. Zhuang Qi obediently allowed himself to be checked. His expression did not reveal any impatience. After a while, Sun Simiao nodded at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan ordered Zhuang Qi to lie on the bed. He also asked someone to bring a cushion for Qin Xiong to lie on the ground. This strange arrangement shocked Zhuang Qi. He quickly stood up and said that he wanted to lie on the ground and let Qin Xiong lie on the bed. Li Zishuan slapped him. If they really lay down like that, who would be the one to transfuse blood in the end? After the two of them were in position, Li Zishuan asked them to roll up their sleeves. He picked up the cotton swab, which was actually a ball of steamed coarse cloth tied to the front of a thin stick. In this era, cotton was still a rare ornamental flower. It was not popularized as a crop. Li Zishuan could not find cotton in a short time, so he could only do this. He dipped the cotton swab in alcohol and smeared it on the two people's arms. Suddenly, an unusually strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Cheng Yaojin sniffed hard. He was so greedy that his saliva almost flowed out. He thought to himself, "This kid is not honest. He has such a good thing and yet he is still hiding it." Although Li Zishuan liked to drink, he was more concerned about the purpose of Li Zishuan's action. He thought for a long time but still could not figure it out. He could not help but frown deeply. Sun Simiao did not have any scruples. He directly asked, "Xiao Xian, what do you mean by smearing alcohol on their arms?" As Li Zishuan busied himself, he replied, "It's disinfecting. There are some small bugs on the surface of a person's skin that can't be seen with the naked eye. This strong liquor can kill them. In fact, when someone was injured in the army, their wound would become infected because of these small bugs in the air. Although Sun Simiao did not know what air was, he understood the general meaning. He nodded thoughtfully. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He could not help but ask, if this kind of alcohol is used in the military, can it greatly reduce the death of injured soldiers? Li Zishuan nodded and said, in theory, it can. Li Jing looked at Li Er excitedly. Li Er nodded at him, indicating that they should finish treating Qin Xiong's illness first. After disinfecting, Li Zishuan found the blood vessels on Zhuang Qi's arm. Looking at the thick needle, he gritted his teeth and stabbed it in. Zhuang Qi's body trembled, but he did not cry out in pain. Li Zishuan waited for the air in the needle to be exhausted. Then, he inserted the other end of the needle into Qin Xiong's arm. Because of the difference in height, the blood slowly flowed through the needle into Qin Xiong's body. Everyone in the room held their breaths and stared at the blood flowing through the needle. They were witnessing the first case of blood transfusion in human history. Gradually, Qin Xiong fell asleep with a satisfied expression. Li Zishuan stared at the hourglass on the table. After a while, he nodded at Sun Simiao. The two went forward to remove the needles from Qin Xiong's arm and used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to press on the wound. Then, Li Zishuan stood up and started to pack up the tools. Of course, Mrs. Qin went forward to press on the wound on Qin Xiong's arm. As for Zhuang Qi, he acted as if nothing had happened. After pressing for a while, he threw away the cotton swabs. Instead, he sniffed his arm for a while and muttered, "Good wine." A few old soldiers in the room gently carried Qin Xiong to the bed. They saw that his breathing was even and he was sleeping soundly. He was not awakened by the commotion outside. Mrs. Qin stood to the side, happily wiping away her tears. Sun Simiao went forward to check Qin Xiong's pulse again. After a while, he smiled and nodded at Mrs. Qin. This was clearly not the place to talk. After Mrs. Qin reacted, she apologetically called Li Er and the others to the front hall for tea. Li Zishuan wanted to leave after packing up, but Yuqi Jingda picked him up like an eagle grabbing a little chick and brought him to the front hall. Chapter 182. Li Zishuan, can this strong liquor really prevent the wound from getting infected and suppurating as you said? In the main hall of Qin's mansion, Li Er sat alone in the seat of honor while the others sat below in an orderly manner. Li Zishuan was tired for a long time and finally sat down to rest. When he heard Li Er's question, he really did not want to move, so he directly sat on the stool and cupped his hands to Li Er. Indeed, when my teacher treated the wounds of the farmers who were bitten by wild beasts, he would use strong liquor to disinfect them. If your majesty does not believe me, you can test it in the Imperial Medical Department first. Li Er nodded. Li Jing then stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. This old subject earnestly requests your majesty to introduce this method of disinfection into the army. Every year, the death rate of wounded soldiers in the army is as high as 70%. Many good men did not die on the battlefield, but died from infection. This old subject is truly distressed. Li Er quickly said, I also understand the situation that the pharmacist mentioned. Li Zishuan, how much of this strong liquor do you have in your winery? He wanted to directly take the method of brewing the strong liquor into the imperial court's possession. After all, this strong liquor had become an extremely important strategic resource in terms of its effect. However, there were still shares of the Qing family in it. If he did so, it would not look good. Li Zishuan suddenly had a good premonition. He felt as if he was being targeted by a tiger. He cautiously said, Your Majesty, this strong liquor has no other use except for disinfection. Therefore, the winery only has a few bottles. I made it on the spot. Li Er stared and said, What do you mean by no other use except for disinfection? You really don't know the severity of the situation. Just by disinfection, you can save the lives of many good men in the Tang Empire. He shook his head and muttered, Can this liquor be brewed in large quantities and supplied to the army? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, How much of this disinfection liquor does the Tang Empire need every year? Li Er did not know this. He looked at Li Jing and threw the question out. Li Jing was also a little confused. He knew how many injured soldiers there were every year, but how would he know how much strong liquor was needed? There are about 15,000 injured soldiers in the army every year. Little Xian, calculate how much hard liquor you need. Li Jing could only throw the question to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan calculated carefully. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, I have roughly calculated that the army needs to store about 600 liters of liquor every year to ensure that it is enough. Li Er nodded and slapped the table, saying, Good. Then your winery will provide 600 liters of hard liquor to the Ministry of War every year. As for the price, Li Zishuan rushed to say, at least 8 rounds per liter. Li Er was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Nonsense. You have the nerve to earn money from saving the lives of those soldiers. Li Zishuan felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, this is really the cost price. This disinfection liquor is more than twice as strong as the immortal drunken wine. Think about it, the immortal drunken wine is already sold for 5 rounds per liter. If you sell it for less than 8 rounds per liter, I will really go bankrupt. What he said was not entirely a lie. In modern times, alcohol was indeed very cheap, but industrial alcohol was generally obtained through chemical synthesis, not through fermentation and distillation of grains. In the Tang dynasty, 8 rounds per liter of medical alcohol was really not expensive. Li Er said angrily, Nonsense. How can this little liquor make you go bankrupt? Don't be unreasonable. 6 rounds per liter. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This Li Er was really not a good person. He was a robber, a robber. Qing Yaojin stood up and snorted, Your Majesty, the cost of this liquor is indeed very high. 6 rounds per liter is really going to be a loss. The Qing family had shares in this winery, so of course Qing Yaojin would jump out and complain. Li Er saw that Qing Yaojin was also pretending to be pitiful, and he suddenly had nowhere to vent his anger. Fine, 8 rounds per liter it is. If you dare to cut corners, I will teach you a lesson. Li Er flicked his sleeves and left. All the big shots had seen what they wanted to see, and Qin Xiong was now sleeping. It was not appropriate for them to stay any longer, so they all said their goodbyes. Only Li Zishuan, Sun Simiao, and Qing Yaojin were still there. Sun Simiao looked at Madame Qin and said, General Qin's pulse is stable, and his body is no different from a normal person. Madame Qin, please don't worry. Madame Qin sincerely thanked him, Thank you, Dr. Sun. Sun Simiao waved his hand, looked at Li Zishuan, and said, Xiao Xian, I have never heard of the small insects in the air that you mentioned. Can you tell me in detail some other day? Chinese medicine focused on the 5 qi and 6 qi, the balance of yin and yang, and the integration of heaven and man. Li Zishuan's theories had really broken Sun Simiao's understanding of medicine. He seemed to have seen the door of a new world, waving at him. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Of course. If you want to hear from me one day, I will tell you everything. In fact, these small things that can't be seen with the naked eye can be seen with some tools. When I make this tool in the future, I will invite you to come and see it together. Sun Simiao said in surprise, There is such a strange thing? That's great. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. If you can really make that kind of tool one day, you must send someone to inform me. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, I must rush back to take a look. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Don't worry, Daoist Sunday. I will definitely inform you. Only then did Sun Simiao say goodbye with satisfaction. Who actually helped Sun Simiao carry the medicine box obediently? She smiled sweetly at Li Zishuan and waved goodbye. Then, she turned around and left with Sun Simiao. When Li Zishuan saw that everyone had left, he also wanted to say goodbye. However, he heard Madame Qin say, Xiao Xian, don't be in a hurry to leave. Auntie has something to say to you. Li Zishuan stopped and respectfully said, Auntie, please go ahead. Madame Qin said with a smile, Why are you still standing? Sit down. Sit down and talk. Li Zishuan obeyed and sat down. Qing Yaojin was about to leave, but when he heard Madame Qin ask him to stay, he sat down with Li Zishuan. Madame Li looked at Li Zishuan and couldn't help but say with emotion, "Xiao Xian, your Uncle Qin's illness is all thanks to you." Otherwise, Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and interrupted, "Auntie Qin, please don't say that. The Qin and Li families are like family. This is what I should do." Madame Qin smiled happily and said, You are right. I heard that you are going to marry Yushi. This girl is my adopted daughter. From now on, our two families will really be one family." Qing Yaojin's eyes widened. At this time, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed, No wonder you are so good to Han Tianhu. It turns out that you are interested in his daughter. You are so cunning." Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. Did this old guy even know how to speak properly? Chapter 183. When Mrs. Qin heard Qing Yaojin's nonsense, she glared at him angrily. Qing Yaojin often chatted and laughed with Qin Xiong, but he still had some respect for this sister-in-law. Sensing Mrs. Qin's angry gaze, Qing Yaojin laughed awkwardly. Then, he consciously removed his left hand from Li Zishuan's shoulder and returned to his seat. Mrs. Qin smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Li Zishuan and said with a loving expression, "Between you and Yushi, one is Auntie's nephew and can be considered a talent. The other is my adopted daughter and is also naturally beautiful. You two are a match made in heaven. Auntie is very happy that the two of you can be together. Yushi, this girl, her mother passed away early and is also a pitiful child. Our Qin family can be considered half of her family now. I love her very much. In the future, you can't bully that girl, otherwise, I won't let you off." Sweat. Li Zishuan finally remembered that Mrs. Qin could be considered half of his mother-in-law. He hurriedly cupped his hands and promised, "Don't worry, Auntie. Yushi and I are truly in love. After we get married, I'll only love and dote on her. I won't dare to bully her." Mrs. Qin heard this and beamed with joy, That's a good boy." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Li Zishuan finally left the Qin family. Although Mrs. Qin was only half of his mother-in-law, she wasn't easy to deal with. Li Zishuan's ears almost grew calluses from listening to her nagging. When Qing Yaojin left, he gave him a hand and walked out of the Qin family. How are you going to thank me this time?" On the street, Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan and laughed loudly. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "This time, I have to thank Uncle Qing properly. Otherwise, our winery would have to pay at least 1,000 strings of coins for the 600 liters of liquor His Majesty ordered." Of course. Kid, you have to treat me to a good drink on your wedding day. Use the liquor you disinfected Shu Bao today." Qing Yaojin laughed proudly. There were only a few people in the Tang Empire who could face Li Zishuan directly. Li Zishuan almost knelt down when he heard Qing Yaojin's words. "Boss, you dare to drink medical alcohol? You must be tired of living." Uncle Qing, you can't drink this disinfectant liquor. You have to tell His Majesty to strictly forbid the soldiers from drinking disinfectant liquor. This stuff can kill people." Li Zishuan said solemnly. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to tell Li Er about this matter. Most of the heroes in the army loved to drink. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be drunkards who had designs on this medical alcohol. If this person didn't die on the battlefield and instead died of alcohol poisoning, then Li Zishuan's sin would be great. Hearing how serious his words were, Qing Yaojin stopped smiling and asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "All right, I believe you. Your worries aren't unfounded. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow to clarify this matter." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Li Residence West Courtyard. "Xiao Shi, come over quickly." Li Zishuan saw Xiao Shi holding a piece of cloth and looking like she was going to the front courtyard, so he quickly called out. "Young master, what's the matter?" Since they were outdoors, Xiao Shi wasn't worried that Li Zishuan would do something beastly in broad daylight. Thus, she quickly walked over and asked. "Xiao Shi, what did the Daoist priest say when my mother went to the Daoist temple this morning? Although there was a legitimate reason, cheating wasn't something to be proud of. Li Zishuan asked softly. Xiaoxi smiled and replied, young master, so you are still worried about this matter. Don't worry, Xiaoxi secretly gave the Daoist priest 200 coins when old madam wasn't paying attention. Afterwards, the Daoist priest told old madam that young master and young madam are a match made in heaven. Young madam is a blessing for her husband. After marrying her, young master will definitely be promoted and the Li family will have many children and grandchildren. Old madam was overjoyed. When old madam came back, she said that she will go to the Han family tomorrow. After a few days, she will set an auspicious date and young master will be able to get married officially. Yeah. That's great, Xiaoxi, you did well. When I, young master, get married, you will be greatly rewarded. Haha. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to carry Xiaoxi and twirl her around. He could only clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Xiao Xian, who is this Xiao Ming? Big brother, I must beat this son of a bitch to death. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished teaching everyone and was preparing to go home for lunch when Xing Chimo chased after him from behind and asked angrily. Li Zishuan was confused by the question and asked curiously, what's wrong? Bah, this kid is really hateful. Look at him pouring water into the pond and then pouring water out. Does this son of a bitch have nothing better to do? Isn't he making things difficult for me, old Cheng? Also, this kid is always forgetful. He even forgot to bring his things to school. It's fine if he went back to take his things, but he actually asked me, old Cheng, when will he meet his mother? How the hell am I supposed to know? Also, you see. Xing Chimo pointed at the few math problems that Li Zishuan had set in the textbook and kept complaining about Xiao Ming's crimes. Looking at this guy's crazy look, he was probably tortured by these few problems. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely in his heart. Why was this idiot's brain always wired differently from other people? Wasn't it because he wanted to save time and effort when he was setting the questions, so he directly changed all the application questions to Xiao Ming? Does this guy have to be like this? Pfft. Cho Nyo, how can you understand it like this? Xiao Ming is just a code name. The reason why Mr. set this problem is to let us learn how to solve this kind of problem, not to let you care about who the problem is. Qin Huayu, who was following behind, heard Xing Chimo's funny words and couldn't help but help Li Zishuan to explain with a smile. Li Zishuan gave this guy a kick. He said unhappily, did you hear what Huayu said? You don't think about proper things and only think about crooked ways. If you continue like this, I'll pay a home visit to the Qing residence and talk to Uncle Cheng about your recent studies. Although Xing Chimo didn't know what a home visit meant, he roughly understood after hearing the second half of the sentence. He immediately jumped up and said, F***ck, Xiao Xian, are you still my brother? How can you do something so immoral? What? You can't win a battle of words, so you want to fight? Come, we brothers haven't sparred in a long time. F***ck, only an idiot would spar with you. After following Li Zishuan for so long, this guy already knew how to call him an idiot. Xing Chimo was really afraid that Li Zishuan would want to spar with him, so he immediately ran away after saying that. Chapter 184. At noon, Li Zishuan finished his meal and prepared to go back to the west courtyard to take a nap. This guy was more carefree than some of the modern civil servants. He only worked half a day and rested for 2 days every 5 days. There was no one else like him. Perhaps even Li Er's quality of life was not as good as his. As soon as he arrived at the west courtyard, he saw Lan following him. Li Zishuan rubbed his head with a headache. With this little devil around, how could he sleep at noon? Lan what's the matter? Yes. Lan quickly nodded. The little girl looked around and then mysteriously pushed Li Zishuan into the room. She hurriedly asked, Brother, have you noticed anything wrong with Iron Egg recently? Li Zishuan patted his clothes that were messed up by his little sister's pushing and shoving. When he heard this boring question, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could be wrong? Of course there is. Brother, as a master, why don't you care about your disciple at all? Li Zishuan said angrily, how do you know that I don't care? Don't I check on his progress every day? No, I'm saying that you don't care about Iron Egg's inner feelings. Li Zishuan was a little confused by Lan Er's words. He asked impatiently, Lan Er, what do you want to say? Just say it. Humph, you're really unqualified as a master. Haven't you noticed that Iron Egg has become more and more silent recently? He even talks to me less often. Lan pouted and said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Isn't this normal? Iron Egg has to practice and go to school. How can he have so much time to chat with you? That's not it. Iron Egg used to practice and go to school. But every afternoon after class, he would come to play with Lan Er. But recently, after Iron Egg came back, he didn't look for Lan anymore. Brother, go and check on Iron Egg at night. What I said is true. Lan said anxiously. The more Li Zishuan listened to his little sister, the more mysterious she became. But in order to avoid being pestered, he could only agree, okay. I'll go and take a look tonight. Thank you, brother. Lan Er smiled sweetly. Li Zishuan's heart melted when he heard that. He thought to himself that his little sister was becoming more and more coquettish. After Lan Er achieved her goal, she did not cause any more trouble in the west courtyard. Li Zishuan's ears finally had some peace. He moved the recliner to the entrance where he could feel the cool breeze. Then, he put on the eye mask that he asked Xiaoxi to sew for him and laid down on the recliner, taking a beautiful afternoon nap. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zishuan felt a few drops of cold water dripping on his face. He subconsciously wiped his face, thinking that it was raining. He instantly woke up and saw Lan, holding a dripping towel, laughing mischievously beside him. Oh, Lan Er, didn't I just promise you? What else do you want? Stop fooling around. Let me sleep for a while more. Li Zishuan was about to throw a tantrum when his afternoon nap was interrupted. However, when he saw his little sister's innocent smile, his temper instantly died down. However, he still said unwillingly. Brother, don't sleep anymore. Faubert sent someone over to say that the new car you asked for is ready. Quickly accompany Lan Er to sit in the beautiful new car. Lan Er grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and kept shaking it. She was like a little sparrow chirping in Li Zishuan's ear. Li Zishuan was just thinking that if Lan Er was still here, he would tell her a ghost story to scare her away. However, when he heard that the new car was ready, he immediately sat up and said excitedly, Lan Er, where's the new car? Has it been sent over? It's still in the workshop. Faubert said that he wants you to go over and see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Brother, bring Lan along. Previously, Li Zishuan had told her about the new car a few times. According to Li Zishuan's description, Lan had always been looking forward to the new car. Now that she heard that the new car was ready, how could she hold herself back? Li Zishuan laughed heartily and stood up. He rubbed Lan Er's head and said with a smile, all right. I'll bring you along. Ignoring Lan Er's cheers behind him, Li Zishuan went out and asked Xiaoxi to get a basin of water to wash his face. He instantly felt refreshed. San Bao brought Dabai over. Li Zishuan carried Lan Er and got on the horse. He laughed loudly and said, let's go. Let's go look at the car. I can't afford a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Ferrari in the modern era. Then, I'll make my own luxury car in the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Accompanied by the clatter of the horse's hooves on the ground, the siblings arrived at the workshop in a short while. When they walked into the workshop, they saw a huge four-wheeled carriage that was about 12 feet long and 3 feet wide. The sides of the carriage were angular and there were some exquisite carvings. The dark red paint on it gave people a sense of low-key luxury. Compared to the current 4-foot-long and 2-foot-wide ordinary carriage, this luxury car looked like a huge beast from afar. Moreover, it had 4 wheels, so it looked more stable. Li Zishuan was very satisfied just by looking at its appearance. Only then did he have the time to look around the carriage. He discovered that other than Uncle Fu, Yan Xiaoning had also come today. This guy had not been seen for a while, so he did not know where he went. Hey, Brother Xiaoning is here today. It's rare. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Xiaoning, how have you been? Li Zishuan held Lan Er's hand and walked over quickly to greet Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning said with a bitter face, the workshop has been so lively recently. Of course, I wanted to come and take a look. However, some time ago, His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Works to mass-produce curved plows and promote them to other provinces and counties. The Ministry of Works is short of manpower. My father recruited temporary craftsmen from the public and took me to be a supervisor. I was released today and heard that you made something good, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan looked at this poor kid sympathetically and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, it's good that you're here. You're the technical director of our workshop. Without you, our workshop's progress has slowed down a lot. Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent was undeniable. He was even better than Faubert. In the future, he could become a god. With such an awesome engineer, Li Zishuan was very assured about the workshop's future development. Yan Xiaoning could not help but roll his eyes. He had just jumped out of the pit that his father had dug for him. Why did he feel that he had jumped into Li Zishuan's pit? This kid was obviously treating him as a coolie. However, he still had 10% of the workshop's shares. This counted as working for himself, right? Yan Xiaoning's mood improved a little when he thought of this. He was too lazy to care about Li Zishuan. He came over and pulled Lan Er. He smiled gently and said, let's go, Sister Lan Er. Brother Xiaoning will take you to see the new carriage. Okay. The two of them jumped directly into the carriage. Li Zishuan was immediately stunned and hurriedly cried out, hey, this is my carriage. After saying that, he hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 185. After entering the carriage, Li Zishuan looked at the interior furnishings. Even though this was designed by him, he was still shocked. He saw 2 single sofas placed on both sides of a small long table. Due to the hot weather recently, Faubert specially placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make it look cooler. Li Zishuan secretly praised Faubert's quick-wittedness. Behind the long table, there was a long sofa. It was about 2 feet wide and 8 feet long. It looked like it was just enough for one person to rest on. If there were 2 people, then they could only lie on top of each other. Li Zishuan suddenly had an unhealthy thought in his mind. Faubert was quite thoughtful. He even placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make people want to lie on top of it and sleep. In the innermost part of the carriage, there were 2 compartments side by side. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and looked inside. He found that one was the bathroom, and the other was the water storage room. The water storage room's container was a large rectangular iron can. It looked like it was specially designed to save space. The iron can could store about 70 to 80 pounds of water. There was an iron pipe at the bottom of the iron can. There was a simple switch at the top of the iron pipe. Although it was not as professional as the modern faucets, its functions were similar. TSK, perfect, too perfect. Li Zishuan looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the lack of air conditioning, sound system, and electric lights, the interior of the carriage was perfect. It was simply a must-have for traveling with a family. Oh my God, Xiao Xian, you have sinned. Such a luxurious carriage, only a rich person like you can enjoy it. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but exclaim while touching the sofa and the window. Hee brother, Lan Er will sleep here tonight. Lan Er seemed to have discovered a new world. She lay on the sofa and rolled around while laughing happily. Li Zishuan was speechless. This girl was really a little overlord. Young master, is there anything else that needs to be changed in this carriage? At this moment, Faubert had also boarded the carriage. He chuckled at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand in satisfaction. No need, Faubert. I'm very satisfied with this carriage. Let's pull it back now and see if it's comfortable to run on. Faubert nodded and said, all right, this old man will go and saddle the young master. 15 minutes later, Dabai was able to pull this massive object with the strength of a single horse, under the astonished gazes of the workers in the workshop. The wheels of the carriage began to roll slowly, and it spun faster and faster. Dabai snorted joyfully, indicating that it was so easy. Faubert arranged for a worker from the workshop to sit in front of the carriage and drive the horses. He also sat in the carriage with Li Zishuan to feel the performance of the new carriage when it ran. Wow, little Xian, how come this car doesn't feel bumpy at all? This is too amazing. Or has the roads in Chang'an become so flat? Yan Xiaoning nestled comfortably on the sofa and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the tea on the table didn't spill. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he didn't feel any bumpiness at all. Li Zishuan drank a mouthful of water contentedly and smiled proudly. Of course it's because our carriage is good. Don't you know what the roads in Chang'an are like? What do you think? Little brother's carriage is awesome, right? Yan Xiaoning said excitedly, awesome, of course it's awesome. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Won't you understand when you go back to the workshop later and ask Faubert to look at the blueprint? Li Zishuan didn't want to explain it to Yan Xiaoning again. He was busy right now. Busy with what? Isn't this nonsense? Look, that young lady outside the carriage window is so pretty. Most importantly, she's wearing very thin clothes. Unfortunately, Big White's speed was too fast. Li Zishuan was only able to catch a glimpse of her chest and couldn't see it anymore. Inside the carriage, Faubert saw Yan Xiaoning's unsatisfied look and explained with a smile, young Master Yan, some special shock absorbers have been added to the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, the sofa we're sitting on is also very useful for shock absorption. As for the detailed structure of the interior, you can only go back to the workshop to look at the blueprint. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully. Wow, husband, look at that carriage. Why is it so tall and so big? A white-clothed lady in her 20s saw the huge carriage that just passed by in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled the man beside her and exclaimed. It's really big. I've never seen such a huge carriage before. Husband, should our family buy a carriage like this too? Otherwise, you'll have to accompany me back home every year. It'll be so hard on you. The man was speechless. He wanted to say that it wasn't hard on him, but looking at his wife's pleading face, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He hurriedly nodded and agreed. The pretty lady in white cheered happily. She leaned over to the man's ear and whispered, husband, you're so nice. I'll change my style of serving you tonight. The man stiffened slightly to show his respect. He looked excited and laughed. Look, such a big carriage can be pulled by only one horse. It's really amazing. Unlike the cheating couple, this person who spoke was obviously slightly knowledgeable. Yes, not only that, you see, this carriage actually has 4 wheels. It's really stable when it runs. It doesn't feel like it's swaying at all. Tisk tsk, this carriage's appearance is so beautiful. I wonder where it's sold. I really want to buy one. Squire Wang is really generous. This carriage isn't something that ordinary people like us can afford. This carriage came from an Lane. Maybe it was made by the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Oh. Then it's really sold. That's great. Li Zishuan and the others sat in the new carriage and left under the envious eyes of the passers-by. Suddenly. Bah, whose carriage is so arrogant that it choked me with a mouthful of dust. Damn, this carriage's size is too coquettish. There's actually such an arrogant person in Chang'an. Hey, the carriage in front, stop. Cheng Chumo, who had just returned home after class, was caught off guard by the rolling carriage on the roadside. He choked on the dust and was instantly furious. There was actually someone more arrogant than him in Chang'an. He immediately ran wildly and chased after the carriage, shouting all the way. "It's Virgo." Yan Xiaoning stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Then he turned back and said to Li Zishuan. "Damn, Yan Xiaoning, it's you. Stop the carriage quickly. I'm going to rob you. This carriage is mine." Qing Chumo's eyes were sharp. He recognized Yan Xiaoning the moment he stuck his head out of the window. He immediately shouted like a bandit. In the carriage, Li Zishuan was speechless. He shouted outside, "Stop the carriage." Then the carriage slowly came to a stop. Qing Chumo cheered and quickly ran to the front of the carriage. With a leap, he jumped onto the carriage. "Wow, Xiao Xian, Lon, Faubert, you're all here too. Huh, then I won't be polite. Gee, what's this stool made of? It's so damn comfortable." Qing Chumo acted as if he had returned home. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Lon was pushed to the side by this guy. The little girl was unhappy. She stood up and pulled Qing Chumo's cheek. She said unhappily, "Humph. Brother Cho Nyo is really thick-skinned. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 186. Hee hee, little Xian, your carriage is so comfortable. Why don't you give me one? Although Qing Chumo was pulled off the sofa by Lon, he was not angry at all. He wandered around the carriage like Granny Lu in the Grandview Garden, looking left and right and touching everywhere. After a while, when he carefully looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage, Qing Chumo could not help but be shocked. This kind of carriage was the standard for rich playboys like him. It would be so flashy and cool if he drove it out. Thus, he licked his lips and begged Li Zishuan for it. "Hee hee, in your dreams. This carriage is the only one in the world." Li Zishuan curled his lips. Don't. Little Xian, why don't you ask your workshop to make a few more?" Qing Chumo urged. Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and said, "I can, but this carriage is expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but can you afford it, Chonyo? Didn't this guy always say that he was poor?" Li Zishuan did not believe that he could afford a luxury carriage now. "Damn, you're looking down on me. As long as you have this kind of carriage, I can afford it. Tell me, how much is it?" Qing Chumo was immediately unhappy. His family had shares in the winery. With the sales of the Drunken Immortal and Gentle Beauty, the Qing Chumo had also earned a lot of money. Correspondingly, Qing Chumo's pocket money had increased recently. This guy was now quite wealthy and was very confident. Li Zishuan looked at this jokester's face and could not help but want to attack him. Thus, he said, "No bargaining, only 999 strings of cash." He had asked Faubert about the cost of this carriage on the way here. Currently, the average horse carriage sold in the market cost between 200 to 500 strings of coins. However, due to the addition of a lot of advanced technology, such as shock absorbers, roller bearings, iron plates in the compartment of the carriage, and a separate toilet, the cost alone was as much as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Li Zishuan set a price of 999 strings of cash, which wasn't considered expensive. This price was equivalent to buying a Porsche in modern times. With such excellent performance, such a domineering appearance, and such luxurious interior, Li Zishuan believed that even if it was sold for more than 1,000 strings of cash, there would definitely be rich people rushing to buy it with gold bricks. However, Qing Chumo was not a rich person. He only had a small amount of wealth. When he heard such a crazy price, Chumo's mouth. "Little Xian, you're robbing me, damn it, this carriage is not made of gold. Is it expensive? Chonyo, if you think it's expensive, our workshop will release a cheaper version of the carriage. There's no sofa like the one you're sitting on. There's also no water storage where you washed your hands. It's only 666 strings of cash. If you still think it's expensive, we will release a beggar's version. There's no sofa, no water storage, no toilet, and no iron plates in the compartment. We'll sell it for 555 strings of cash. How about that? You can afford it, right? Li Zishuan sipped a mouthful of water and said slowly. Damn, I don't want a beggar's version. Qing Chimo was furious. This beggar's version was not a good thing just from the name. He, Qing Chimo, would rather not buy this carriage than make a beggar's version and embarrass himself. Ahem, little Xian, money is just a worldly possession. Do we need to be so calculative? If your workshop makes another one, give it to me. How about it? If the hard way did not work, he could only use the soft way. After all, everyone knew that Qing Chimo was thick-skinned. So what? Hee, since money is a worldly possession, why don't you give all your pocket money to me for safekeeping, Chonyo? Bah, no way. Qing Chimo expressed that he was not an idiot. Why would he give away his money to someone else? Damn, little Xian, if you don't give me one, I'll go to your house and not leave. I'll eat and drink your food. Let's see if you lose out. Qing Chimo saw that Li Zishuan was unmoved by force or persuasion, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, shamelessness. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lan did not have so many scruples. The little girl was so happy that she kept giggling and kept saying, Brother Chonyo, you're shameless. Li Zishuan was also speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. Up to you. Our house is short on rooms recently. We can only sleep in the woodshed. Damn, you're so unrighteous. You're the one who wanted to stay. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I see that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go out. I plan to give each of them one of these carriages in the near future. Cho Ox, you can stay in our woodshed. Little Xian, Before Qing Chimo could finish cursing, he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence and finally understood that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He didn't even bother to get angry and hurriedly corrected himself. Little Xian, you're such a good brother. Haha. After laughing for a while, Yan Xiaoning asked seriously, Little Xian, do you want to give this carriage a name? In the future, when we sell it, it can be better differentiated from other normal carriages. Li Zishuan thought about it and agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Qing Chimo interrupted, Of course. Xiaoning is right. If it were up to me, we should give it a more impressive name. Only then can it match such a perfect carriage. How about we call it Little Tyrant? Isn't this name domineering enough? After saying that, he proudly winked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Little Tyrant? This guy really knows how to think. Nothing much. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it this. As he said that, he dipped one finger in water and wrote 3 letters on the table, BMW. Qing Chimo went over and was stunned. What does this mean? Yan Xiaoning frowned and muttered, Is this pinyin? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh? Brother Xiaoning actually knows pinyin? Yan Xiaoning shook his head and said, His Majesty mentioned in the morning court a few days ago that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. He also showed it once in court. I also heard it from my father when he came home. The shape of your characters is very similar to what my father described that day. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He wasn't surprised at all as to how Li Er knew pinyin. If it wasn't Li Tai who said it, then it was that little fatty Li Qingqian. What pinyin? Little Xian, just tell me what it means. I'll see if it's better than my little tyrant. This guy still couldn't forget about his little tyrant. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, These 3 characters mean, don't touch me. Qing Chimo grinned and laughed, I thought it was a good name. It's really not as good as my little tyrant. Yan Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered, that's right. Little Xian, isn't this name a little too weird? Li Zishuan insisted, just use this name. Ugly ox, if this carriage could speak, do you know what it would say to you? Qing Chimo touched the exquisite carvings on the carriage wall and replied, "What would it say?" F***ck off, don't touch me. F***ck. Chapter 187. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. It didn't take long for the carriage to enter Yongla Lane and arrive in front of the Li residence. Qing Chimo reluctantly got down from the "Don't touch me" carriage. He had never sat in such a comfortable carriage before. Li Zishuan angrily slapped his hand away. Along the way, every part of the carriage was touched by this fellow. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy. Otherwise, he really suspected that the carriage would be fractured by this fellow. In the end, Qing Chimo still turned around and left. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the carriage in. He followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to the front hall. Li Zishuan asked in satisfaction, "Xiaoning, how does it feel to sit in this carriage?" "Comfortable, comfortable. I feel that this carriage is very suitable for long-distance travel. Sitting in it, I don't feel tired at all." Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and replied, "Huh, even Brother Xiaoning said it's good. Then it will definitely sell well. Faubert, the workshop will organize people to speed up the production of this new type of carriage. First, make 20 of them and send them to me. I have a use for them." Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Faubert with a laugh. Faubert was dumbfounded and stupefied. Young master, what do you need so many carriages for?" The cost of 20 carriages was more than 10,000 strings of cash. Faubert couldn't help but be surprised. "A part of it is to give to people. In the past few months when I returned to Chang'an, I owed a lot of people. It's easy to repay money, but it's not easy to repay a debt of gratitude. This carriage can not only repay a part of the favor, but also make a name for myself in the circle of nobles. As for the other part of the carriage, I have a use for it." Li Zishuan thought in his heart. "This young master is about to get married. When I pick up the bride, how can I do it without a grand carriage?" Faubert was speechless and could only agree. "Oh right, Faubert, how's the paper machine? Are there any difficulties?" After talking about eating, drinking, and having fun, Li Zishuan finally remembered what he wanted to do. "Young master, the paper machine structure is complicated, and the amount of work required to build it early is quite large. It's not difficult to build it according to the blueprint, but it will take some time." Faubert thought for a moment and replied, "How long will it take?" 7 days. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, "Are there not enough ordinary craftsmen in the workshop, or are there too few skilled craftsmen? Of course it's because there are too few skilled craftsmen. Young master, skilled craftsmen are too hard to find. I'm afraid there are less than 10 skilled craftsmen in the workshop," Faubert said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan thought for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. He could only say, "Faubert, send more people to other states and counties to look for craftsmen. As long as they are skilled and are willing to come to our workshop, we can talk about the benefits and treatment. As for the paper machine, you guys should try to speed up the progress. Ma Zhou is almost done with the preparations, and we're just waiting for you guys to start. Oh, Xiaoning happens to be free these few days. Why don't you go to the workshop and help Faubert with the paper machine? This should be able to speed up the progress a lot." Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning, who was leisurely at the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested. Faubert quickly nodded in agreement. He admired Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent very much. Yan Xiaoning staggered, and his face was full of black lines. He had just been released from his father's prison sentence, and now he was going to be thrown into prison by Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to object, he saw Li Zishuan raise a finger and said, "Brother Xiaoning, don't refuse. This paper machine is very important, and it must be done as soon as possible. Moreover, this workshop also has your shares. At worst, I'll give you a 'don't touch me' carriage after it's done. How about it?" Yan Xiaoning was a little moved, and he nodded after a moment. Unlike Li Zishuan, who casually owned dozens of "don't touch me" carriages, in the Tang dynasty, a carriage was a very precious asset for other families. After dinner, Li Zixuan went to Wuxia and saw Iron Egg squatting on a big rock beside the pond, hugging his knees, and looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. Li Zixuan's heart was slightly moved. It seemed that his little sister was right. Iron Egg really had something on his mind. Could it be that this kid had taken a fancy to a girl and started to think about love? If that's really the case, what should I do? This is obviously puppy love. As his master, should I stop it? Li Zixuan's thoughts ran wild in the distance. The more he thought, the more tangled he became. In the end, he shook his head and slowly walked towards Iron Egg. Iron Egg, what are you thinking about? Li Zixuan walked behind Iron Egg and found that this kid was still in a daze, so he could only ask. Master, you're here? Iron Egg heard the sound and instantly woke up. This child was a little panicked and hurriedly said. Don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Li Zixuan patted his disciple's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Iron Egg obeyed and sat down, but his eyes were somewhat evasive when he looked at Li Zixuan. Say it. Master, Iron Egg was not thinking about anything. There must be something. Do you think I don't know you, kid? Hurry up and say it. What can't we talk about? Master, it's really nothing. This kid seemed to be born in the year of the walnut. Li Zixuan frowned and suddenly said with a smirk, Oh, I understand. Did you fall in love with a little girl? You were just looking at the moon and thinking about love. Iron Egg, it's not that I don't want you to find a wife. It's just that you are still young and should put your mind on your studies. Having such an unreliable master, Iron Egg almost vomited blood in his heart. His cheeks instantly swelled red and he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Master, it's not like that. It's not like that. Then what is it like? If you have nothing on your mind, why would you be staring at the moon in a daze? Hurry up and say it. You're a man, why are you wasting time? Li Zixuan slapped Iron Egg down again. With Li Zixuan's jesting, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly became relaxed. Iron Egg was no longer as reserved as before. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, are you going to marry my sister? He had been staying with the Li family all this time, so he had more or less heard about Li Zixuan's marriage. Li Zixuan nodded and frowned. Yes, Iron Egg, could it be that you don't want your sister to marry me? Iron Egg scratched his head and said awkwardly, yes, and no. Kid, what are you trying to say? Li Zixuan angrily knocked Iron Egg's forehead. Iron Egg hurriedly said with a conflicted face, Master, Iron Egg has been thinking recently. If Master marries my sister, will Iron Egg call you brother-in-law in the future? Or Master? Yes, he called me Big Sister. Where's Big Sister? Or Master's wife? Holy shit, even though Li Zixuan was used to all kinds of strange questions, he was still shocked by Iron Egg's two powerful questions. Chapter 188. Li Zixuan felt a little dizzy after hearing Bruiser's words. It seemed like he could call him anything he wanted. But if he called him whatever he wanted, wouldn't it mess up the seniority? In the end, Li Zixuan stopped thinking about it. He rubbed Iron Egg's head angrily and said in a muffled voice, Call me by my original identity. Don't think too much. Go back and do your homework. Don't embarrass me in this week's exam. Oh. The next day, Li Zixuan ate his breakfast and brought Iron Egg to school. Lan, who had been playing truant recently, came along today. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly liked to study, but because Li Zixuan drove a luxury car to school today. The little girl was still excited about yesterday, so she came along. After Li Zixuan's consolation, the day before, Bruiser was no longer unhappy. The three of them chatted on and off in the car. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial College. Wow, whose carriage is this? It's so grand. I don't know. This carriage is really big. It should be Mr. Li's carriage. I know the driver. It's San Bao. The person who spoke was a student of the School of Mathematics. Under the gaze of dozens of students, "Don't touch me," slowly came to the entrance of the School of Mathematics. The three of them got off the carriage one after another. The students in the school heard the commotion outside and ran out to take a look. They were shocked by the huge carriage in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Li. What a luxurious carriage. It's even four-wheeled. The interior of this carriage should be very spacious. SSS Little Xian, where did you buy this carriage? It's even more luxurious than the carriages in the palace. I'll go up and take a look." When Li Tai saw the carriage, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This little fatty didn't know how to be polite. He excitedly jumped into the carriage. After a while, a series of exclamations came from inside. "Damn! This stool is so comfortable. The space here is so big. Damn, there's even a latrine. There's a switch on the pipe. Ah! Impressive." He actually went easy on him. Li Tai screamed inside for a while, then came down and said excitedly to Li Zishuan, "Xiao Xian, sir, where can I buy this carriage? I must buy one too. This carriage is just too perfect. I can't buy it anywhere right now, but I should be able to buy it at the Strange Interest Pavilion soon." "Go back to class," Li Zishuan said indifferently. Li Tai's face was full of regret. He touched the carriage and reluctantly returned to the teaching house. The rest of the students couldn't help but take a few more glances at this luxury car before returning to class. The commotion caused by the carriage in the Imperial College was far from over. During the break between classes, students from other schools joined in to watch. It had to be said that under the leadership of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department, the entire directorate of Imperial College had started a 3-minute class and a 15-minute break. If they didn't do this, there was no other way. The students would keep making a fuss. Now, the instructors of the other schools hated Li Zishuan to death. "This carriage looks so luxurious. I wonder what's inside. It would be great if we could go in and take a look." When Sanbao heard this, she immediately opened her arms and shielded the carriage behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. "This carriage is so domineering. I want to ask my father to buy one too. Do you know where to buy one?" The person who spoke was obviously from a wealthy family. He didn't even ask for the price, only where to buy it. "I've never seen this before. But since this carriage is from Professor Li, he probably knows about it. I know where to buy it. Wang Mingming, hurry up and tell me. If you're right, I'll reward you with money." "Thank you, young Master Chui. I heard from my friends in the Mathematics and Mathematics Department that this carriage is from the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. It will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion after a while." Good. When the time comes, I'll definitely buy one." "Ah Cho, reward me." "Yes, young master." "Thank you, young Master Chui." During the 4th period, Kong Yingda came to the door of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department. He waved at Li Zishuan, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Li Zishuan let the students study by themselves. He followed Kong Yingda outside the classroom. "Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me?" Li Zishuan asked softly as they approached the carriage. "Yes, during the morning assembly a few days ago, His Majesty said that you invented something called Pinyin. It can help children learn to read. I'm here today to find out more about Pinyin," Kong Yingda said with a serious face. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. Yan Xiaoning was still talking to him about this yesterday. He didn't expect Kong Yingda to come looking for him today. So it's about this. "Chancellor Kong, why don't we talk about it in the carriage?" Li Zishuan didn't wait for Kong Yingda to reject him. He pulled open the curtains and invited Kong Yingda in. Kong Yingda hesitated for a moment, nodded, and got into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Kong Yingda was shocked to see that the interior decoration of the carriage wasn't inferior to a small independent room. He finally understood why Li Zishuan insisted on him getting into the carriage to talk. This was simply a moving luxury room. After sitting on the soft sofa, Kang Yingda was shocked again. This time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on a serious face and said to Li Zishuan earnestly, "Little Xian, Mencius once said that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body. I know that your family is wealthy, but you can't be too immersed in luxury." Li Zishuan was speechless. He saw that Elder Kong was old and it was quite tiring for him to stand outside. That's why he let him get into the carriage and talk things over slowly. Who knew that he would be lectured the moment he got into the carriage? Who the hell could he find to reason with? Chancellor Kong, students nowadays study hard all their lives. Other than realizing their ambitions, most of them use their knowledge to change the lives of their families. This kid's luxurious carriage is used to motivate them. It's to tell them that if they want to sit in such a good carriage like this kid, they must study hard. This way, they will have a goal and be able to study even more diligently. What's more, even though my family is wealthy, I have never forgotten to help the poor. Han Family Manor and Plum Village have nearly 500 families. Because of this kid, they are able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. It shouldn't be too much for this kid to use the extra money to enjoy life, right? Li Zishuan said with sincerity. Traditional Confucian scholars like Kang Yingda usually believe that people with lofty ambitions must endure hardships and not enjoy life wholeheartedly. Li Zishuan didn't agree with this kind of thinking. What's wrong with me spending the money I earned for myself to enjoy? It's not against the law. What's more, I'm not the kind of person who is heartless and stingy. I've already helped the poor people around me, how can I not be allowed to enjoy life? How can there be such logic in this world? Kang Yingda was rendered speechless by Li Zishuan's seemingly strong excuses. He couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really good at talking about crooked practices. I've really underestimated him. Li Zishuan didn't want to make this principal too embarrassed and immediately stopped while he was ahead. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough cough, Chancellor Kong, let's talk about pinyin." Chapter 189. In front of the Institute of Mathematics. In the luxurious carriage of the Li family, Li Zishuan forcefully changed the topic. Kang Yingda saw that he could not persuade the young man in front of him, so he simply went with the flow and discussed the issue of pinyin with Li Zishuan. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the carriage. Li Zishuan took the brushes and wrote and drew while teaching Kang Yingda some pinyin knowledge. This old Confucian scholar's cultural foundation was indeed profound. In less than half an hour, Kang Yingda had a simple grasp of pinyin. Not bad, not bad. Professor Li, pinyin is indeed magical. If you can spread this method of learning words, your name will definitely go down in history. I want to be the first to spread pinyin in the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. I wonder if Professor Li is willing? After Kang Yingda understood the magical effects of pinyin, he could not help but praise. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course. Although the students of the Imperial College had long learned how to read, there was still a need to teach them how to read. Most of the students belonged to the elite class of the current young people. After they understood the benefits of pinyin, when they left the Imperial College, they would either become officials, enter the court, or just become teachers. However, they would all bring pinyin to other places. They would also be the first batch of seeds to spread pinyin. Thus, Li Zishuan agreed with Kang Yingda's idea very much. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll have to trouble Professor Li to teach pinyin to all the instructors, professors, and teaching assistants of the Imperial College every afternoon. I estimate that after 4 or 5 days, all of them will have mastered the pinyin literacy method. At that time, they will teach the students of the Imperial College. What do you think? Kang Yingda thought for a moment and said the pinyin teaching plan that he had been considering for a long time. Kang Yingda had learned that Li Zishuan would be lazy every afternoon. Although this guy had his own legitimate reasons, the fact that he was lazy was indisputable. Therefore, Kang Yingda deliberately set the training time to be every afternoon. This way, it would not delay the teaching plan of the School of Mathematics, and it would also promote pinyin in the shortest time possible. When Li Zixuan heard old man Kong's words, he was immediately flabbergasted. Damn, is this old man purposely messing with me? Does this count as me digging a hole and burying myself? Chancellor Kong, you mustn't do that. You might not know, but this junior contracted a strange illness when I was young. Later on, I was saved by my master and this junior avoided the misfortune of dying early. However, for the next few years, this junior must rest every afternoon. Otherwise, this junior will definitely lose my life. Li Zixuan suddenly had an idea and immediately cried out pitifully. Although Kong Yingda didn't know what it meant to spit out a mouthful of old blood, at this moment, he was really about to vomit blood because of Li Zixuan. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people and things. What kind of strange things had he not heard? As soon as he heard Li Zixuan's words, he knew that this kid was talking nonsense. You. Kong Yingda pointed at Li Zixuan with a face full of anger. He was so angry that he trembled and couldn't say anything. When Li Zixuan saw the situation, he felt that he had gone overboard. He immediately stood up and patted Kong Yingda's chest to soothe his heart. Chancellor Kong, calm down. This kid was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously. Kong Yingda drank a cup of tea and only then did he catch his breath. He lectured Li Zixuan with a solemn face. Brat. I know that you have some attainments in mathematics and have some smarts in other areas, but you have to know that a Daoist also has a conscience. At the beginning, a man's nature is good because he has a conscience. Therefore, a teacher should follow a person's good nature and promote their good nature while suppressing their evil. This is to pass on Taoism. As a teacher, if you don't study how to teach and educate people wholeheartedly, how can you be a role model for others? The spread of pinyin is extremely important to the education of our great Tang. You have to do it diligently. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to stay in the Imperial College to teach and not go anywhere. Kong Yingda's voice was stern and he was so frightened that he spat at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan's face was full of helplessness. It seemed that old Kong was really angry this time. Yes, Chancellor Kong's lesson is right. This kid will definitely teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he could continue to rest in the afternoon, Li Zixuan could only compromise and sacrifice these few days to teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't go up and fight with this old man. Although he was sometimes a little muddle-headed, he still knew how to respect the old and love the young. Moreover, Kong Yingda had the moral high ground and his words weren't without reason. The spread of pinyin was indeed very important. Kong Yingda nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get off the carriage. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, I heard from His Majesty that you, the Crown Prince, King Wei, and the others are working together to compile a dictionary that includes pinyin. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me and I will send some scholars of the Imperial College to assist you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chancellor Kong, but I have enough manpower. He had received news yesterday that Su Shizhang, Xue Shou, Yan Xiangzuan from the Eastern Palace, as well as Xiao Diyan, Gu Yin, Jiang Yaqing, Xia Yan and the other scholars of the literature hall under Li Tai were all in the back hall of the workshop. The compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary was already in full swing and they had enough manpower. Yes, this dictionary is very important. Professor Li, you must pay attention to it. After the compilation of the dictionary is completed, you must inform me. I must go and take a look at such a grand literary event. Of course. Rest assured, Chancellor Kong. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and promised. He only hoped that the Chancellor would leave quickly and not create any more trouble. A moment later, Li Zixuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent away the old-fashioned great scholar of the present age. He thought to himself, it seems that this brother's good days are about to come to an end. This is really King miserable. But it should only take a few days of hard work. He hoped that the instructors of the Imperial College could learn pinyin fast enough. After a while, the bell for the morning class rang. Li Zixuan went home with iron egg and Lanner in a low mood. The two little guys could see that Li Zishuan was not in a good mood, so they did not talk and laugh along the way. They were very obedient and accompanied Li Zishuan. After lunch, the two little guys continued to go to school. Of course, it was still the luxury car that picked them up. Li Zishuan enjoyed this last leisurely afternoon alone in the west courtyard. He could not help but start to think about spring again. If only my baby Yushi was here. He could hug his wife every day, eat, sleep and play with Daodu. This kind of life, even the gods would not change. As he thought about it, he could not help but drool. Chapter 190. Li Zishuan was a little drowsy by the summer breeze. When he was on the verge of waking up and falling asleep, he saw Xiaoxi in a bright yellow dress, walking over gracefully. She said softly to Li Zishuan, "Young master, Wang Renbiao and his father want to see you. Butler Wang is waiting in the front hall." Oh. Li Zishuan's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Well, Xiaoxi, come with me to have a look." At the same time, there was a touch of coldness in his heart. The Wang family should give me an explanation for the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. In the front hall of Li Mansion, Wang Renbiao and a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky waist were sitting on both sides. The two of them looked at each other and did not say a word. The hall was very quiet for a while. Wang Zhong looked at the tea table beside the two of them. Some of the tea was about to turn cold. He hesitated for a moment and was finally forced to retreat by the oppressive atmosphere. He retreated to the side and did not dare to say a word. The main reason was that the pressure on the middle-aged man was too strong. In a moment, Li Zishuan came to the front hall. Wang Renbiao took the lead to stand up and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li, long time no see. How have you been? Let me introduce you. This is my father. He just arrived in Cheng and yesterday. Today, he went to the palace to see His Majesty, and then came to visit Li Mansion with me." According to the rules of the imperial court, the provincial governor of a state could not leave the territory under normal circumstances. Wang Renbiao's father came directly to Cheng and had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. However, he was also a relative of the imperial family. If he directly reported to Li Heir, no one dared to say anything. Li Zishuan's eyes stopped on the middle-aged man. He thought that this man turned out to be Wang Yu, who married Li Yuan's sister. Qing Yao Jin had told him a lot about the Wang family in Taiyuan-Chi County. Today, he finally saw the real person. This person's facial features were resolute and sharp. From his face, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wang Renbiao. There was also a dignified aura around him. It was probably because he had been in a high position for a long time. Regardless of what he was thinking, Li Zishuan still cupped his hands towards Wang Yu and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to Governor Wang. In the first year of Zhenguan, Li Heir divided the world into 10 provinces. There were a total of 360 provinces in the country. These provinces were divided according to their population into Upper Province, Middle Province, and Lower Province. The provincial governor of Upper Province was secondary grade 3, the provincial governor of Middle Province was primary grade 4, and the provincial governor of Lower Province was primary grade 4. The Sui province that Wang Yu was in charge of belonged to the Central Province. As the provincial governor of Sui province, if calculated according to rank, he belonged to the upper 4th rank. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was a secondary class 5th rank official, regardless of whether he was a county founder of the country or a doctor of the Imperial College. But logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he was able to reach secondary class 5th rank at his age. Because Li Zishuan was a full 4 ranks lower than Wang Yu, he had to open his mouth and address himself as a humble official. In the officialdom, one had to abide by the rules of the game. If one casually treated a superior with disrespect, then one would not only offend one person, but also the entire official class. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Yu's tense face. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Sir Li Zishuan, there is no need to be so courteous. Although this official is far away in Sui province, I have long heard of Sir Li Zishuan's matter. The curved Yuan divine plow has spread throughout the world, benefiting the millions of poor commoners of my great Tang. Today, this official represents the elders of Sui province in thanking Sir Li Zishuan. After saying this, he actually gave Li Zishuan a deep bow. Li Zishuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is no need for this, Provincial Governor Wang. Although this little one invented the curved yuan plow, His Majesty has already rewarded me. Thus, this little one cannot accept this gratitude." At the same time, his impression of this Provincial Governor Wang had changed quite a bit. This person held a high position and came from a large clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. In terms of personality, he was very similar to Wang Renbiao. The only difference was that he had a very powerful aura. No matter what, the commoners of various lands have benefited from the curved yuan plow. This is an indisputable fact. In truth, this old man has come today for another matter. I presume that Sir Li Zishuan has already guessed it. Wang Yu straightened his body and clasped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Today, this old man has come to apologize to Sir Li Zishuan on behalf of my unfilial son. A few days ago, that unfilial son actually colluded with bandits to kidnap Sir Li Zishuan's fiancée. He even had designs on the Li family's immortal inebriation formula. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreversible consequences. Otherwise, that unfilial son would have died 10,000 times. In the end, this matter is because this old man did not teach his son well. If Sir Li Zishuan has any requests, you can raise them. Do not harm the relationship between you and my Renbiao because of this matter. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. They had finally come to the main matter. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. From the start, this Wang Yu had a very humble attitude. Logically speaking, as the provincial governor of a province, backed by a large clan, and even married Li Er's aunt, he should not have such a humble attitude towards him. Actually, on the surface, this was indeed the case. However, Wang Yu had his own considerations. Although Li Zishuan was only a provincial governor, his growth potential was enormous. Not only did he have a good relationship with Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a bunch of other military veterans, he also had a close relationship with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. From the current situation, first of all, Li Qingxian's position as crown prince was very stable. Even if something happened in between, the throne would only fall on Li Tai's head. However, no matter what, Li Zishuan would at least be able to survive through 2 dynasties. His official position would only soar to the skies. Moreover, Li Er's intention to weaken the power of the large clans was already clear. Although Wang Yu had married Li Er's aunt, under the teeth of the storm, his every move would be infinitely magnified. Thus, Wang Yu's current standard of conduct was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. If he caused trouble, quickly turn it into a small one, and a small one into nothing. What if I want Wang Runi to die? Regardless of the meaning behind Wang Yu's humble attitude, Li Zishuan still wanted to sound him out. Of course, if he could directly have Wang Runi die, that would be the best. He had always harbored killing intent towards those who dared to touch his woman. Hearing this, Wang Yu's body clearly trembled. A trace of paleness and struggle flashed across his wrinkled old face. No matter how mischievous his son was, he was still his son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he watch his son die before his eyes? Wang Renbiao looked at his father's pale face from the side. He hurriedly went up to Li Zishuan and clasped his hands. Sir Li, although my younger brother did some foolish things, in the end, you arrived in time to save Miss Han. There was no tragedy. Thus, I hope that Sir Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. Li Zishuan stared into Wang Renbiao's eyes and asked, the person who showed me the way at Rhinoceros Slope that day, was it one of your people? When he heard the second half of Wang Renbiao's words, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that day when he was in despair, a piece of silk with words written on it flew to him. Wang Renbiao looked at Wang Yu, then nodded to Li Zishuan. It was Yu Yao who was by my side. The day before the incident, Yu Yao found out that my younger brother was sending people to harm you. However, she did not hear their specific plans. Thus, I had Yu Yao follow Xiao Ying. When I found out that they were going to harm Miss Han, I ordered Yu Yao to help you save Miss Han. Thus, I hope that Sir Li can give me face and spare my younger brother's life. Chapter 191. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. After Wang Renbiao finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan, hoping that he would agree. Wang Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Our Wang family was in the wrong in the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. We are willing to pay some price in exchange for forgiveness. If Mr. Li has any requests, you can tell me. I just hope that you can save my son's life." Wang Yu paused and said with a sad expression, "No matter what, Ren Yi is my child. I'm almost 50 years old. To be honest, I've already become indifferent to fame and fortune. I only hope that Ren Yi can be safe and sound. I hope that Li Xiannan can understand me from a father's point of view. If Mr. Li can be merciful this time, our whole Wang family will remember this kindness in the future." Li Zishuan was speechless. Although Wang Yu had been in a high position for many years, at this moment, he was just like an old father. Only, Li Zishuan didn't understand. With such an irresolute and indecisive personality, how had he managed to get to the position of patriarch? In the novels in his previous life, the heads of the big families should be indifferent and ruthless. Everything should be based on the interests of the family. Provincial Governor Wang, since you said so, and cousin Rini did provide me with a lot of help in the kidnapping that day, then let's forget about this matter. But I don't want Wang Rini to jump out and harm my relatives in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him at all costs. At that time, even if the Chui and Wang families attack me together, I will not be afraid. The 7 big families have been high and mighty for thousands of years. Others are afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, I will pierce a hole in the sky." Li Zishuan thought about it. This time, he really could not kill Wang Rini. Putting aside the friendship between Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao and the pressure from the Chui and Wang families, Li Er had protected Wang Rini before. Moreover, after the incident that day, Wang Rini, a villain, had escaped in advance. Now, except for Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao, no one knew where Wang Rini was. Fortunately, he gave up and did Wang Renbiao a favor. However, he still had to take precautions. If there was a next time, even if Li Zishuan had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would still kill Wang Rini with his sword. Wang Yu was delighted at first, but when he heard Li Zishuan's murderous words, he was shocked. This young man was only 14 or 15 years old, but he had such a strong murderous aura. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Li. That unfilial son has already been imprisoned by the clan's punishment hall. He won't come out to do evil again. For this matter, our Wang family owes you a favor. If Li Xiannan needs any help in the future, feel free to let Ren Biao know. Once this old man receives the news, I will definitely do my best to help." Li Zishuan nodded his head silently, but his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the Wang family to have a law enforcement hall. This plaything sounded similar to the cultivation sects in some cultivation novels. There were law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, and so on. It seemed that none of these traditional aristocratic families were simple. In order to express my sincerity, this old man has specially prepared some humble gifts. I hope County Magistrate Li can accept them. After saying this, Wang Yu took a red sandalwood box from Wang Renbiao's hands and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. The matter had already been discussed and the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Wang Yu, as the provincial governor of a province, actually still wanted to give a small 5th-rank official like him a gift. What was he trying to do? Was this old man really the Wang family's patriarch? Why was he so low-key? No need, no need. Provincial Governor Wang is too polite. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. After all, one's mouth was too soft for others. There are only some worthless things inside. County Magistrate Li's refusal, could it be that you are still unwilling to reconcile with the Wang family? Wang Yu pushed the box in front of Li Zishuan again. After a few more times, Li Zishuan finally accepted. In any case, Wang Yu said that the things inside were worthless. Since he had accepted them, then so be it. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu and his son tactfully took their leave. During this time, the two sides naturally reached many agreements. For example, the cooperation that Li Zixuan and Wang Rinbiao had previously discussed. After the kidnapping incident, Li Zixuan had unilaterally stopped the supply of wine to the Strange Interest Pavilion and the winery. At that time, Wang Rinbiao felt that the Wang family was in the wrong, so he did not raise any objections. Now that the relationship between the two sides had been mended, the cooperation was restarted. After returning to his room in the west courtyard, Li Zixuan was no longer sleepy. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark red sandalwood box beside his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Hey, it's quite heavy. I wonder what's inside it. Li Zixuan carefully opened the wooden box, and was immediately blinded by the light. The wooden box was divided into 2 rows and 4 rows, and there were 8 small compartments. In each compartment, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl lying quietly. Inside the luminous pearl, the fluorescent light flowed like liquid. If there was only one, it might not be so dazzling, but when all 8 of them were placed together, it was really dazzling. Oh my God! That old geezer Wang Yu actually said that these were just some worthless playthings. If they weren't valuable, then what was valuable about them? The Wang family seems to be richer than me. Li Zixuan had only seen these genuine luminous pearls in some documentaries in his previous life. Although the principle of the luminous pearl was very simple, and there were many artificial luminous pearls that cost 6 yuan on certain treasures, these natural luminous pearls in front of him were really priceless. At least, he had not seen anyone selling luminous pearls of this size on the market since he transmigrated here. He did not know where that old man Wang found so many luminous pearls. He really put in a lot of money. Father, are you going to give those 8 luminous pearls to Li Zixuan just like that? Wang Rinbiao asked Wang Yu in a vermilion carriage on the street. Wang Yu had been resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he said without opening his eyes, they are just some inanimate objects that emit light. If we keep them in the family's treasury, they will only gather dust. It's better to use them to ease the relationship between the two families. Father, is the situation of the aristocratic families really so bad? Wang Rinbiao was also very surprised by his father's humble attitude today. But after thinking for a while, he guessed why Wang Yu was like this, but he still did not quite believe it. Wang Yu finally opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Rinbiao and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have an audience with His Majesty. His Majesty has also indirectly warned me to restrain the children of the family. And according to His Majesty's intention, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he makes a move on the aristocratic families. Rinbiao, remember, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision. He will definitely not allow the aristocratic families to surpass the imperial court. And I believe that even if all the aristocratic families were to join forces, they would not be a match for His Majesty. The other aristocratic families cannot see the situation clearly and are futilely trying to stop the chariot with their arms. But our Wang family must see the situation clearly and learn to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong the imperial favor is, the Wang family will be destroyed in an instant." Wang Rinbiao nodded with a solemn expression. "Yes, father, I will remember." Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of people outside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he sighed with a tired face, "Sigh, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." Chapter 192. The rain was pitter-patter, and the sky was gloomy. Due to the lack of light in the classroom, it was dark and gloomy. Li Zixuan sat at the lectern, his eyes fixed on the students who were doing their test papers. There was no lectern in the classroom, but he felt that it was uncomfortable to lecture on flat ground, so he had someone build a lectern and moved it in. It was a rare day of cool weather. After so many days of heat, it finally rained. Li Zixuan was wearing a thin white gown. He was lying on the tall and long desk in front of the lectern, looking at the students who were doing their tests. He felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, he was like them, sitting upright and still, racing against time to answer the questions. Not only did he have to ensure that his answers were correct, but he also had to ensure that they were correct. That was not a normal kind of hard work. Now, he could be considered to have opened up a god's perspective. He was high up, watching others take their tests. Naturally, he felt different. That's right. Today was the small test that was held every 7 days. However, Li Zixuan habitually called it a weekly test, in his mind, even though people in the Tang dynasty did not know what a weekly test was. His thoughts flew back to 2 days ago. Under Kang Yingda's strict supervision, Li Zixuan had no choice but to conduct 2 afternoons of pinyin, special training sessions, for all the instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College. Letting a 14-year-old child teach to these old scholars who were mostly in their 40s, and there were even some who were in their 60s, was bound to cause some people to express their dissatisfaction. However, this time, Kang Yingda personally supported Li Zixuan and made it clear that if anyone did not pay attention and did not learn pinyin in the end, Kang Yingda would personally report to His Majesty and expel them from the Imperial College. This kind of extremely strict punishment system directly nipped in the bud the restless instructors who wanted to jump out and cause trouble in the bud. One had to know that the positions of instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College were a great honor for scholars. Speaking of which, these positions were even more awesome than being a professor at Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life, because these positions all had ranks. In this lifetime, they had studied hard for decades, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they bear to be stripped of this glorious position just like that? Therefore, during the 2 afternoons of classes, there was no such thing as showing off or slapping people in the face. Instead, each of them was more serious than the other, and with the help of the blackboard, the learning efficiency of these teachers of the Imperial College was surprisingly high. However, their attitude towards Li Zixuan had completely changed after they had grasped the basics of pinyin. After so many years of teaching, how could they not see the greatness of pinyin? As a result, their attitude towards learning became more and more correct. During class, the expressions on their faces were as fanatical as if they were on a pilgrimage. Sigh, these teachers learn things really fast. But this is even better. I estimate that in another afternoon, they will all be able to grasp pinyin. At that time, wouldn't she be able to return home every afternoon to sleep and tease the servant girls? How carefree would that be? Li Zixuan propped up his cheek with one hand and sat there thinking happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement below. His position had a high platform view. Some students might think that Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to see what they were doing under the table, but what they didn't know was that sitting on the podium, he could use the high platform view to see every single movement below clearly. Li Zixuan used his fingers to pick up a piece of chalk, folded it half an inch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it in a certain direction below. That half-inch piece of chalk was like a cruise missile, accurately smashing into Qing Chimo's head. Qing Chimo, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Huayu's paper, was shocked by this sudden attack. He quickly looked toward the podium and met Li Zixuan's fierce gaze. Humph. If there's a next time, I'll give you 0 marks. Li Zixuan coldly harumphed and said this arrogantly. In his heart, he thought that this was the catchphrase of the invigilator in his previous life. It felt so good to use it. The students in the classroom all raised their heads, trying to figure out who Li Zixuan was talking about. Qing Chimo rubbed his forehead as if nothing had happened. Then, this fellow acted as if Li Zixuan was not talking about him and pretended to calmly look at his paper. Even though he did not understand some of the questions, at this time, he definitely could not let everyone know that Li Zixuan was talking about him. Even though he was thick-skinned, plagiarism was too shameful. Qing Chimo expressed that he still wanted to show some face. Seeing that Qing Chimo had calmed down, Li Zixuan did not continue to pursue the matter. He walked down from the podium and began to patrol. The first place he came to was Li Tai's position. This little fatty was writing at a rapid speed. He did not seem to be affected by the commotion just now and was quickly doing calculations on the draft paper. Li Zixuan glanced at his paper and was slightly surprised. This little fatty had actually finished the second to last question. His speed was really fast. There was still nearly an hour before the exam ended. He just did not know how accurate this kid was. Li Zishuan paused for a while before continuing his patrol. He found that most of the students were still stuck at the fifth or sixth last question. Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and Kusher Qing had all finished the third to last question. Moreover, Li Zishuan saw that they had all answered the questions correctly. What surprised Li Zishuan was that Meng Wenhao had also finished the second to last question. Li Zishuan had learned a lot about this child's family background from Su Hongji. This child was truly from a poor family. In this era, it was dozens of times more difficult for a poor family to nurture a child into a talent than it was in modern society. It was also very difficult to pass through the layers of selections in various places and finally enter the Imperial College. Therefore, in Li Zishuan's opinion, whether it was Meng Wenhao or Meng Wenhao's father, they were truly amazing people. Li Zishuan sincerely admired their perseverance. From the part that Meng Wenhao was writing at the moment, he had completely thought through the train of thought for this question. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, he would definitely be able to get all the points for this question. Li Zishuan secretly nodded and thought to himself, if this child can get into the top 3 in this weekly exam, then I'll pay a visit to their home and help their family solve some of their living difficulties. He admired hardworking and diligent children like Meng Wenhao from the bottom of his heart. When Xing Chumo saw Li Zishuan coming over for an inspection, he hurriedly covered his paper and glared at Li Zishuan to prevent him from looking. Li Zishuan was speechless and thought to himself, is this guy's brain short-circuited? Aren't you going to show me your paper sooner or later? Why are you covering it now? Li Zishuan snorted unhappily and returned to the podium. Chapter 193. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Li Zishuan stood up, knocked on the table, and shouted, "Stop writing, stop writing. The last student in each row, stand up and collect the papers. If you don't stop writing, I'll give you 0 marks." Ching Chimo's wrist shook, and he quickly put down his pen. He looked at Li Zishuan bitterly, and then stood up to collect the papers. After all, he was sitting in the last row. After a while, all the papers were collected. Li Zishuan tidied them up, and then he looked at the weather outside and said, "We'll have a break in the afternoon. You don't have to come. Have a good rest at home." The exams had just finished, so no one was in the mood to go to class. Moreover, it was raining heavily outside. Although the children all had straw raincoats, the raincoats were barely enough to block the rain. Also, tomorrow and the next 2 days were off, so he might as well give them an extra half-day off. "Oh, sir, that's great. We finally have a break." We actually have an extra half-day off. The students from the other schools can only be envious, haha. When the students heard the good news, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. At present, the other schools in the Imperial College were under pressure to adopt the daily schedule of the School of Mathematics. However, the School of Mathematics' 2-day break for every 5 days of classes was firmly rejected by the instructors of the other schools. Therefore, although the pace of learning in the School of Mathematics was very tense, with a small exam every Monday and a senior high exam every month, and there was a feeling of being eliminated at the end of the class, the students of the School of Mathematics had more rest time. This was something that the students from the other schools envied. Holding the papers and watching the students disappear into the misty rain, Li Zishuan put on his straw raincoat and prepared to go to the canteen of the Imperial College for lunch. "Master, you're not going back at noon again?" Iron Egg ran over and asked. I'm not going back." "Iron Egg, you can take the carriage and go back by yourself. I'll ask San Bao to bring the carriage here in the afternoon." In the past few days, Li Zishuan had to stay in the Imperial College to teach the instructors in the afternoon, so he basically didn't go back at noon. Instead, he ate in the canteen of the Imperial College. 2 days ago, Iron Egg also stayed with him and didn't go back. However, the Institute of Mathematics was closed this afternoon, so Li Zishuan asked Iron Egg to go back first. "Oh." Iron Egg responded and quickly packed his things, preparing to go out. There was a guy waiting outside for a free ride. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Dr. Li. Greetings, Grand Master. Due to the heavy rain today, many students were unwilling to go home for lunch, so there were many people in the cafeteria. As soon as Li Zishuan came in, many students greeted Li Zishuan. Some were from the Institute of Mathematics, and some were from the Institute of Imperial College, for Gates Academy, and other institutes. This guy was now a popular figure in the Imperial College. First, he came up with the blackboard chalk, then came up with the recess system, and then came up with a 2-day recess system that made all the students in the other institutes extremely envious. In addition, in the past few days, he had been training all the instructors in pinyin, so there were often students who came over to watch the fun. Therefore, some students would occasionally call him Grandmaster. Yesterday, Li Zishuan heard someone call him Grandmaster for the first time, and he almost knelt down. After that, he went over to the student and asked for the reason, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was not even 15 years old, and he had already become someone's Grandmaster. Li Zishuan ordered a meal, found a seat at random, and began to eat. To be honest, the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. It was completely incomparable to the food in the Li family, but it was still bearable. Hey, Grandmaster. Is there no one here? How come Iron Egg isn't eating with you today? A loud and clear voice sounded in his ear. Li Zishuan raised his head and saw that it was the little bastard who first called him Grandmaster yesterday. His name was Sun Zifen, and Li Zishuan had almost been annoyed by Sun Zifen's name yesterday. This guy was a top student in the Imperial College, but he had only gotten in because of his father's relationship. His father's name was Sun Fujia, and he was an amazing person. During the 5th year of the Tang dynasty's Wuda era, he had obtained first place in the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He could be considered the first top scholar in China's history. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was bestowed with the title of Baron, living in Luoyang, and becoming a Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was equivalent to the modern Supreme People's Court, and the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court was equivalent to the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. It was a lower third-rank official, and there were usually 2 of them. Yuan Wendao, who had impeached Li Zishuan last time, was also a Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, this guy was not as talented as Sun Fujia, so Sun Fujia was definitely more likely to be promoted to Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. Li Zishuan lowered his head and continued to eat. He casually replied, "Yes, the Imperial College will be on holiday this afternoon," so Iron Egg went back. Sun Zifen had just sat down unceremoniously when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He immediately exclaimed, "Damn, why is the Imperial College on holiday early?" Sun Zifen immediately expressed that he could not accept the fact that the Imperial College was on holiday at the weekend. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Sometimes, he really wondered if this unlucky kid was Sun Fujia's biological son. Logically speaking, since Sun Fujia could be the top scorer in the exam, even if his son's results were not top-notch, he should at least be polite, right? In the end, this guy was obviously the same as Qing Chimo, a careless and rash person. However, he was much younger than Qing Chimo, probably only in his teens. They just finished the exam this morning. I saw that they were working too hard, so it's not too much to give them half a day off, right? Even if Chancellor Kong knows about it, he can't say anything. Li Zishuan said faintly, but his words really attracted some hatred. Ah. Mr. Li, how can you do this? That's right, Professor Li, how can you give the people from the Imperial College such a long holiday? Ah. I can't take it anymore. When the students from the other schools who were eating nearby heard Li Zishuan's words, they all started to denounce him. Li Zishuan had been eating in the canteen recently and had become familiar with many students. As his personality was more casual and he was very young, about the same age as most of them, many students liked to talk to him. Sometimes, they would make some harmless jokes, but Li Zishuan was not angry. Instead, he would go along with their jokes and tease them. This led to everyone calling him teacher, but they would always talk to him as if he was a good friend. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Who asked our Imperial College's students to have such outstanding results? As a teacher, of course, I have to sympathize with them. What's wrong with giving them half a day off? Suddenly, there was a wave of wailing from the surroundings. Damn! Sun Zifen put down his chopsticks, indicating that he could not take it anymore. He shouted exaggeratedly, Grandmaster, do you still want people from the Imperial College? Quickly take me in as well. A 10-year-old kid was dancing and shouting there, looking very funny. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter from the surroundings. Chapter 194. In the canteen of the Imperial College. Hearing Sun Zifen's words, Li Zishuan put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and glanced at this joker. He said unhappily, go back and ask your father if he's willing to let you come to the School of Mathematics. It wasn't that Li Zishuan was belittling himself, but there was a hierarchy among the 6 schools of the Imperial College. The School of Mathematics, School of Books, and School of Law were basically at the bottom. The students of these 3 schools had to stand out in the annual assessment to have the chance to be promoted to the 4 Gate schools, then the School of Imperial College, and finally the School of Imperial College. Sun Zifen was able to enter the School of Imperial College because his father was a 3rd-rank Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, if his father was more powerful and was promoted to a 3rd-rank Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, then he might be able to enter the Imperial College directly. Under the current hierarchy of the Imperial College, it would be strange if Sun Fujia was willing to let Sun Zifen go to the School of Mathematics. Sun Zifen chuckled and said, hee, Grandmaster, my father already knows that you invented pinyin. He also admires you very much. Moreover, the Prince of Wei and the sons of the 3 dukes are currently studying in the School of Mathematics. Why wouldn't my father want me to go? Just tell me if you'll accept me as a student or not. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person watching over it. With Li Tai, Qing Chimo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin, these awesome second-generation hedonistic sons of rich families leading the way, what other people had to worry about? Although Sun Zifan this fellow's mouth was unrestrained, his heart was clear. When the other students heard this joker's analysis, they all felt that it was reasonable. In this way, not only did the School of Mathematics have good benefits, the teachers were friendly, and there was also Li Tai, Qing Chimo, and these hedonistic sons of rich families supporting them. They didn't have to worry about their future. Only a fool wouldn't go to such a good place. Therefore, Li Zishuan's surroundings immediately became lively. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Li, is your school still hiring? My name is Wang Wenhua. My results in mathematics were very good back then. Wang Wenhua, you are bullsh** ting. You think your grades are better than mine? Dr. Li, don't listen to him. My grades are better than his. Please accept me. Grandmaster, please accept me. Take me in. Take me in, collect your sister. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't even eat. F***ck, if it were a group of female students crying and begging him to accept them, he would be very excited. At least it would prove that he was very manly. However, in front of him, there were some men clamoring for him to accept them. What the F***ck was this? Ahem, I can't make the decision on this matter. The rules of the directorate don't allow you to go wherever you want. You should go and talk to the Chancellor. Li Zishuan hurriedly threw away the responsibility. If he really accepted them, he would offend a lot of people. When that time comes, how would he survive in the directorate? He might as well just throw the problem to old man Kong and let him have a headache. He originally thought that saying this would make Sun Zifen and the rest retreat. After all, as students, how many of them dared to meet the principal? However, he underestimated this fellow's character. When Sun Zifen heard that Li Zishuan didn't explicitly reject him, his eyes instantly lit up. He smiled and said, fine, if Chancellor Kong agrees to change classes with me, Grandmaster, you have to accept me. In his eyes, his father was a lower-class 3rd-rank official. The Chancellor of the Directorate was also lower-class 3rd rank. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean that all the students weren't afraid. There were also some gutsy students who secretly left the crowd. These people mostly relied on their own hard work to rise up from the 3 academies of mathematics, history, and law. They didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to follow Sun Zifen. However, there were still a lot of second generations who followed Sun Zifen and echoed, yes, yes, yes. Zifen, I'll go with you to find Chancellor Kong. I'll go too, I'll go too. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go, let's go. After saying that, this group of people didn't even eat and ran out noisily to find Kong Yingda. Li Zishuan was stunned. This group of bastards was really out of control. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Let Kong Yingda have a headache. After a quick lunch, Li Zishuan came to a vermilion building in the center of the directorate. This could be considered the office building of the directorate's teachers. There were more than a dozen rooms of various sizes inside. Li Zishuan's position had been there since the beginning, but he hadn't been there before. 2 days ago, he didn't go back at noon and just rested there. During this time, he got to know quite a few teachers. Mr. Li. Professor Li. As soon as he entered the office, 2 of his colleagues greeted Li Zishuan. Strictly speaking, they were also Li Zishuan's students. Recently, Li Zishuan's reputation in the directorate was like the sun in the sky. It was necessary to show some respect. Hee, Assistant Zhao, Assistant Mao, you 2 haven't gone home yet? Li Zishuan chuckled and greeted the 2 of them. One of them was from the Four Gates Martial School, while the other was from the Imperial College. Both of them were decent people. At the very least, they wouldn't rely on their seniority to show off in front of newcomers. No, it's raining so heavily. How can we go back? Yes, that's true. They chatted for a while. Seeing that there was still a long time before the afternoon training, Li Zishuan returned to his seat and began to grade the papers. Zhao and Mao saw this and looked at each other in surprise. Although Li Zishuan came to the office 2 days ago, he only chatted with them for a while before lying on the table and sleeping. Today, he came to work here. Did the sun rise from the west? Li Zishuan didn't care about what these 2 people thought. He picked up the vermilion brush and seriously graded the papers. It should be noted that the so-called vermilion brush was not a brush dipped in red ink, but a pigment made by grinding vermilion into powder. Its main chemical composition was mercury sulfide. Although this stuff was poisonous, it didn't dissolve in water and didn't evaporate easily. As long as it wasn't swallowed directly, it wouldn't be inhaled under normal circumstances. This was why Li Zishuan dared to use this stuff. While Li Zishuan was having an easy time, Kong Yingda was in complete misery. Old Kong had just finished his meal and returned to his single office. Just as he was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. Chancellor, open the door. Students are looking for you. Yes, Chancellor, quickly open the door. We are all looking for you. Kong Yingda heard the noise outside and frowned slightly. This was because he heard a few very familiar voices from the noisy crowd. The owners of these voices were all troublemakers from the directorate. Kong Yingda rubbed his head and got up to open the door. Chapter 195. Chancellor, I want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. I also want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Me too, me too. When Kong Yingda opened the door, he was instantly stupefied by the chattering bastards in front of him. Transfer to the School of Mathematics? Ever since the directorate was divided into 6 academies, there had never been such a transfer from the top to the bottom. Sun Zifen, are you sure you want to be transferred from the School of Imperial Studies to the School of Mathematics? Kong Yingda frowned and asked. I'm sure. Chancellor, can you quickly transfer me to the School of Mathematics? Sun Zifen hurriedly nodded his head excitedly. What about you guys? Kong Yingda was in disbelief as he looked at the other students and asked. Chancellor, we all want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Kong Yingda was completely stupefied at this moment. He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly putting on a stern face and berating sternly, Sun Zifen, who instigated all of you to be transferred to the School of Mathematics? Sun Zifen said with a blank face, Chancellor, no one instigated us, we all did it willingly. Yes, we all did it willingly. Kang Yingda asked with an ugly expression, then do all of your elders know? Cough, my father still doesn't know. Sun Zifen coughed awkwardly. Transferring academies is an important matter, you all must discuss it with your elders. If they agree, then I will allow you all to do it. If they don't agree, then you all must reflect on your own actions today. Kang Yingda's thoughts turned and decided to drag it out like this. Otherwise, if so many students were to be transferred to the School of Mathematics all of a sudden, wouldn't that be a complete mess? Moreover, although these students were muddle-headed, Kang Yingda didn't believe that their fathers would also do muddle-headed things. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and smiled as he agreed, Chancellor is right, I will go home today and ask for my father's opinion. After saying that, he bid farewell to the other wastrels and left. Kang Yingda's eyelids twitched fiercely as he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Li Zixuan marked the test papers for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he went to another classroom to prepare for the training session for the instructors. In the office, the other two teaching assistants naturally followed him. The afternoon training session was surprisingly smooth. After a little more than 2 hours, the last bit of pinyin knowledge was taught. Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was finally done with his work. In the future, he could continue to live a leisurely life. After the teachers finished asking their questions, Li Zixuan dismissed the class in advance. He packed up his teaching materials in high spirits and prepared to go home. In this terrible weather, he should be cooped up at home teasing his servant girl. Instead, he came out to give a lecture. God knows if his brain was flooded with water. I want to go home, I want to go home. Li Zixuan's brain was now dominated by the strong desire to go home. As for the teacher's pinyin knowledge test, Kang Yingda was naturally responsible for it. Dr. Li, please wait. Just when Li Zixuan finished packing up his things and was preparing to leave, he heard Kang Yingda's voice. Li Zixuan secretly cursed his bad luck. Chancellor Kang, is there anything else? Li Zixuan stopped and asked. Dr. Li, Sun Zifen and the other students from the Imperial College want to be transferred to the Institute of Mathematics. Do you know about this? Kang Yingda chased after him and asked with a serious face. Li Zixuan opened his eyes wide in shock and his face was filled with disbelief as he asked, there is such a thing? That is really strange. I have never heard of such a strange thing. Could it be that Chancellor is purposely making fun of me? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that it had anything to do with him. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was the group of students who wanted to cause trouble. Kang Yingda saw Li Zixuan's exaggerated expression and frowned. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Oh, then forget it. You can go now, Dr. Li. Okay. Outside, Sanbao had already brought the carriage over. Li Zixuan took off his straw rain cape and got on the carriage. The carriage moved slowly and gradually out of the Imperial College and into the drizzling streets of Chang'an. Li Zixuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some hot water. He looked at the rain outside the window and was lost in thought. This scene reminded him of a modern poem, Dai Wangshu's Rainy Alley. It was a pity that he didn't have a girl with the same color and fragrance as a lilac beside him. Alright, to put it more simply, this guy was starting to miss his wife again. Sigh, ancient times have their good points, and modern times have their good points. Ancient beauties are pure and natural, and ancient beauties are more charming. Modern times have all kinds of high-tech. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, when you miss your wife, you can send her a message, call her, or even accept a video call. Li Zixuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after experiencing so many years of long-distance love in modern times, he would still have to endure the pain of a long-distance love for a few months after transmigrating to ancient times. Although this so-called long-distance love was only a few dozen miles away, due to secular etiquette, this few dozen miles was a gap that he and Han Yushi could not cross in these few months. Young master, we are home. Just as Li Zishuan was lost in his thoughts, the carriage arrived at the Li residence. Li Zishuan came back to his senses. He got off the carriage and took the oil paper umbrella from Sanbao. He walked alone to the west courtyard. Sanbao looked at Li Zishuan's back and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his young master was a little off today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Young master, you are back? Xiaoxi will go to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for you to get rid of the cold. When he returned to the west courtyard, he met Xiaoxi as soon as he entered the house. The little girl went up to Li Zishuan to wipe the rain off his face as she went to get the ginger soup for Li Zishuan. Don't. Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan called out softly. Xiaoxi could hear that her young master's voice was a little off. She was startled and asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Ah, no young master." It was Li Zishuan who turned around and hugged Xiaoxi tightly. The little girl was shocked by this sudden attack. She instinctively wanted to twist her body and break free from his embrace, but he hugged her even tighter. "Don't move. Let me hug you quietly for a while," Li Zishuan said softly. Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan was only hugging her and did not do anything out of line. The little girl felt relieved and stopped moving. She let Li Zishuan hug her quietly. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoxi felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. After a while, she heard the sound of even breathing. It turned out that Li Zishuan had fallen asleep while hugging her. The smell on this little girl's body was simply too nice. Luckily, they were not standing too far away from the bed. Xiaoxi dragged Li Zishuan onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. The little girl saw the tired look on her young master's face and couldn't help but cry. She sobbed softly at the side. "Wu young master, you have worked hard." Chapter 196. Xiaoxi, why did go to sleep the moment he came back? Madame Li came to the west courtyard in the evening to look for her son, but was told by Xiaoxi that Li Zishuan had already fallen asleep. Madame Li could not help but ask in surprise. "Madam, young master has been too tired these few days, and young master seems to be missing young mistress." Xiaoxi's face turned red as she spoke. Madame Li froze for a moment. Just as she wanted to ask Xiaoxi how she knew that Li Zishuan missed his wife, she saw Xiaoxi's flushed face. Madame Li instantly thought that something must have happened between her son and this servant girl. However, as a mother, she did not dare to say too much about this matter. In any case, her son would definitely not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, she shook her head, looked at Xiaoxi strangely, and left. At the same time, she thought that her son's wedding date should be set earlier so that she could hug her chubby grandson earlier. "Ah, madam, it's not what you think." When Xiaoxi saw Madame Li's strange gaze, she immediately came to a realization. She knew that Madame Li must have misunderstood, so she quickly explained. However, Madame Li was not going to listen to this explanation. Come. You didn't eat last night. Eat more today." In the morning, Li Zishuan was woken up by hunger. He only managed to make it in time to have breakfast with his mother. Yes. Thank you, mother," Li Zishuan said vaguely as he stuffed food into his mouth. "You child, why are you being so courteous with me? My son has been working hard in the Imperial College these few days. Mother will make something good for you in the afternoon," Madame Li said with a smile. Yes. What else could Li Zishuan say? He could only nod his head happily. Your wedding date with Yushi has been set. Daoist Qingxian said that the 25th of next month is an auspicious day and is suitable for marriage. Your father, Han Li, and I are discussing. Although time is a little tight, with the manpower and resources of our Li family, we can definitely prepare it. Therefore, we have set your wedding date on the 25th of next month." Madame Li looked at her son and said kindly. "Ah." Li Zishuan widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment, he reacted and said excitedly, Yes, this is great. Mother, I thought I would have to wait for at least 2 months. Huh, look at how anxious you are. When you have a wife in the future, are you going to forget about mother? Mrs. Li couldn't help but tease her son when she saw that he couldn't wait to get married. How could I? Mother, don't worry, you will always be the most important person in my heart. Little rascal. Li Zishuan didn't have to go to school today, and after hearing such good news in the morning, he instantly forgot about the sadness in the rain yesterday afternoon. Now, he was in the mood to go out and have fun. However, there were only a few places he could go. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to go to the workshop to check on the progress of the dictionary and newspaper compilation, as well as the development of the paper machine. Good morning, boss. As soon as he entered the workshop, a servant came over to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of people surrounding the east side of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what are they doing? Boss, I heard that the paper machine was completed yesterday afternoon. Today, Manager Fu and young Master Yen are trying it out. The servant replied respectfully. Oh. Li Zishuan was delighted. With Yen Xiaoning involved in the development of the paper machine, the progress was indeed much faster. He was really lucky today. Go ahead, I'll go over there and take a look. Li Zishuan waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk over. Zhao De, control the horse's speed. Zhang Xiaohua, go and fill the pulp pool. Guo Lu, go and lead the ox. As soon as he got close to the crowd, he heard Yen Xiaoning giving out orders like a marshal. Look, paper is coming out. The paper is so big, and the paper is coming out so fast. The thickness of the paper is also quite uniform. According to this speed, it will probably only take a few breaths of time for one cut of paper to come out, right? Generally, one cut of paper refers to 100 sheets, yes. As soon as Li Zishuan squeezed into the crowd, he saw a huge and cumbersome machine standing in the open space on the east side of the workshop. The monster-like machine, under the pull of the animal, made caw-caw sounds of parts rubbing against each other. The paper was quickly coming out of the paper outlet. There were wooden shelves under the paper outlet. After the paper was sent to the shelves, the craftsman immediately took the paper to the side to dry it. Overall, the paper production efficiency was very high. Success. Great, we did it. Seeing that the paper machine could come out normally for 15 minutes, the group of craftsmen standing beside Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but cheer excitedly. God knows how much effort they had put in over the past few days. Xiaoning. Li Zishuan saw that their excitement was almost over and walked over. Xiao Xian, why are you here? Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Congratulations, this paper machine will be the cornerstone of our Tang dynasty's education industry in the future. The effort you have put in today will be enough to leave your names in history. In the future, every piece of paper used by the scholars of our Tang dynasty will be credited to you. All of you are good. Li Zishuan looked at the true technical backbone of the workshop in front of him. Among them, the older ones already had white hair, while the younger ones had just turned 20. As craftsmen, they lived at the bottom of society, but their creativity was comparable to a regular army. They deserved to be respected. Looking at them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of the scientists in his previous life who worked hard on the front lines of research. They also worked hard, but a lifetime of research couldn't even compare to the money a celebrity could earn from acting in a movie. At the thought of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shout. He felt injustice for the craftsmen. Oh. We are good. Li Zishuan's words made the craftsmen's blood boil. They worked overtime because Li Zishuan treated them extremely well in the workshop, so they wanted to repay him. They had never imagined that the thing they made would have such great meaning behind it. Thus, these craftsmen couldn't help but cheer. All the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper machine will be rewarded with 2 strings of cash. Now, go back and have a good rest. Your health is your greatest asset. Li Zishuan looked at the craftsmen in front of him. Although most of them had excited expressions, the exhaustion in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Thus, he hurriedly had them go back and rest. Hearing that they would be rewarded with 2 strings of cash, the craftsmen who had just been satisfied on a spiritual level were now satisfied on a material level. They bowed and expressed their thanks. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, young master." Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Go and rest." Chapter 197. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen dispersed. Li Zishuan followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to a room and said, "Brother Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work these days." Faubert politely waved his hand and said, "It's no trouble at all." Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, snorted in dissatisfaction, "It's really hard work. You were the one who came up with this idea. Logically speaking, you're the most suitable person to do this, and you'll be the fastest. But you just had to be lazy and leave everything to Faubert, causing us to work so hard." Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Why did this guy's tone sound like a disgruntled housewife? But when he heard the second half of Yan Xiaoning's sentence, he immediately complained, "Brother Xiaoning, I didn't slack off these 2 days. Recently, I've been teaching pinyin to the instructors of the Imperial College. I'm almost as tired as a dog." Yan Xiaoning was teased and laughed. He pretended to size up Li Zishuan and then teased, "Hey, little Xian, you really do look a little like a dog now." Pfft. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unhappily, "Chow, get lost." After joking around for a while, Li Zishuan began to talk business with Yan Xiaoning and the others. "Brother Xiaoning, how much is the output of our paper machine and the cost of producing paper?" Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "According to my preliminary estimation, the paper production efficiency of a paper machine is about 30 to 40 times that of manual labor. Moreover, the paper produced by the paper machine has a uniform thickness and is more delicate. The quality seems to be better than the current Xian paper. Overall, the cost of our paper is about 20 copper coins per cut. As far as I know, the cost of paper for other paper mills in Chang'an is about 500 copper coins per cut. Moreover, their paper is still in short supply. When the time comes, not only will our paper be cheaper than theirs, but the quality will also be better. I believe that once our workshop starts producing at full capacity, the traditional Xian paper will be completely replaced by our paper." Hearing Yan Xiaoning's confident words, Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the paper production cost could be reduced to 1/25 of the original through the paper machine. It was really amazing. Mark said that if capital had 50% profit, it would risk everything. If it had 100% profit, it would dare to break all the laws of the world. If it had 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If Li Zishuan sold the paper from the workshop at the price of ordinary paper, he would earn more than 25 times the profit. This huge profit was enough to make anyone go crazy. The 3 people in the room gradually thought of this. The 3 of them were shocked by the high profit and their breathing became rapid. Li Zishuan shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The purpose of his paper machine wasn't to make money, but to let the poor be able to read. It wasn't that he was a saint or that there was something wrong with his brain. It was just that he had promised Ma Zhou that he would let everyone in Tang be able to read. Li Zishuan had to do what he said. As for money, it was something that he couldn't earn in his lifetime. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. "Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, our new paper can't be sold at an expensive price. My original intention of inventing the paper machine wasn't to make money. In my opinion, the price of the new paper should be set at 30 to 40 copper coins per cut. What do you think?" Li Zishuan used 20% of his internal energy and said in a deep voice. Wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of such a huge profit, even Faubert and Yan Xiaoning almost lost their minds, let alone the others. Absolutely not. Young master, if you set the price like this, wouldn't you offend all the paper mills in the world? At that time, a large number of craftsmen will lose their jobs. Faubert had just been awakened by Li Zishuan's shout and heard Li Zishuan's shocking price. His heart trembled and he quickly dissuaded him. "Yeah, Xiao Xian. If you set the price like this, it will be a devastating blow to the rice paper mills. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but say. Li Zishuan frowned. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning's thoughts were still somewhat stubborn and conservative. During the First Industrial Revolution in England, it also had a devastating impact on the traditional handicraft industry. In the end, large machinery production replaced the inefficient handicraft industry, which also caused a large number of traditional craftsmen to lose their jobs. But didn't England survive in the end? Not only that, England also became the world's largest country after the First Industrial Revolution. Xiaoning, Faubert, in the future, our workshop will have batches and batches of new technology. At that time, do you still want us to adapt to the backward handicraft production of this era? The purpose of our development of new technology is to break the inefficient and backward technology of the current era. As the era progresses, so does technology. We should let people catch up and adapt to the pace of our new technology. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. Our Strange Taste Pavilion workshop must lead the new technology trend and promote the technological innovation of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan felt that he had to correct Yan Xiaoning and Faubert's thoughts. These two were the top technical backbone of the workshop. If their thoughts were shackled and they did things fearfully, it wouldn't be good for the development of the workshop. Good. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. Li Zishuan, I've underestimated you. Just when Faubert and Yan Xiaoning were still immersed in Li Zishuan's enlightening impromptu speech, Li Er's laughter came from outside the room. Li Zishuan was speechless. Why did the people of the old Li family like to eavesdrop on others? Last time, it was Li Qingqian. This time, it was Li Er himself. This father and son pair was really unique. After Li Er's laughter came, he pushed open the door and entered without any hesitation. Empress Jianghu was accompanying him. In the room, Faubert and Yan Xiaoning finally reacted. Both of them were shocked and quickly bowed. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only follow suit. Although he hadn't seen Jianghu before, this woman could wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe beside Li Zishuan. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning just said that this was the Empress. He, Li Zishuan, wasn't stupid. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. All rise. Li Zishuan, come here. I just heard you say that the cost of your new paper is only 20 copper coins. Is this true? Li Zishuan was speechless. Didn't you eavesdrop just now? Why are you still asking when you already know the answer? You're really too free. Your Majesty, this is only our initial estimate of the cost. However, the final result is not far off. Even though he was cursing crazily in his heart, Li Zishuan could only answer obediently.